Hello, hello, what's up everybody? Welcome to another Alpha X King of Battles. I hope you are all having a wonderful time so far. We had a little bit of music, but not too much. Anyway, I'm here with a very special person, somebody that you probably all know already. I would be very much surprised if you know about Alpha X and not Zombie Grub with me right here. Zombie Grub, what's up?
What's up is some really cool StarCraft. This tournament's been giving us a lot of great games. I mean, obviously you guys got like some really cool groups set up, so it kind of like, you know, it was obvious there was going to be at least some good games, but there's actually been a lot of great games, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice that it's not dependent on who streams it. You know, these players will perform pretty much whenever they need to, and giving us some pretty darn epic series overall. We already had some small historic moments, maybe it's a bit too much to say, but some pretty big matches here and there. Of course, Maru Serral really drove in a lot. Today, we have some pretty big names as well. Of course, Rogue, former GSL champion, making everything in StarCraft seem a little bit boring sometimes, but we'll see how he does today. And yeah, another interesting thing actually, it's a little bit like Nation Wars, isn't it? We have two Germans versus two Koreans.
Yeah, I guess so. Germany versus Korea, who's gonna actually come out on top. You know, I mean, most people would say, right, like the easy default choice is that the Koreans are gonna come up on top. You know, that's the easiest thing to say, and that's, I mean, probably gonna be true. But we have pretty much like the best. Well, I guess Hero Marine's kind of arguable with Clem, right? But some of the best representatives of their race for Europe coming into this group. So. I guess one of the cliche things to say is that if someone could actually cause the upset, actually make the Koreans get out of the group in third place or fourth, as opposed to actually advancing on, it would be Showtime or Hero Marine if they're really coming to play.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of funny how they're both in the same group here, of course, as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It kind of doubles the chances in a way for a German competitor to advance here. Of course, we saw Hero Marine making a marvelous run yesterday as well in the ESL Open. That was some pretty great stuff as well. There's some TVT involved right there. Not going to be as much TVT here today for him, but you know, he's good in all of the matchups. So I'm wondering how he is going to be doing. We're going to start with Showtime versus Rogue. What would you expect here, Zombie Grub? The easy answer, the Korean, of course, but what do you think?
Yeah, the easy answer is that a Korean is going to win, but I guess the easier answer is also that Rogue is going to win. As you said, like Rogue kind of makes sometimes StarCraft 2 look a little boring because he wins too hard. And I would be really concerned about that for Showtime. Showtime's known for his defensive capabilities, but Rogue, I mean, when he's... It seems to be like a switch that he flips, I guess, occasionally. Like, when he's on, he just, like, brutalizes his opponents. When he's off, he just falls off, and... I mean, it's actually kind of like which Rogue we're going to see today, because I'm pretty sure Showtime kind of just plays up to his standard most of the time.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. It's kind of interesting to me as well that we have, of course, or we've had Rogue going up against Stats in the GSL finals, and I think if there's any comparison to the EU Protoss Showtime in the Korean side, it most likely would be Stats, right? So I wonder if that is going to maybe influence it here a little bit, or just overall make Rogue seem a little bit more dominant, just because we've seen how dominant he can be to somebody that plays a similar style that is also from the Korean side of things. But yeah, I don't know.
That's an excellent point. It's a really good comparison to make. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Stats is the shield of ire, and Showtime is the I guess the wall. So kind of like similar ideas there.
Exactly.
And they do play, yeah, both macro mode, both defensive. I mean, again, it comes down so much, I think, to like a day-by-day basis for Rogue, because I think if Stats were to be given, if like we played our finals out over like multiple days, like an NBA championship or something like that, I feel like it'd be so different, right? Like Stats would have come back one day and then Rogue would have done well. Like it would have been back and forth, but on that day, yeah, it was just a clobberfest. It just was it was obvious who was going to win. So as much as that is a really good comparison to make, I want to say it's not quite going to be like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's exactly like that, to be honest.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. They're already, I believe, starting the veto process right now. Kind of looking at what kind of maps they are going to be playing on. How much have you already been able to see of the new maps?
So I played on a decent bit, and then I got to cast, yesterday the Open Cup and saw a lot of it, and then a couple of like replay casts here and there, and then watching the VODs of this tournament. So I would guess at this point like a decent bit, maybe not enough to like remember the names immediately. I'm gonna be honest, because it only shows up when you're watching. So my playtime, I just like would load into a map and be like, oh, I wasn't paying attention to the loading screen. I don't know what map this is.
What's it called again?
Yeah, exactly. Is it Oxide? Is it whatever? But I am kind of familiar with the tactics now. I mean, it's only well, is it officially a weekend at this point? Like Tuesday now? It's a week into the new maps officially being out. I still think we're going to see some people be a little uncomfortable on the maps, like a little bit of like, oh, I don't think they're accounting enough for this push potential or enough for this, creep spread in this direction or what have you. That's still going to be a bit of a problem, but at this point, almost every pro gamer has played like hundreds of games on the ladder, so maybe not hundreds, but 100 games on the ladder, so they're probably a bit familiar with it and certainly prepared to at least veto the ones that they're not so familiar with, since they have that opportunity.
Yeah, true. Of course, well, I suppose in the best of 5, it's going to be a little bit harder to veto the ones it depends on how many maps you're not feeling comfortable with. I would assume, I would feel comfortable with most of them by now, but we'll have to wait and see. Actually, something is happening here. Maybe they hosted the wrong map. I'm not completely certain. Okay, no. They are getting started. Lovely stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I was myself expecting, especially when we started this, right? Then it really was one of the first times I saw these maps. I'm assuming it was the first time for a lot of these players as well. And then I was still expecting maybe people getting a little bit caught off guard with certain positions of the maps. But a lot of these maps a little bit similar as well to what we've already seen come across, of course. I mean, not every map can be a golden wall overall. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think these maps are very similar to the ones we've already had?
I mean, similar, I guess, is like a word I would hesitate to use like right off the bat, but I think I see what like your line of thinking you have, and I would agree with that. Like, I think saying like, well, is it like a golden wall? Yes, no, and the answer is that it's not. It's not.
Very quickly, no.
Yeah, in that regard, absolutely, I would say that it's more standardized. There's not quite that big question mark of like, oh, do we mine out the back or the middle? Like, what do we do?
Yeah.
Not as many question marks there, kind of obvious places to take your third and fourths, but still a little bit of experimenting to go. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the maps we see a transition from this being the regular third to this being the regular third. But we're going to start off actually on one of our recognizable maps, which is going to be Death Aura.
One of the older ones, indeed. Rogue versus Showtime, of course. Starting it off here with a best of 3. We're going to be doing 2 best of 3s, and then into the best of 5s. Should be some pretty good StarCraft coming up right now, guys. In the top left side, let me bring you guys in here. We have a red Protoss representing big. He is the German. He is the Mauer. He is Showtime.
In the bottom right is the blue Zerg for Gene green wings. He is Rogue.
The Korean, the destroyer of Protoss Hope. So Death Aura overall. I think this is a pretty well-balanced map, right? We're seeing this one a lot. I don't know if it is necessarily because people think it's one of the more balanced maps, or if it's just because, out of it's just the map that we're more used to. It's sometimes you see these pro players, right, just neglecting a little bit of the newer maps until they really have played a ton of them on the ladders and stuff as well. But it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of stuff they will be bringing to us here. Already hatchery block, of course.
Yep. Pretty popular move to do. I would say Death Aura is not only going to be chosen a lot because it is one of the older maps, but also because it is also one of the nice defensive maps. I mean, you have kind of like a high ground 3-base situation that can go well with the chokes being utilized. So you see a couple of comebacks happen on this map as well. And the 4th base isn't too much of a stretch, but the 5th base is a little more questionable than, say, an Internal Empire, which we're not going to see anymore. So in that regard, actually, I'm trying to think of all the new maps. I really don't see any close cousin to Eternal Empire. I'm gonna think of is there a easy 5-base map? I don't think so. And actually, I
Yeah.
recall seeing a lot more like, ooh, okay, this map gets a little more difficult, like really difficult, to reach over towards that fourth or that fifth. So again, we'll talk more about that when we see the new maps. But Death Door, pretty standard. Wouldn't be surprised if Showtime was the one to choose this right off the bat. I'm sure the vetoes went. But, I mean, even if it's a little more defensively set up, that doesn't really stop Rogue, like, ever. I'm still more paying attention to what Rogue is going to do.
This is true. Another thing I've been noticing, I don't know how much you've been picking up on this, but Rainer, he was in our chat channel earlier and he mentioned that the Nidus Worms just absolutely not worth it anymore at the moment. I didn't really go deeply into a discussion with it, but it used to be one of the main resources for Rogue to try and abuse within these types of matchups, where you would just try to sometimes finish the game off very quickly with that Nidus Worm. Is this anything you've been picking up onto as well, with like just the fewer Nidus Worms that are being used by the Zerg players?
Yeah, I think we've seen that general trend of Nidus Swarms kind of die down, unless they are doing, I mean, obviously if Swarm Host were to come back in, and maybe I could see a Swarm Host game and a best of 5 for Rogue, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen in this best of 3. And then, sometimes if it's the all-in, but yeah, I haven't really seen the all-in Nidus Swarm in quite a while. More so just about the hiding your Lings or hiding your Roaches from the Reaper or the Scouting Adept, and then going just for the face, basically. So yeah, I definitely see where Clem's coming from. It's funny, though, because I know at least one of the new maps, I was astounded by how much dead space there was in the main, and I was like, oh no. I'm not looking forward to trying to track down Warp Prisms and Nidus Worms.
Yeah, me too, actually. That's why I mentioned it. Like, it should be pretty good for Nidus Worms, but honestly, it's not a thing that they were looking forward to, honestly. But anyway, I'm curious to see if that is going to be something similar for the Korean Zerg, right? Always a little bit of a difference there already. Showtime starting off here, by the way, with an Oracle, trying to keep it hidden for now as well. Looks like he's gonna stack up with some Oracles here. I think that's a pretty smart move, right? Because Rogue is known to sometimes get a little bit aggressive in the earlier parts of the game. The Oracle, a great tool to also use defensively, not just offensively. Any type of Ling attack would be quite quickly squished here by a opening like this.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of funny, though, because Rogue didn't actually see the Stargate. It's all the way on the left, and his Overlord wasn't there. His Spore Crawlers would have been a little bit later for, like, the very first Oracle, charging over into a natural or to a main. But they're done now. It's no problem, as well as a couple extra Queens. So 2 Oracles not going to find too much success unless they are well controlled. Now, you do have to keep in mind that this is going to be on the NA server, so kind of like a middle ground for both players. So ping and micro could be an issue. It was a little bit annoying. So I'm not sure he's going to be so dangerously using his Oracles.
Yeah, and Rogue already quite prepared here. Has 2 Queens in every mineral line and a Spore Crawler as well. But then again, he is facing off against 3 Oracles, so I wouldn't call this over-prepared at all, actually. Pretty much on the money right now with his defenses. Even adding more Spore Crawlers here, seeing the Oracle count growing. Behind us, a Twilight Council from Showtime. Do you think this is just a regular movement towards a next step in tech, where we're still gonna try to macro up? Yeah. Sometimes I see the Adept Glaives as well, but...
Yeah, I would say not usually after, this long. Usually talk about those 3 main buildings for a Protoss, regardless of how they start, but then they eventually get to a Robo, a Twilight Council, and a Forge. And if they're missing any 1 on 3 bases, that's when we're like, oh, okay, what's happening here? Or missing 2 of them could be like a pretty dedicated attack, like we saw from Trap. But this is actually very standard, getting all of the gases as well up to 6 on the 3rd base. I think we're going to see some pretty fast Storm. A move out, but I'm not sure how committed the move out's going to be. With this Warp Prism, we could actually only see maybe even Archons as his quote-unquote move-outs. Something to kind of get Rogue to go, okay, I need to take this seriously. But to be honest, Rogue has already gotten to 71 drones. And that's, like, not a fantastic feeling, I would say, even though Showtime also wasn't bothered. Showtime also got to 68 workers and 3 bases. I would just be a little more scared of the powerhouse Rogue getting to where he's comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely a good point. You don't want Rogue to be the comfortable one here. Seeing 3 workers that did get picked off ultimately, but I mean, you would expect normally already from a Protoss to try and ramp up the aggression a little bit. And if the Zerg already is on a certain amount of workers, then yeah, maybe you're kind of missing your timing there. But overall, you know what? More buildings are being thrown down, so the worker count still, you know, together with those Oracle harassments, being contained a little bit, right? Not into the ridiculous margins here for Rogue at the moment.
Not gonna get stormed, so saving all of his gas to build more Archons. I guess as he moves out, takes the 4th base. Again, I would have expected at least some form, but perhaps seeing the amount of roaches already, he's like, nah, there's not really any point in moving out, and I think you'd be right about that. Wouldn't be too difficult for Rogue to bust out more units. So if he's not going to push out, then I would have expected a faster Storm. And honestly, now that he starts Storm, I think that was like 400 gas. I'm like, it's a little bit scary. Starts it with the +2 and has a priority on chronoing his +2 actually as well. So he's going to be depending on just that high ground that I was talking about in Death Aura to try and stop this roach push.
Yeah, the defensive setup, trying to throw down some cannons as well. And as you said, that army supply looking a little bit intimidating here for Rogue. Well, it's intimidating for Showtime, of course, but the lurk attack also already on the way here. So I'm not quite sure if he's going to commit to anything. Looks like he is just setting up defensively, so for pretty much both of these players, right?
Yeah, they're getting to them late game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Showtime's going to have to keep an eye on that hive. I think he might have, he was going a little bit into the main base. I'm not sure if he got stopped around his 4th. But you want to know if they're going to have not just lurkers, but the range lurkers. Because with the situation at hand, with Rogue being kind of comfortable, yeah, true, Showtime's actually so far played a pretty perfect game. I know our observer showed us the resources lost, and it's like, oh, it's like, it can't be bad for Showtime. We are just kind of using this like blank slate almost of a ZVP to say, okay, well then who really is the better player? And it is kind of on Showtime to prove somehow that he is the better one, because we're all looking at Rogue right now. Yeah. Okay, he lost 1 High Templar. Okay.
It's like, you can have this. That's alright. Don't need to have the perfect game. That's okay. So yeah, a little bit of War Prism harassment here. Not going to do all too much. Just kind of keep Rogue on his toes in the backside of things. Maybe give Showtime an indicator as well as how many units kind of are on the map lurking about at the moment. 9 of those lurkers on the way. I believe they are being morphed in front of the 3rd base right there. And the Stargates with the Fleet Beacon coming up as well. Now it's a little bit controversial. There's some mixed opinions out there. But the late game ZVP, some protos say, you know, that they need to avoid it. And then some other protos are like, you know what, it is going to be okay if you do a lot of Zealot run-bys and such. You can get quite a lot of stuff to work out into your favor. What's your stance overall in the late game CVP? Oh.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought that up, because it is kind of one of those, like, yeah, I mean, even some Protosses are saying that it is technically favorable for them if nothing happens in the game, and then the common agreement is that, okay, well, nothing never happens, right? Like, there's always something in the mid-game that kind of puts the Protoss behind. So now we do have, again, this, like, kind of ideal setup for a test, I guess. It's as if you're facing an AI. Not much has happened in the mid-game, and we get to see, okay, nothing happens, 4 bases to 5. Very few resources lost. What wins? The late-game Protoss or the late-game Zerg? I'm a little favorable towards the Zerg and the positioning they can get, and the way they can use the, I guess their spellcasters in the air a little bit better than those feedbacks can catch them. But we'll see what happens. Already starting things off strong with a couple of good storms. As Rogue comes in with his, of course, ground army, his lurker attack, while he has that range and working on the Burrow's speed. Zealot's not going to do very much to, I guess, distract Rogue at all. He's going to focus entirely on the push, continue siege hopping forward those lurkers, and it's going to be potentially a tough position for Showtime to break if his carriers weren't already here. They are here.
Yeah, right now they are. It was a little bit of a moment where Showtime wasn't fully prepared just quite yet for the late game engagements here, of course. Only now having those three carriers. There's not that many Hydras here, so I think Rogue ultimately will have to be pushed away here to not lose most of these lurkers. A lot of them already quite low.
Yeah, I mean, oh, well, more Zealots are actually going to force something to happen around that base, but I'm a little surprised how Rogue stood his ground, considering that he didn't really have a strong answer to the carriers. You know, if there's 1 or 2, how many interceptors are really going to, be available? But it was going up to 3, and certainly more on the way. But it might have been also a, I guess, kind of an attempt to buy time. Like, if he had immediately retreated, maybe that prompts Showtime to actually immediately counter as well. Where Rogue actually needs to worry about how do I deal with those carriers. To be honest, his transition to what we usually see of those mass corruptors is not actually happening. He built 21 Hydras, despite having a Spire that we now see are upgrading +1, and wants to wait, I guess, a little while longer, wants to play around the mobility of the ground army a little while, until he actually fully transitions.
Yeah. It's a lot of creep spread as well now for Rogue available. Showtime, I mean, he's more so focused on the harassment on the 7 o'clock base instead of really cleaning up any creeps. So I feel like Rogue may have his, you know, overall nice capabilities of setting up those lurker defenses quite early on. Maybe a while before Showtime really is going to be able to catch Rogue off guard somewhere. Unless if he tries to do that mothership core recall kind of stuff that we often see from Zest.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be very fun.
It would be.
The lurkers on the left side not really getting a whole lot done. Right side almost caught Showtime a little off guard, but Showtime actually did mean to keep his army there. It very quickly responded, and Rogue's not really finding much success with that, again, more mobile army. Eventually, I do think we're going to see a big ol' round of Corruptors, as he now is double upgrading, double Spire. But yeah, it is still stuck on the Hydra Lurker, and that could be a little bit concerning, you know, because Rogue didn't actually have like a 10,000 bank to instantly transfer over into Corruptors. He's actually starting it now, and it's 5 Corruptors. It's not too impressive. When Showtime actually does find him to push, maybe after defending this Hydra attack, it might be a little bit scary for Rogue to hold on, but he's got plenty of creep spread to buy himself some time.
Yeah, and I don't know if you already mentioned it, but I'm seeing a severe lack of Vipers as well, right? The Spellcast is one of the main things that makes Zerg so strong in that late game, and so far Rogue kind of neglecting that entire part of the Zerg force.
That is a very good point as well. Like, again, like that when you see a Zerg build like 20 Corruptors at once, like usually we see at least a couple of Vipers as well. But again, not 20 Corruptors at once and no Spellcasters. They can be a little bit sketch, you know, like, yeah, feedback's gotten better against them, so there could be some argument against, you know, diving headfirst into it, but it pretty much is a necessity as we get into super late game. Now, Showtime just takes what he thinks is, I guess, easy to grab, just a base, and then pulls back, as, I guess, Rogue is threatening his 5th base, and he doesn't want to exactly base trade this, so I still think Showtime has the superior situation right now, but Rogue is buying himself that important time to add on all the Hive tech, all the Spire tech, even getting an Ultralisk Cavern, which...
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it can be an option to deal with the ground army that's left over, you know, the High Templars, getting rid of that feedback, getting rid of the Storms, but... gosh, Ultras are really expensive, and sometimes they look really stupid. And like, I'm like not sure Rogue can afford that.
Yeah, we already have quite a few Immortals out on the map as well to deal with the Lurkers. Well, I say quite a few, there's 2 right there. Okay, there's 2 more right there. There's a couple of them, you know. They do pretty darn good against the Ultralisk as well, so... I don't know. Is this just Rogue being a little bit overconfident, perhaps? He hasn't quite lost too much of his eco just... bouts, but I don't know, it is making me a little bit worried seeing him stick around on this lower tier unit composition for quite a while.
I think he knows how to control the game, and I think certainly, I don't know if he's thinking about this, but just as someone who's cast a lot of Showtime, I do know that Showtime's one weakness still is kind of not having that bloodthirst. Like, he's not like Rogue, he won't just attack and kind of be like, well, I'm pretty sure this is going to win. He might, in his mind, say, you know what, I think I have an opportunity, but then he'll pull back. He's a safe player. So either Rogue knows that or is, you know, felt the same type of allowance, maybe against his stats. Stats also might not quite kill him when given an opportunity. I don't know, but Rogue seems to know that he can play around a little bit more. Because even though he's not in a spectacular position, his bank is actually really abysmal for a late-game DVP. He is slowly adding on everything that he needs before Showtime, you know, cuts the head off, all right? Like, Rogue's lost a thumb, a toe, you know, not great things to lose, but he's not actually dead.
Yeah, you can reattach some of those again at some later points. But yeah, I think you're making a great point there. We actually saw this maybe a little bit there from Showtime as the push was happening on the right side as well. The nice catch down that War Prism. Quick reacting on the... oh my god, a High Templar killing drones! Now I've seen it all.
Oh, I can't believe that happened.
You got 2 of them as well. It's pretty nuts.
Where'd you go, High Templar?
You get a medal. But yeah, now we're also seeing the Tempest upgrade here coming out for Showtime. That is just mostly there to really deal with the Spore Crawlers and such, right?
Yeah, affects the structures. literally put in there by Blizzard because they thought the spore colony forest was spore colonies. It's not the word. The spore crawler forests were a little too strong. I mean, they certainly helped the Zerg. I wouldn't say that it's exactly what the Protoss players were struggling with, but on top of everything else that has changed in late game, primarily that feedback range given a buff. Yeah, I mean, as you were talking about 6 minutes ago, you know, there are some Protoss players who go like, actually, you know, if we get there, it's pretty good for us, which, I mean, so far, everything seems to be going swimmingly for Showtime. He's kept all of his bases alive, even grabbing a forward 6th. He kept Rogue's bank low up until now. Now there hasn't really been a lot of engagements. And, you know, any fight he took, he was pretty good about it. Now it should be a little more questionable, because Rogue has really, I think, gotten to a superior force. He's adding those corruptors, got some really good upgrades, got some answers for the ground army, which, again, those ultras could do their job, or could get stuck around on the stack defense and look really dumb. I'm eager to see which one it is.
Yeah, it can be either or. It's similar. It's almost a testament to Rogue as well, right? He's also one of those players, well, he could do really, really well, or, you know, he could just kind of fall off really quickly. It's all to see right now. Rogue actually going to be the one getting a little bit aggressive here. The Lurk is getting again on that left side base. The Ultralisk doing alright, tanking the cannons, I suppose, right now. But the Immortals here, yeah, cleaning up this force rather handedly. And there's not that much minerals in the bank for Rogue, so I wonder if this this kind of maneuver is something he can afford to do multiple times here.
Yeah, you wouldn't say so. I mean, that was not that much of an army for Showtime to defend how much Rogue threw at him. I mean, that was a lot of lurkers.
Yeah.
The resources lost isn't totally, you know, abhorrent there. Like, it's about what we'd expect, I suppose, for the Zerg side of things. But, yeah, it's not really... Rogue's not breaking Showtime. Rogue, I don't think, is making Showtime uncomfortable. And, I think that's going to be a point in favor of Showtime, right? Who is still expanding and is still building up a bank. So even if he does flub a defense, which he hasn't really so far, he can recover from 1 or 2 flubs.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, Rogue is taking that entire left side. A couple of yoinks getting those Void Rays. I like the Void Rays to be mixed in with this as well, of course, against those Corruptors do quite a bit of work. I don't know how... Showtime... I always like to see a couple of Archons underneath as well, but I suppose he would know this a little bit better than I. Just makes me feel a little bit safer seeing a Protoss army with a little bit of AoE damage there as well against Corruptor stacking up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, right? Like 1 or 2 Archons could be a really big deal, but I guess that's also kind of the job of the Void Rays. So this is the Ultra problem that I was kind of talking about. Like the cannons hold them in place, the Immortals chunk through them. I love the storms. They don't really add too much, but why not? Yeah, they're there, right? So, yep. But this is like, that's not exactly what you would expect from the Ultras. Like, apparently Rogue is just trying to run by and force Showtime to respond, so that I guess Showtime's in a very urgent, hurried type of situation. So that's when you see the mistakes, you see the abducts, you see the parasitic bombs not split against. But Showtime's not even really responding. Like, he's very confident in his left side defense. Like, his main army actually just stays over here. Yeah. So that idea isn't really working there for Rogue.
Definitely an interesting one. And that base, as well, it's not that much mining going on anymore. I suppose if he breaks through it, he's going to be able to threaten the production facilities sort of Showtime. But other than that, I don't know how much value he's going to be getting there. By the way, the army composition of Rogue right now, it's pretty much like he's foregone any of the Lurker attack right now, right? It's one of the staple units that we're continuously seeing in the late game ZVP, but here we have Rogue just kind of opting to go for Ultralisk instead, entirely.
I mean, I kind of understand it. A couple of Lurkers maybe would get the burrow and wouldn't be target fired, would help again take out the High Templars, because that's, you know, a big portion of the army, or the feedbacks and the storms both. But I do think that a little brute force, a little bit of just jumping on top of the army with pure Ultra Corruptor might actually be a little more in mind for Rogue whenever he does take on the main army, which still hasn't happened, by the way. Kind of doing it now with the Corruptor as well as Ultras take down the left side, but again, that left side not as weak as Rogue is ever hoping. Showtime's very good about replacing the cannons, which aren't just, you know, there for the power, but also for the SimCity, messing up those Ultras. But I guess now Rogue is like, you know what? Kind of done with that idea. Maybe a couple for the ground army, but then we just had a lot more Corruptors. So he is now focusing more on what we what we would expect, you know, like the Scarlet Estrella thing, right? Like a little more in that just like corruptors and abducts, although Broodlords are being added in.
Yeah.
Which is really super late game.
Throwing away some of those drones, opening up more supply here. I don't mind, honestly. You don't need that many drones anymore. There's not that many bases left to mine from anyway, so probably a good idea to open up some of that supply right now. This is kind of adorable. This is worse than the Viking versus the Ultralisk. This is...
Yeah, right?
This is a slaughter.
Yeah.
I wonder... Well, the Broodlords, of course, gonna do pretty well against the static defenses here. Maybe that is going to finally be able to kind of break this left side for Rogue, but at the same time... No, you know what? Overall, I like the Ultralisk better than... Or the Broodlords better than the Ultralisk for this one.
Yeah, they are finally taking care of the left a little bit more. That is actually going to force a response from the air army, which so far Showtime has not really moved with. I mean, I guess he could wait for his reinforcing Tempests to take care of it, which kind of seems to be the plan. I mean, the one really dangerous thing for Showtime is that he doesn't have much vision, right? There's creep everywhere. He can't get a revelation because it would probably be like one revelation, Oracle dies, one revelation, Oracle dies, right? So he doesn't quite know if Rogue will ever fully commit to one side or another, or if the Corruptors or Vipers are going to abduct another mothership. Like, he is kind of playing in the dark, but I don't know, it's probably one of the more comfortable places to be in the dark. You know, on 6 bases, kind of moving into your opponent's would-be 3rd or 4th.
So many bases, or so many static defenses as well there. It's kind of funny seeing these defensive lines so close to one another. But I guess that's just kind of how it goes in CVP late game right now. How would you even, like, try to come to a conclusion here? It feels like both are pretty much set. Well, maybe Rogue not as much, but it seems like Showtime is pretty much set to be like, alright, well, I got half the map, you got half the map. Let's just try to trade as efficiently as possible, and then ultimately you're going to run a lot quicker out of stuff than I will.
I think right now Showtime is thinking the only way I get to really screw this up is by engaging. If I engage and have an atrocious fight, he's going to remax faster than I am. Even though Rogue doesn't have as much of a bank, he now at least has a bank that you would expect in a late game. Okay. I'm gonna recall away from that a little bit awkwardly. Alright. Anyways, well, Ultras actually might do something finally. But is it important that they do something on the left side? They don't even really. I don't know about that.
That's a good point. It does open up a bit of a pathway there for Showtime as well on the right side. I'm surprised that the Corruptors and the Vipers went together as much with those Broodlords as I saw, but anyway, yeah. So, all right, I think we kind of have a good idea as to how Showtime wants to end this, but if you were Rogue right now, I mean, what are the decisive plays that you need to make it to make this work still in your favor?
Yeah, I think he's been trying it, you know, kind of low-key because it's not been, like, super successful, but he's really been trying to make Showtime come to him in any fashion. Go over this creep, go over ledges so that the Corruptors and the Vipers can really get their job done. But every time Showtime just pulls back to static defense and is clearly paying attention, so he's clearly going to have feedbacks and whatnot, yeah, Rogue can't really push into that. So Rogue is trying to do the appropriate thing. It's just that it's not worked for the past, like, I mean, honestly, 15 minutes, because we kind of, like, jumped past the mid-game pretty fast, didn't we? So, I'm not really sure what Rogue does, honestly. Like, he just has to kind of wait for Showtime to come to him, but... and then, it'd be a really boring StarCraft game.
Imagine both of them just sitting in their own bases right now, being like, alright, as long as I don't go to him, I will win this. And then ultimately, you know, everything mined out. We get some weird draw situation here with both players still maxed out. I certainly hope not, but it's gonna be a weird one nonetheless. Okay, Rogue is gaining some momentum here. I think this is a great way to do it, right? Forcing the army to move back and forth, and this way he can slowly whittle away at the static defenses. And this is a good way to dry out the overall resources that did get gathered up here by Showtime.
Showtime could just, like, literally give up that base and probably just put static defense in the middle if you wanted, or he could clear that up and put static defense back where he had it. Like, either way, mineral's not a problem for Showtime. Neither is gas. So that's what's really going to limit Rogue. Like, on 5,000 gas, Rogue shouldn't feel super comfortable remaxing on 20 Corruptors. That's not going to happen. So he is still the one that needs to be more careful. And he knows that this is also, like, the attrition war is not going to go favorably since he has been pushing, he has been losing resources. Even though he has the same number of bases, it's not going to go well for him. So I think he is still just depending on an opening, you know, finding a weaker point where there's not stacked defense, and now he's at least cleared out this left base, which might open up into the natural, which then might open up into the main, and on top of production. And that might force Showtime to respond in that awkward manner I was talking about earlier. But I don't know if Rogue ever wins a fight pushing up into Showtime. Doesn't seem like that's really going to be possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is coming closer to that main base right now. There's not a lot of static defenses over there, so it looks like Showtime is fairly okay with losing quite a bit here of the production facilities. I know that he made a couple more Stargates on the right side as well, but I mean, the Robos, the High Templar tech and all that stuff, he will have to remake that somewhere else if that main base ever breaks down, of course.
I actually like that Showtime is continuing to upgrade. So he's not full on upgrades yet. He's missing armor for his ground. And that he's getting Blink. You know, his idea right now is not to add on Blink Stalkers, I'm pretty sure. But we've seen quite a few late game scenarios where, you know, they have a bunch of Corruptors left. Maybe a handful of Broodlords, but not much else. Because, you know, that final battle just happens in the blink of an eye. And should they have the resources to reinforce like 20 Stalkers, maybe momentum would have been in the Protoss' favor. We've seen that. So I like that he's getting it as an option, even though, you know, it might not be necessary or even that good. But I like that he's getting the option.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point here. Rogue's still making a little bit of headway here, but really, as you said, yeah, Showtime, well, kind of holding on barely here. Rogue is well on the right side, trying to push in there with the Corruptors and the Vipers. We haven't seen that many abducts yet either. Is that something you would have expected to happen a little bit more? So at least I would have myself.
Yeah, they've been a couple, like 2 motherships coming up.
Yeah. Like
maybe
for a
a
30-minute game,
yeah.
You know?
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But it's again because Showtime has been so good about keeping his air army defensively postured, never going over a bunch of dead air and, you know, non cannons on shield batteries. So that's just kudos to Showtime. I feel like Rogue is very experienced in the late game. You know, Rogue has gone through every phase of being like known for his late game, known for his early game, known for his mid game, and that's what makes him such a good player. So I think he would be familiar to what to do in the situation, but even with that in mind, I would not be surprised if Rogue was kind of like, son of a, come on, like, come on, just like move. Like, he's getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, for sure.
He's finally making some headway in threatening Showtime's production. So maybe this will finally like force Showtime to move when his main starts to get under attack. But I feel like Showtime could clear this up and then build like 50 cannons. Like literally 50 cannons. If he was really scared of that.
You know, in his main base, you mean?
Yeah, in his main base, or clear up the natural and do it again. But he's actually just kind of letting the natural go. So the cannons did come up in the main base. I just missed them completing. And maybe even more than that, honestly, because why not? You got almost 12,000 minerals.
Sure, yeah, and you know what, holding a nice ramp area here, those Zerglings and Ultralisks not having the greatest of time so far. There's no Immortal, so these Ultralisks will actually be able to do quite a bit against the Gateway forces, of course, but then again, with all those cannons behind there, those High Templar just kind of bunkered in as well. It's like a Protoss bunker we're seeing here.
Oh no, the Ultra swiping me. We'll eventually have Storms to help out for the future, but he's actually lost his Robos, so he's replacing it. Like 1 or 2 Immortals have been doing fabulous jobs at holding. Like 6 Immortals have died in this game, and I feel like they've killed all 20 Ultras. Yeah. Honestly, like they've been doing a very good job, so.
52 cannons, actually, Mapu pointing this out. That's a lot of cannons. There's probably still more on the map right now. Rogue, another thing I'm noticing is that, you know what, some of these Zerg plays, they will make a ton of Spore Crawlers. Rogue not doing that as much, so he will have more overall stuff to commit to the aggression as he's doing right now, right? More money for Lynx, more money for Ultras and stuff like this. But yeah, that's another little interesting difference, perhaps I'm seeing from the Korean Zerg here, as I'm supposed to be seeing from someone like Cyril or something like that, you know?
He's got a handful, but I guess the time he did make it in a forward position, they got taken down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That is why the Tempest got what they did, and why Showtime made sure to actually get the upgrade and not forget that it existed. It's doing a fabulous job helping clear things up a lot quicker. Showtime is feeling maybe a little bit more pressured, or yeah, I guess he's feeling more pressured. You know, these bases might not matter as far as mining goes, but when you're down to just like 3 bases, even if you have as big of a bank as Showtime, you gotta like imagine being in his seat. Like, it feels uncomfortable because to Showtime's vision, he doesn't see anything. Like, it's all Rogue if we were to actually look at the vision of Showtime. So I can imagine Showtime feels pressured, especially because he doesn't know how much bank Rogue has. We know that he's down to sub 5,000 gas. So that might be where we start seeing Showtime make mistakes, and Rogue actually finally starts getting those decent engagements that he's been trying to kind of force, I think, this entire game.
Yeah, for sure. And we're actually approaching quite rapidly here the fully maxed, well, not the maxed out, but the fully mined out scenario. So ultimately, we might have a situation where both these players can throw all of their workers in the field as well and just sacrifice them. Just to have a full 200 army supply each, which would be quite a strange scenario, which I haven't really seen myself all that often. At all, maybe, actually.
Oh god, I think it's gonna happen. The last one was a Stray of our Scarlet for me, which is like a month ago at this point, so I think we are headed that direction. There's just like no reason to have mining. Like, Death War actually, despite being a fairly large map, like just, you know, size-wise, like, I mean, I guess theoretically it doesn't have that many bases. It's not like, Ultraseam Stronghold, to throw out like a really old map for you guys. It's not like that. So we actually are to a point where almost everything is mined out. Even though it's only a 34-minute game. Certainly seen longer. So I think you do just get rid of all your workers. Try to get the ultimate army.
Huh. Again, the main base under a little bit of pressure. This time around, it is the Brood Lord, so let's see how Showtime will try to deal with this. Is he going to try to push out, or is he going to try to recall? Looks like it will be the recall. Then the right side, the most fortified place right now. There's not much else than cannons and shield batteries at this location.
Yeah, I'm not sure the recall was actually, or the full recall. He's cleverer than we are.
Yes,
I did not realize his mothership was left over there, but that is a good idea. I mean, now I can't go back, though, too quickly. So he knows that he's kind of already headed that direction. And now I can't recall even a handful of Tempests to try and stop those Brood Lords from very slowly clearing up his entire main.
Yeah, Immortals as well. Some like Templar there, so maybe some more supply freed up here to perhaps gain some more stuff on this right side here. Okay, Mothership again. There's the 400s.
Yeah.
That was used this time, right? It used the recall, so there was some use.
And it even took like a, you know, it didn't get just like immediately one shot, you know, too. But one of the problems that we see is, I mean, and not to say this is like, you know, so obviously what he has to do, but one of the problems we see from Protoss players is that they are very hesitant to engage, even when forced upon. And even when, if they did engage, maybe they would do a much better job than retreating. We see a lot of Protosses immediately think of retreating when they get pounced on. That's one of the powers of the Zerg, is that they pounce on a Protoss, take, you know, the Abducts, take the Mothership, and the Protoss player goes, oh no, I'm like away from my cannons, my storms aren't prepared, my feedbacks aren't hitting, I need to run back, and so they lose a couple extra units on the run back, as opposed to actually engaging and getting all of the interceptors flown out. And we've seen actually like pretty even terrible examples of that, where it's like, well, you really should have engaged. Yeah. But it's understandable. I'm trying to make it like, it is understandable why the Protoss player would be like, I didn't get my setup, I didn't get my situation correct. It's always the Zerg who gets their situation correct. Yeah. But sure. I do wonder if that's going to be ultimately Showtime's downfall. Because, you know, he has this big bank, he can afford to lose some things, and it's fine right now, but I'd be a little scared that if Showtime is never really going to engage, Rogue might continue to get to, you know, freer units than he should, getting better abducts, more engagements on his, I guess, his side, right? So it's a little scary, but I'm not quite there yet to being actually scared for Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, that army is still looking quite tremendous. It is mostly Tempest, though, so it is still aimed to slowly poke away as well. Maybe that is also a part why he is a bit more emotional to being like, okay, I need to retreat in these situations. But it's something interesting as well that you see with, like, Corruptus or something fighting against Battlecruise is a very obvious example. As soon as those Yamato cannons go off and they try to run away from the Yamato cannons or something like that, you know they're gonna hit, but yeah, maybe you would be able to just have a better trade instead of trying to run away from it.
I think it's a really good point to bring out the actual balance of the Protoss army right now. 16 Tempest actually seems like an awful lot.
Yeah.
I know carriers can seem like a meme, but if you have 10 carriers, and again, all of the interceptors are actually out and attacking fully upgraded, that actually is a lot of firepower.
Yeah, sure.
The Tempest, their actual DPS, right? Their speed of attack is not actually that impressive. So they do a little worse in those, like, surprise, we're fighting moments.
Yeah, for certain. And, like, very often they all attack the same target as well, right? So, overall the DPS goes even down further because there's a lot of lost DPS and all those projectiles kind of flowing into nothingness as they try to hit the same Brute Lord or the same Corruptor.
Yeah, overkill's pretty big on the Tempest. I feel like Showtime actually thinks he's going to lose this game, which he might. He actually just kind of laughed on his camera. Knowing that these engagements when he's away from a static defense has not gone so well. And now, this is another problem that exists, right? Is that if he loses this left base as well somehow, he is actually in a now base race problem, where if he does move to try and kill or engage, Rogue just, like, circumvents him and kills his buildings. Like,
that's a good
that
point.
is not something we would have expected, you know, at 30 minutes, but here we are at almost 40. We're finally going to have an engagement. Big concave of Corruptors. He's trying to split a little bit away from the parasitic bombs. Void Rays are getting a good prismatic Elan on the left side, but is there enough DPS? Those Tempests we were talking about, they're not necessarily that great in this scenario. A couple of storms coming up from a War Prism is a very good idea, but they're not really hitting as much as they would like. The supply is currently in favor of Rogue, but look at the bank. Showtime should not lead if he can reinforce.
Yeah.
Can he reinforce? What's he gonna reinforce with?
I mean, he has the Blink upgrade, right? Maybe that's something, anything. Making High Templars right now. Couple more Void Rays as well on the way. It is mainly Corruptus he's fighting, so it's not a bad idea. He still has a Fleet Beacon available as well, but carriers and such take such an enormous amount of time to be created, so it makes sense that he doesn't feel comfortable trying to remake all of those. And he goes back into the Tempest right here, Zombie Grub.
Well, the one thing the Tempests are definitely great at is attacking from this, high ground, from the static defense. So I think that's what he's more so thinking of. Rogue's getting a little bit desperate to be moving in and actually engaging here. He's actually rebuilt a bunch of Queens because he has no more gas to help out. So he's thinking, I'll transfuse my Corruptors and that'll save the day. I don't know, maybe he's correct. But it's going to be difficult to actually break Showtime. He can't take on the army and the static defense.
Oh dear. What a way to open up today, you know, just Showtime versus Rogue in a 40-minute game. Showtime, you know, maybe he's just aiming to try and make this go all the way into the midnight time zone for the Koreans, right? It is getting, it's around 7 or 8 p.m. right now for them. He still has a couple of hours to go, but ultimately, maybe Rogue will get sleepy in that sense. Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe him and Here Marine made a plan together, and they're like, just really late here, and we'll both get out of this alive.
Exactly. Oh, that would be something. We'll get to see it if Hero Marine also suddenly starts to play super defensively. Most likely he wouldn't. At least not a 41-minute game. You don't see these all too often in the TVP matchup.
No, not too often. The it's so funny. I feel like Rogue is just lost. Like, his gas tank wasn't going to be good enough to do what he did. He needed, like, a slam dunk victory, and then needed to also, like, get, adrenal gland lings on top of the static defense. Well, yeah. Showtime rebuilt. That didn't quite happen. He took an okay fight, but not enough to make up for the amount of gas he was lacking. And yet still, I'm like, well, it's Rogue. Hold on. Let's just imagine a day, a situation where Queen transfuses do actually win. It'll be right now. It'll be this guy.
I mean, the transfusions are, in fact, really important, as you point out. That gas bank is a really important thing, because the only thing that Rogue can make right now is those Zerglings, pretty much, right? And maybe more Queens. Maybe that would be the better option, actually. He has creep going towards the front of Showtime's base, but well, it is going to be a difficult one. Maybe more static defense, but I mean, he is living in a place where there's not a lot of dough going around anymore for either of these players, actually. Also, both fully maxed out. There's only 3 workers combined on the map right now. And yeah, Showtime getting a little bit further forwards here. Starting to make these engagements happen. 14 Void Rays versus 29 Corruptors. Also having the 15 Tempest. It does seem a little bit playable here for Showtime.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I love that Rogue did try what I was, he could try and make like a more of a base race scenario by catching Showtime whenever he moves out. But there is actually so much static defense. Oh my god, these Archons. He actually goes for the surround. He tries to take out the Archons. That is a bold move. Yeah. I guess if he does trade out Lings for gas, but at this point Rogue doesn't even have minerals. So I don't know if that's really
true.
Well, I don't know. The base race thing is not going to work, apparently. I love that Rogue tried to come in and at least take down the static defense. Not an actual base race, but at least take that down. I love that he tried. But Showtime hadn't actually moved far enough away, so there's always that little kind of safer place for Showtime to run back to if he has to.
Showtime would not want to let this go to a draw at all. He is going to be moving forwards again here, and this time around, Rogue will not go for the base rate. He is going to go for the engagement here. All the Corruptors coming in from multiple flanks, trying to negate the AoE damage from the High Templar and the Archons. The Void Rays zapping away. A lot of the Queens actually being targeted by the Void Rays. And I think that may be a problem because those Corruptors are adding in so much damage. And oh my dear lord, is Showtime actually losing this one? It looks like he will.
No! How did he? Oh my god, he did not actually pay attention to his army enough. The Void Rays were prismatically aligned on a bunch of Queens. I mean, maybe some Spore Crows as well, but that still wasn't ideal. The prismatic alignment is for the Corruptors. If he had, I mean, unfortunately, if he had canceled to get to the Corruptors, that also would have made him a little less effective, but I think it would have still been better to try and target fire those Queens. That was a beautiful engagement by Rogue. I mean, the Concave was fantastic, and then catching Showtime behind basically the important enemy lines. Those Void Rays on the front were the dangerous thing to those Corruptors, and they were not in the correct place.
Yeah.
I mean, was it a little bit lucky that Showtime popped the prismatic alignment as fast as he did? I suppose. But Rogue has had a brilliant engagement, and now has made it a possibility that he might actually win this game. 3 Void Rays, 3 High Templars. I mean, I guess it's about to be 6 Void Rays, right? But again, still 10 Queens and 12 Corruptors.
There's some cannons and shield batteries as well, maybe to help out somewhat, but ultimately those Brood Lords will just continuously shoot away from afar and force the Void Race away from this location. Rogue, it looks like he has done it with an almost 360-degree surround on that army of Showtime. That was quite spectacular. Maybe also a point to make is that Showtime did move into a location where he could get himself surrounded that much. That Archon just barely survives as well. Oh.
Yeah. You know, and I think what also happened was that, like, Showtime, like, so much of the default, the habit of Protoss is to kind of split a little bit because they're like, oh my god, parasitic bombs are so effective, right? Like, 3 parasitic bombs both on my Void Rays, on my Tempest, and on whatever else. Ooh, it's terrible. I feel like if Showtime had actually just bulked up his army, that actually would have been better. Like, if his army was just one big clump. Because there wasn't, I don't think there was many, if any, parasitic bombs. And there certainly wasn't any fungals. We haven't seen infestors this entire game.
True. Yeah.
So, it goes against every, like, innate feeling a Protoss has. Anyone has against a Zerg player or any late game scenario. You're always thinking about splitting, but I think that actually might have killed him. He's obviously looking very uncomfortable. Like, he still has a chance, though, because 6 Void Rays, if they are only against the Corruptors, it's like a maybe, like on, with the shield batteries as well. Or if the Queens somehow get killed, I don't know by what, but if somehow they did, like, he could split up this army and maybe win, but altogether, I'm afraid that Rogue actually eventually wins. I don't know, because he also takes down the static defense. I don't know, actually. I've never been in the situation before. I'm just going to admit that I don't know.
I think also that Rogue may have a slight advantage here overall. It is just healing units versus healing units indeed, and it's a weird one. But then like the overall real engagement method here for Rogue seems a little bit more beneficial to him, right? Those Brootlings from afar continuously being shot. We don't have a single Tempest anymore to kind of counteract against that, so as long as Rogue gets the full use of those Brute Lords, I think he may be okay with this.
It's so hard to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, so much of it does come down to like a couple of energy, right? The transfuses versus the storms versus the shield batteries as well. So, I mean, I feel like neither player really wants to push in. Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh, lordy.
Safe.
So this is like theoretically a draw potential, but they'd have to like both like agree to it, which I don't think either one of them's gonna willingly agree quite yet.
Yeah.
Just because it is so difficult for Rogue to push in, even though, you know, if there wasn't sag defense, I think he does win fairly easily. And then Showtime's like, well, if I can just grab one unit at a time with prismatic alignment micro. Oh no! All right, well that kind of might be it then.
Oh yeah. Let's get back with some of that stuff, but yeah, without the real micro possibility there. I don't know. Here we go again. Actually, an engagement from Rogue will move forwards. Those spore crawlers now even further ahead, and oh, nice feedbacks there on a couple of queens, but oh no, the High Templar, oh, just barely staying alive. Nope,
I think Rogue's got this.
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing to have happen, but Rogue is using it correctly. Prismatic Alarm on the Broodlord does take one of them out. Gonna go after the Corruptors, actually just engaging. Archons are getting some attacks in, but it's not gonna be nearly enough. The Queens are even helping the actual attack that time. GG. What a weird end to that game. And Showtime, oh, unfortunately, he did it. He had the winning maneuver, man. He had the winning army.
Yeah.
And positioning was just too strong for the Zerg. Oh.
That was rough. That was rough. I think he was prioritizing mostly trying to get the Archons and the High Templar to get as much AoE damage as possible, but with how well those Corruptors were spread out, it was a very difficult thing to do. And then the Void Rays kind of being neglected a little bit there as well, as you mentioned. All those Queens just being targeted down, it's not an efficient way to deal DPS with those Void Rays. And yeah, ultimately, Rogue taking it just off the back of that one fight there in the end. After, what was it, like 45 minutes of just a struggle back and forth. And yeah, then a couple of minutes later, when both players are on like around the 70-40 supply left, no workers, not a single thing to mine anymore on the map, Rogue manages to still get that engagement going and yeah, takes the game ultimately, putting himself 1-0 on the board. Potentially still 2 more games between these two.
Oh god, yeah. It's gonna be really difficult, I feel, to come back from that, you know? Like, I'm not sure Rogue gives that same game a chance, especially because he was, like, you know, theoretically losing it for quite some time. Being, like, having almost 10,000 gas disadvantage at one point. More like I guess 7,000 or 8,000, but still, like, that's not a good position. So, now that Showtime has gotten, like, his you know, probably one chance to play a game like that,
yeah.
And it didn't work. I don't know how he's feeling like mentally going into the next game. He is still up against Rogue, so the hope that had built up over about 20 minutes in that last game has now just been dashed. It's just like no hope. Like, oh god, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mentally, it's gonna be hard to recover.
It is, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know if you saw it kind of like us as well, right? Because we had the overall overview, and we saw that he did have the army that I think both of us thought theoretically he should be able to take this one here. So it got so close, and honestly, you know, if he kind of has that same mindset, perhaps that's going to bring him to the point where he's like, you know what? I only had one bad fight. I had one bad fight where overall I think I could have been able to take it. Maybe that is going to, you know, help him out a little bit as well. Maybe give him a bit more of a confidence boost, even though he did lose it, you know?
I guess if you could focus in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could just focus in on a 40-minute game and be like, you know what, it was just like one bad maneuver.
Yeah.
And otherwise, he was doing a brilliant job at defending all of the, you know, typical Zerg tactics, all the rogue engagements. So, yeah, it's definitely a positive way to look at it. We'll see if he can do it. We're on Romanticide, one of the new maps in the top left as the green Zerg. He is Jin Air's Rogue.
And his opponent, the German, the Wall of Protoss. He is, of course, in the red. He is from Team Big. Showtime. Okay. I wonder if we're once again in for a long haul here. Whenever I see that probe running across for the hatchery block, I'm always in my mind, okay, well, maybe adepts. Get that little bit of an advantage. I actually heard from a coach for Alpha X as well that, like, in Korea for a long time, whenever you did see the probe blocking that hatchery, it's like a 90% chance the Adept Glaives are coming in. Of course, things have changed quite a bit since then, honestly. The Stargate opening just seems to be the new fashionable trend around the ZVP or the PVZ matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with him, a couple months ago. Right? Like, absolutely. Especially on some of the maps, like an Everdream, right? But
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely changed. I mean, I feel like it was, at that point, almost everyone was doing it to lead into the Adepts, but then it's kind of back to just, like, what's your preference? What's your feeling? I would say that Showtime, for what I knew, like, a month ago watching his PvPs, I didn't think he did it that often. But clearly, he wants to do it against Rogue. He wants to get it done.
Yeah.
Does it again here on Romanticide. So, we'll see if he does change things up. I mean, it would be cool to see a change up from the Protoss' side. I was talking about last game, like, I'm kind of looking more at what Rogue is going to do, because we expect him to be more aggressive, more cutthroat. Nothing happened. Not really.
Yeah.
So now it's like, well, okay, both players do something. Like, are you really going to win another 40-minute game, or are you going to do something a little bit more interesting in the early game?
We'll have to wait and see, honestly. I mean, I'm still expecting Rogue to be the one, if there is any aggression, to be the aggressor here. But we'll have to wait and see. Only Rogue really knows. We do see, while full circling, still a regular number. Other than that, Showtime should be throwing down his tech structure pretty soon as well. It is again the Stargates.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna expect. I'm actually trying to click on this live feed. I'm gonna expect that he does go into a macro game, but there are a variety of things you can do after the Stargate, so we'll be paying close attention to. His gas times would probably be a little bit normal, 330, but then, like, what tech structures he does add on. So Romanticide, I think, is one of the middle maps rush distance-wise, so that's not really a defining feature of it. I think it's like 35 seconds, like, pretty normal. But Romanticide does have a couple of other things that are kind of, unique to it. Obviously, the Bridge Fest being gas, and then the pathway to this base that we see right now, there's 2 pathways, and then a very open middle, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe there's something that you can find to abuse, but I don't know, with how open the middle is, I'd actually be a little afraid as a Protoss player moving into a Zerg for anything that isn't a surprise. But can he actually get a surprise? I mean, Rogue's scouting wasn't exactly thorough. He mostly scouted off of what he saw with, like, an outward ling or a single Overlord, not, like, double or Overlord speed. So maybe there could be a surprise element, but that's not what we know Showtime for.
Yeah, that is certainly true. I wonder how much Rogue knows Showtime as well. I suspect he knows him a lot better than in the heydays, right, where Koreans were just like, oh, the best European? I have no idea what this man does in any sense of the word, but I think those things definitely changed. I'm pretty certain he will have some information about Showtime just being the defensive Protoss, kind of the EU stats in a way. Again, the triple Oracle opening here as well. So that is a safe opening as also. And you mentioned the openness in the middle of this map here. And I mean, already it is quite open. But the sheer amount of rocks that are in the middle as well, that is rather ridiculous. There's so many rocks that just further open up this area. And can make things rather dicey indeed for that Protoss.
Yeah, it's the, for Terrans, if they can run back through the rocks, it's actually pretty abusive for a tank spot. For the Protoss, if they can kind of bait, back into it, then obviously they can also force field cut off. But to actually dig into the fourth that Rogue would take out here in the middle, yeah, you have to be out in the kind of the open and have to run back quickly to abuse those rocks in the middle. So obviously when the mapmaker designed this, they were like, well, I don't want to make a super abusive tank spot or a force fieldable spot. So they're very mindful. I mean, I've heard from multiple people at this point that this may be the best map pool ever. We'll see, I guess, to be determined. But It seemed pretty high regards for it.
Yeah, that's quite early actually to say these types of things, you know. But I can kind of get behind it. It does feel like with the overall criticism, perhaps that went back and forth between pro players and map makers, that maybe something good did come out of it, because overall it seems like these newer maps do take into account a lot of the things that perhaps were sometimes neglected in the earlier parts of the newer maps.
I think they've been pretty good about not using, you know, not giving totally abusable spots for a while, but as far as balancing the whole cake, Zergs need these big open areas versus the other races needing kind of smaller areas versus also things to consider for TVP. Like, it is absolutely a balancing act, and inevitably one thing will favor someone, but there's always supposed to be, you know, checks and balances, I suppose, which seem to be taken into account from what I've heard. From what, you know, my play doesn't matter, but the pros seem to be okay with it. So, a very similar build from last game for both players, I believe. So, Rogue with a kind of like a safety Roach Warren, but already up to almost 60 workers. Showtime not quite getting, like, amazing damage on with the Oracles, but little bits here and there while keeping all three alive. Yeah, again, they have that perfect game from our Protoss. And then, on to the macro game, so, oh boy. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely here as both players are approaching the later game army compositions. I was not expecting Rogue. Oh wait, no, there's a change up here. We have him going into the Swarm host immediately. So, all right. Maybe we will see a little bit of Nidus not working, but we saw actually in this tournament as well. I don't know if you saw that game as well. It was, I believe it was Cyril going for Swarm host, but then neglecting the entirety of the Nidus Swim as well. Just kind of maneuvering it back and forth and using his Roach Force as a way to pin down the Protoss army in one place. Whenever the Protoss army tried to engage, he would move back with those Roaches, and this would create openings for the Swarm host to kind of just walk across the fields and start attacking other areas.
Well, if he does it, then obviously it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Cyril shows the way. I feel like Nidus Swarms are like still cheap enough that it is almost always worth it to add on eventually, but the initial attack certainly going to be more of a just punch to the face. Oracle gets scouting on the Swarm host and might even take one or two of them down while Showtime defends his fourth base. Shield battery is already out of juice, but Rogue didn't have a whole lot to offer there. So much of the supply is now locked into those Swarm hosts.
A couple of storms here helping out rather nicely. Also the nuclear battery helping out as well. Not even a single hit point lost on that Nexus right there. Just shield stuff going down a little bit. So well done indeed there by Showtime. A good response. And you think it would be worth maybe getting a couple more units out of that Stargate now that he does know it's the Swarm host?
That's a good question. I mean, I wonder if a single Voider would really help all that much. Now Rogue is bringing Queens with this, and that's a very smart idea. So, yeah, I don't think it'll be quite worth it. He can do other things to try and keep track of the Swarm hosts, especially since the Nidus Swarm isn't going to be in play. Just has to be very careful about actually splitting up his army or keeping it all together in case this happens. The Locust actually being used with the Roach Ravager. If he's mis-split, it could be a real problem. He's not actually mis-split, but it's still going to be a problem. He's still got to back away, try and help with his shield batteries. Oracle's even coming in to help out a little bit. But Showtime has a big Zealot run by actually drawing a lot of the Roaches back home, so he'll safely secure his fourth base, even if he lost a couple of SAC defense structures. That's not such a big deal, and does a decent amount of economic damage to the Zerg.
They're actually doing more damage than Rogue managed to do across the field here, and still more and more drones going down. Nice targeting on those Zealots here. Great control there from Showtime, as you mentioned. Yeah, that fourth base still standing. I really thought that was going to go down. And ultimately, Showtime kind of proving me wrong in that place. Is going to split up the Swarm host once more, though. Roaches committing to this place once more, and there's a whole lot more Locust in the sky right now.
Oh, no. Oh. Okay, that was kind of painful. He was trying to split a little bit against the Locusts, and it seems like it's going to be an okay enough, because actually the Locusts aren't even being controlled. So it was actually pretty good. But Showtime did just take a couple corrosive bombs to the face, which was not ideal, as he is still building up to a maxed out army, much less to an actual bank. He's going to add on Blink a lot quicker here, and I like that option a lot. Start adding in Stalkers as he gets closer to finishing that. They're going to have +3 when that finishes 2, so very powerful Stalkers. And maybe a Warp Prism is the thing I would like to see. The Zealot run-by did pretty well, but a Warp Prism, they could even do better. Maybe even save the units afterwards as well. But, you know, I guess his Robo currently taking up time building just as many Immortals as he can.
Okay, he's Locust here, finding a good squadron of Protoss, but we'll go for the Nexus instead. It does go down here. As well as the Roaches on the left side actually being able to pick off some of those High Templar. There we go, not too bad here for Rogue. He's finally finding some real damage right now. It took him a while, but it's happening.
Yeah, finally. I mean, losing High Templars, losing an Immortal, all terrible things have happened, especially since there's 2 shield batteries that were full on juice behind him, but all recoverable right now. When you see the Protoss dip below 150, that's when it's like, oh no, hold on, but he's still holding pretty strong and getting a 5th base, although it looks like it's about to be canceled. Rogue is doing a great job splitting. You know, he really wanted to use his mobility last game, but kind of got like, I don't know, cut short of it, really, but by the time he did get to use it, Showtime really had a lot of sack defense, a lot of Immortals. Now he's using it pretty darn well. Locust not going to get another cancel here, and not going to get the High Templars either, though, so Showtime really battling back, defending all of his bases, but ooh, we got Tunneling Claws done. Ooh, I don't think Showtime noticed that. Well, it doesn't matter. Cannon reveals it.
The cannon shows the way, but does get himself past that cannon here. Showtime did manage to spot it out. By the way, I'm a little bit curious here. What do you think about the idea that we saw the previous game and how that went? We saw Showtime being ultra out defensively, not really ever moving out on the field. Do you think this could be a reason why Rogue is being going for the Swarmos now, trying to punish the how passive Showtime is being with the with his units overall?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a correct call. I think that's something that Rogue is also just really good with in general. Like, I would always be afraid of any Zerg bringing out Swarm Hosts because they can be so potent. No, barely doesn't get it. Because they can be so potent, but Rogue especially. And I think it is something that's very helpful to break some of these very good turtle Protosses. Showtime holding on strong to his 5 bases, although I feel like his 4th might die soon. Dealt with the Tunneling Claws, Roaches in the main, can now go back to defending his 3rd if he's quick enough to it. But I still feel like something that's lacking is a lot of those run-bys. A couple of Zealots, find a Swarm Host, that's great, but Showtime, if he's not going to move out, I would hope that he moves up. And by that I mean into technology, into maybe like an extra fleet, Stargate and a Fleet Beacon, but he can't quite afford it yet. I do think he's almost stabilized. He's almost maxed out. He's not quite got a lot of sack defense, so I guess stabilize might be a strong word, but I feel like he's very close to stabilizing.
Yeah, it does feel like it. And I love this idea that you bring up about attacking up, losing our 5th base, a little bit of a pain overall, but Rogue doesn't have that much economy himself either at home, so I mean, as long as he's trading somewhat efficiently against these Roaches, that could be okay. And Jam, what kind of tech would you want to see Showtime go up to? Like more just the Carrier's Tempest type of stuff, or?
Yeah. Again, if he wasn't going to move out, then I think, you know, teching up and playing for the late game would have been the option. But he is finally moving out after taking care of the 5th base. He moves out, takes care of Rogue's 5th base, and 6th as well with the Zealots. A nice double-pronged attack there. Also defending his own 3rd with the leftovers from the attack on the left side, and that was a powerful strike there.
Transition into those lurkers. Probably not gonna get scouted here for a little bit. That 4th base again, just on that knife's edge. My dear lord, it is a miracle that is still alive. And Rogue sending some units to their grave here as well, but continuing in the aggression on both these bases, but not getting actual damage done on the economy of Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, I said Showtime looked like he was close to stabilizing. At this point, he actually has. He's pushing back on almost all fronts, so that means that Rogue has very little to actually afford to bring over to harass to continue the pressure he's been delivering. Things are starting to tip a little bit in favor of Showtime. Lurkers trying to make a big difference, though. 6 of them, 3 of them going to be used for harassment, and those probes might just go ahead and die. I'm not sure Showtime realized what was burrowing over there, so he warps in Zealots, which don't actually help that much. There's a good recall, and, well, Showtime, while dealing with this, also has the Warp Prism in the main. I'm not sure if he's targeting anything specifically, but the Zealots are getting maybe a couple of Hydras. The Warp Prism lives. This is an excellent run-by. This is actually really a well-done game by Showtime, who at this point is actually winning. He is up 50 supply, Rogue is out of bank, and really needs to get an extra base up, which he's kind of struggling to do.
Yeah, these Locusts, they're not getting anything done either on this army anymore with the amount of Archons that are available. And there's that Fleet Beacon finishing up as well, so Showtime, I mean, he is really showing us something else. By the way, the overall army composition of Rogue, the Swarm Host and the Lurks, is this something you've seen more often? I don't recall seeing it that much.
Not quite. Usually Swarm Hosts, you know, they have their time and then they start dying off and are replaced by Lurker and Hydras and what have you. But the Swarm Hosts haven't necessarily died off, and he's not, you know, keen to sacrifice them because he can't remake anything if he does. His bank is not big enough to actually transition, so he's just trying to use very effective units. He's got the freebie Locust with every wave, and then he's got Lurkers, which, you know, as siege units do very well in those comeback positions. Until those carriers show up, which Showtime is moving on. He moved out, he killed a couple bases, did an excellent job. Now he's teching up into the superior army, and Rogue's gonna fall behind, pacing-wise.
And there's a nice little Locust wave here though on this base. There's not that many Archons to help out clean this up very quickly, but the shield batteries... Can't believe the shield batteries are keeping all these Simultas alive. Okay, one Archon does fall, but that's pretty darn great from Showtime here once again, holding on to both these locations once more. A couple of Lurkers here, kind of sacrificial lambs at the moment, it seems like, but yeah, Showtime. I'm thoroughly impressed. It looks like you said, he got himself in a great position here.
Winning position for sure.
Yeah.
Just needs to keep up the pressure, not let Rogue get into more economy, so then he would get Aspire. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I mean, Rogue finally got a 5th base, and it's up and running, but his drone count was never really all that high. He didn't quite play that same game, you know, where it's 80 drones and 6 bases. There was a bunch of mid-game attacks he wanted to do. So it's really not an impressive place to be as Showtime gets up to carriers that will eventually win out. Storm's just blanketing the entire army with a couple extra left over if he needed it. Otherwise, you know, just run away from the Locust, sure. And I think Rogue knows that unless he takes a really good engagement... Oh, here you go.
Oh, wow.
GG.
Showtime did it. Actually bringing it home right there and tying up the series overall. It's not as long as the previous one. Yeah, great stuff overall. I'm wondering how Rogue is thinking about that one.
I mean, he must be a little bit impressed by Showtime. I mean, I know it's not the first time playing against Showtime, as he has participated in GSL versus the World and a variety of online things, of course, but I feel like you gotta be impressed. He's trying a lot of the same things you'd expect from Rogue or any good Zerg who is aggressive. He's trying to hit multiple places at once. He's trying to throw Showtime off and force him to basically hold a bunch of oranges and then promptly drop them and go like, I can't do it. And Showtime's actually not. And, you know, he didn't do it in the first game either. He was very good at defending multiple locations. It's just that one engagement went quite wrong. So, I mean, now the tables have kind of turned. Showtime was able to keep his mentality strong after the first game, win the second game against something that's very obnoxious, a multi-pronged harassing Rogue, you know, with Swarm Hosts. And now I feel like it's Showtime's time to be like, you know what, I just beat that, you know, BS. and I should have beaten the first game as well. So maybe I actually am going to be the better player. Maybe I'm going to win this best of 3. But or is this a time where Rogue's like, you know what, I'm done playing around, I'm done hiding strats for GSL, or whatever you want to say is his excuse. Like, maybe now he turns it on, he just rips Showtime to shreds.
Yeah, it is interesting. And as well as, like, Rogue, I mean, I was not expecting him to be this passive in a way as well, after, you know, kind of seeing how he dismantled stats in the early game. Perhaps just not quite certain those things will work out the same here versus Showtime. Showtime, of course, he is known as the Mauer, right? He is known for his early game defenses and such as well, not letting any damage occur, as we saw here as well a couple of times after the 6-minute mark, not losing a single anything, just staying on 0 on the lost tab, and rather impressive indeed. Yeah, I'm curious if Rogue will try to ramp it up here a little bit in this final game. Try to get aggressive, or perhaps once again just gonna have to settle to try and get himself in that late game, which, you know, it seems rather dicey as well. So where he would find to have the most potential right now is rather interesting, as well as, of course, there is another Protoss in this group. That is also pretty good. A completely different playstyle overall, though, but maybe Rogue trying to not use too many of his early game strategies here until he plays against that more early game based Protoss. Who knows if he has to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard to say what he would be planning against Zaun.
Yeah.
I think Rogue, given his, you know, his credentials, his resume here, shouldn't really be afraid of anyone. But maybe he knows that he also can have, like, you know, kind of off days and on days. So maybe he is scared of Zaun, but I find that so hard to believe. Even though Zaun is scary and he had some really unique PDZ to show in his GSL group.
That's a good point.
I'd be surprised if Rogue was like, yeah, I'm saving my strats for that guy. Like,
yeah,
huh?
true.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. Anyway, the final map here will be Lightshade, the final battleground between Showtime and Rogue. These two guys have given it their all a couple of times already. Let's see. In this final game, the bottom right side, we have the blue Zerg player fighting for the Jinner Green Wings. He is nobody else but a GSL champion, Rogue.
In the top left, as the red Protoss, he is BIG's Showtime.
Map of giving us some extra time.
Hey, right?
It's like, who knows what I have to talk about. Again, going across the map here. It would be pretty cool from Showtime to just continuously be ready on that probe with the hatchery block, and then ultimately in the final game be like, alright, this is the moment where we switch it up and go for the Adept Glaives, actually. Third base is here on this map, pretty far away, and Rogue, interestingly enough, taking the non-vertically, but also the triangular third base, right? It does seem a lot closer by, so maybe that is already him kind of preparing for this. That's definitely an interesting moment there, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things about Lightshade. So apparently Lightshade is the same rush distance as Submarine, is what I learned yesterday. Huh. Yeah. 33 seconds. So, like, when you expand towards your opponent, which Zergs don't usually want to do unless they're being aggressive, to your point, it is kind of awkward for them. Like, they should feel a little bit awkward. But what Lightshade has done to kind of counteract that, I think, is that, you know, can't talk to Mappa right now, but if you could see Rogue's third base, there's actually a very large amount of area before it reaches, you know, different terrain. The tank will not ever hit the hatchery. Even if they got like 6 extra range, it doesn't hit the hatchery. So even though that third is like going towards your opponent, it's already a shorter map. It does have a big potential for like surrounds, and the opposing player still has to push into you quite, you know, scarily onto creep. Yeah. So those are things to consider that Rogue can try and, you know, obviously he's going to do a, you know, pretty normal build and probably get some creep spread out there versus Protoss, but it is like a map where I think more people might identify how short it is, and maybe we'll see like a little bit of the Everdream syndrome where it's like, well, if you're going to see Resident Glaze, like I guess it'll be on this map. Yeah. But I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. We are still seeing a lot of players develop it, and hey, look at that! Showtime does that on a Twilight Council.
Oh, alright. Fancy stuff right now. And Rogue overall, well, I mean, that third base is a little bit closer as you mentioned, so, may have gotten himself in a little bit of trouble. Also, another thing we pointed out earlier, right? Lightshade, my dear lord, look at the size of that main base right there. And, well, it is Rogue after all. I mean, if there is a single Zerg in the world right now that I would anticipate trying to make use of Nidusworms on this map, it would be him. There is an Overlord kind of moving to that area, but I don't know. It's still a lot of tech that needs to come down to really see him even try and attempt something like this. I don't think he will, honestly. Still not seeing any type of Roach Warren or anything of the sorts.
Yeah. We do see, like, I'm glad you point out that second Overlord, though, because I think that is the first second Overlord. That's a weird way to put it. We've seen be positioned. Other times, like, he missed a Stargate that was up there on the first map, because he didn't have a second Overlord. So I do wonder if that hints towards something. At the very least, I would have expected him to try and suicide it in. maybe he was thinking about it, but then he saw a Stalker was already positioned, so he's like, never mind. The time for an Oracle will eventually pass, and he'll be like, oh, it's not an Oracle. You know, a Stalker already being out is already a little sus as to being an Oracle. So now, like, the other things you have to worry about is not so much about robo-openers. Those are kind of died out, but obviously Resident Glaives, got to worry about that, or, you know, Dark Shrine DT drop. That's hard to tell exactly which one it's going to be unless you can see the actual main base. You can't even see the gas geysers on this map with the overload he currently has, so... Ooh, he might be late to the response. Seeing a Warp Prism, seeing the Adepts, though, I think this will, you know, definitely tell him it's Resident Glaives.
Yeah.
Oh, and then a Robotics Bay follow-up. He's doing the Disruptor follow-up.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to see. I mean, the response to the Adept Glaives would be, of course, the Roaches, and then having those Disruptors immediately afterwards. That's a pretty cool move there. Zergling does manage to get into the main base, so he does get a full confirmation here. If he still had any doubt seeing that Warp Prism and the Adept numbers. So, interesting. Oh, he even saw the Robo Bay. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I think he, I was kind of surprised I saw that, but yeah, that's a good sight. So the follow-up Disruptor, I think Trap made this build, and we saw Zaun use it in GSL. I think is the way it goes. So according to Gemini, that's the way it goes. If it is going to be Disruptor with that quick of one, yeah, I'd expect it to be. So what's really cool about this build is that because like the common defense against the Adepts is like a decent number of Lings, but more about Roaches eventually. You just pump out Roaches. The Disruptors are going to be able to pop off on the Roaches because they're slow, they bulk up, right? Get some very effective trades. And on top of that, you can also go for the drones, which is always fun. Is it effective all the time? I don't know if it's effective all the time, but it is fun to watch. So it can be pretty cool. I think there's an all-in version that follows this up too, but this isn't it with a third Nexus. And we'll just see how the Disruptors do. I actually don't know if Showtime really scared Rogue enough here. I mean, Rogue didn't build a Spine Crawler. He did build a decent amount of army, but already back into drones. He has so many Lings, I'm not sure. He might be already on top of the idea of catching the Disruptor, watching the Warp Prism. We'll see if he can do something.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, Showtime is getting our third base, of course, but it does kind of feel like a situation where he will need to do something, right? He needs to get some type of value from the investment that he's made right now in the Adept Glaives and the Disruptors here, but... well, Overlord's in a great position, and those Disruptors, overall, they kind of remind me of really big, slow Widow Mines in a sense, right? They can do a lot, but it takes them quite a while. Oh my dear lord. Okay, that was pretty good. 6 of them. That's a good start. That is a good start.
Yeah. And obviously this goes pretty smoothly into the kind of still newish, I guess, like it's been months, but newish Robo Colossus Blink, which is exactly what Showtime's going to do. And you have all of this control with the Warp Prism because it's speedy. You don't really have to worry about losing it because it's speedy. You could also bring it back home in case you saw a big old attack coming your way. It can be, as I said, very fun to use, first of all, but also very cool to use. This was actually really bold. Maybe he thought Rogue was going to pay attention.
Oh my god, he saved them both.
That was pretty clutch.
He really was, wasn't it? It's still 0-0 right there. Oh, what a man. What a man. Just no losses past the 7-minute mark. Impressive. Now, he didn't really commit with those Adepts, of course. He didn't do too much damage either, but still, the third game in a row where he's just not losing units in the beginning of this match.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that. It actually kind of reminds me of Zest. Zest would like DT drop and then not lose any units forever, and then at around like 10 minutes he just would die anyways. You'd be like, oh, well, it was cool for 10 minutes, but I guess he died anyways. We'll see if that's a similar situation. Hopefully not for the Showtime fans out there, as so far it is a perfect game, and maybe it'll continue on. I'm surprised because that Disruptor really seems like it should have died, but it didn't.
For sure.
And he's got, he's building up to a very strong army. You know, the Adepts right now don't look too impressive. That might be a bit too much, but the Adept count right now, because they were made, now they don't look that impressive, you know, 8-9 minutes into the game, but... Yeah. Dang, he's actually getting some really good Disruptor shots.
Yeah, just continuous value here. 6 more workers go down. I mean, the worker count's somewhat equal right now. The one thing that has me a little bit worried is the lurk attack coming up, the hive attack as well. Still has a little bit of time, and it looks like Showtime will try to still make use of the Adept numbers that he has created for himself here before that late game attack for Rogue does come into play. Only using one of those disruptor shots as a nice, clean way to try and do this. Again, a great connection there.
Finally lost a unit. Disruptor went down. Showtime has actually played close to a perfect game. Like literally with the resources lost, and also just in terms of controlling his opponent. You know, the damage from the depths didn't really happen, but it apparently didn't matter either because his economy, his build follow-up was so smooth, and the disruptors actually did get a decent amount of damage done, more than I thought they really would. Fantastic stuff from Showtime, and Rogue, I don't think he's actually going to hold. Even getting 2 of his lurkers canceled, trades out with the disruptor, sure, but what about the rest of the army?
My dear lord, it looks like he is doing it. GG is called. Showtime takes game number 3. Rogue looking rather upset with that one. Rogue goes down to the loser bracket here. That is very unexpected, even though it is Showtime, right? Still not something I was expecting right now.
I mean, I had to give, you know, credit where credit was due. You know, if you're going to be like, I don't know about Rogue, I don't know how well he plays online. That is, like, it's a fair saying. There are times where Rogue doesn't play as well as you'd expect, and there's times where he 4-0 stats, like, no big deal. But you have to be careful. You have to be like, well, you know, Rogue GSL champion twice in a row. I am kind of Vite. No, not twice in a row, but twice. And anyways, like, he is a very good player, but sometimes he just doesn't actually have it up there quite. And I think today, Showtime, sans the first game, let's forget about the first game, I think he actually was playing some of his best PvZ. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it really was. And then up against multiple different styles as well. Yeah, even that one game he lost, that got so incredibly close, and he played it so incredibly well. Alright. Anyway, that is quite something else. We are going to go into the little bit of a break for a moment, guys. And when we get back, of course, we will have a TVP coming up for you guys. It's going to be another Germany versus Korea match right there. So, looking forward to that one. And, yeah, hope to see you guys for that one. Somebody grabs any final thoughts from that entire match there?
I think Showtime really proved he deserved it. So, GG.
For certain. All right, good. We'll be right back, guys. See you in a couple of minutes here, and yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back later with Hero Marine versus Zaun.
Nuclear missile.
know G Fuel is the official drink of esports, and right now they're inviting you to take a trip down memory lane with their new G Fuel bubblegum flavor. It's their newest mind-boggling concoction made with 0 sugars and packed with antioxidants and vitamins. Get transported back in time with this classic taste of childhood while getting the energy and focus you've come to expect from G Fuel products. Check out their sponsor quests on the event page for more information on how to get your hands on G Fuel's nostalgic take on a time-tested favorite. G Fuel. Now let's get back to some StarCraft.
Nuclear missile ready.
All right, guys, welcome back to the overall King of Battles. We are, of course, right now doing Group C. With me here is Zombie Grub, the one and only. It's actually her. You can talk to her in the chat and everything you want. Instant responses are going to be available. Anyway, I'm Kozen as well. I'm also a person, and yeah, we're looking forwards right now. Of course, a best of 3, another one. Took quite a while for the previous one, but I'm assuming this one's going to be a little bit quicker overall. It's going to be Hero Marine versus Zaun. What are your thoughts in this one?
I mean, it's supposed to be quicker, you know, because TVP I don't think is as renowned for those late game scenarios. Quite right about that, but it can actually, you know, like you get into some kind of not stalematey, but no one really wants to truly push into each other. So then you're talking about like 30-minute games on Eternal Empire would have been one of them, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're going to get here just because Zaun is known for, I think, a little bit more of a unique and aggressive style in a lot of his matchups. I mean, I think his first appearance on the scene, like his first big break, I suppose, was that he was defeating Terran players with what people were calling the Zaun style, even though I don't think it was actually him who created it. He certainly used it well, which was the forgeless, gateway attack. It looks like it's going to be like a macro game based off of blink and charge, and then he actually never got any forges, and he just all-ins you. But that was like back at the beginning of the year. I remember I was talking about it in Ozcraft, and then he kind of died down. And obviously he's back. I want to know Zaun again because he's been playing very well. Obviously GSL went pretty well for him, not as well as he would have hoped, but he's actually really impressing people. And I think we're going to see hopefully an aggressive but smart playing Zaun today, because he does seem to be really kind of, I guess, perfecting his overall play, you know, being an all-rounder as opposed to just known for an all-in.
Yeah, for certain. And, well, even those all-ins, right, his control with those is pretty darn immaculate. Multiple times I've seen some of these greater Zerg players overall versus his Adept Glaives. They knew it was coming. They had the perfect setup. They had everything they needed normally, where you're like, all right, they're fully prepared. Nothing should happen. And still like 20 drones go down. And it is like, all right, well, he's just everywhere. Continuously perfect timing with those shades and stuff. He really is, in that sense, sometimes a bit comparable to like Bly or something like that. But then a Korean Protoss version of Bly or something. But yeah, as you said, he is getting more well-rounded, and we'll hope to see Some great stuff here against Hero Marine, of course, as well. I'm seeing that Hero Marine is having some difficulties actually fitting in the player cam window, guys, here. So we're gonna give that a moment for him to be fixed out, and we'll try to squeeze him in between the in the webcam there.
Yeah, right. I was wondering where this is going, but the memes will continue.
Definitely. So overall, let me actually take a quick glance at Zaun, his previous matches. So he did go 3-0 versus, well, yeah, he beaten Bomber 3-0, time 2-4. But the previous time he beat him, he beat time as well 5-4. So overall, you know, it's some pretty darn good Terran went. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Hero Marine, we all know what he is capable of. Let's jump right into Pillars of Gold. That is coming up here, guys.
I'm not gonna get over Hero Marine's camera.
Oh, he's so big. So massive.
Obviously.
He's still very far away as well still. But anyway, in the bottom left side there is a red Terran player. He's fighting for Mouse Esports. And we all know him. He is the German Gabe, Hero Marine.
In the top right, playing for Alpha X. Look at that. He is the Blue Protoss Zaun.
Oh, I love this. Mapu really doing some solid stuff here, not just with the observing, but also with the production and this type of stuff. Managing to still get Gabe in that little box right there. What a guy! What a guy! It's always fun just overall seeing Mapu talking with the other Germans continuously, kind of joking about and such behind the scenes. A lot of fun.
Yeah. A lot of cool German folk in the community.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have a reason to be in there, right? I mean, they have Showtime, they have Hero Marine, some real pride there to have overall.
Yeah.
From those players.
Always been a pretty good nation to cheer for. I mean, but it feels like in the messing up my words, in the past / recent years, it's actually been one of the best countries to represent not just Europe, but overall. Obviously, Showtime beating Rogue is a I don't know, like a real marker there for just generally the foreigners, the non-Koreans. That was a very impressive ZVP. And I think that Hero Marine can hope to do as impressive of a TVP against Zaun, and I think he could, considering Hero Marine's play in the Open Cups and specifically his play versus Protosses occasionally. It actually is very cutthroat, about as cutthroat as Rogue, like, you know, dominating stats in the GSL Finals. It's not been as cutthroat though lately. It's not been as like, oh my god, that Protoss who like is really good, like a Showtime, just stood no chance whatsoever. But it is still a pretty damn good matchup for him. So I actually think that Hero Marine could play just as well, especially if he's mindful of Zaun's potential trickery, of, you know, how aggressive he can play. He's gonna have to keep tabs on him.
Yeah, for certain. We have seen Zaun as well, right? Taking on some great names from the Terran roster. I mean, Innovation, for example, in the GSL is one of the players he did manage to take out. That was the player he meticulously prepared for, though. I'm not quite certain how much preparation went in for this tournament. I mean, I'm certain he would love to do well, right? He is on his home turf in a sense. He is fighting in the tournament that his own team has set up. Not quite 100% how much that motivates him or how that plays into a player's overall perspective on how much preparation they are willing to put into this type of stuff. But overall, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he will get some funky strategies going, as you mentioned as well. Starting off with a slight bit of adept pressure here, not getting too much done. A single SCV does fall, but ultimately has to skedoodle on out of that rather quickly.
Yeah, Hero Marine did an excellent job of basically taking no time to lose on his command center, instantly replacing the SCV with the one that built the bunker. He's going to get a Reaper into the scout, and then he's also going to Hellion for scouting as well. So he should get all the information. Zaun is opening up with the Stargate, so we have seen a decent amount of Phoenix Colossus. We've also seen Zaun specifically go for a couple of Void Rays in multiple matchups. One Void Ray or actual couple, but multiple times he has done that, I guess, in a best of. Curious if he do it in this one, but maybe we'll see more of it if he ends up losing and faces Rogue, for instance. I could definitely see a lot of Void Rays in that future. But now, Phoenix generally go into the Colossus. Occasionally, we see the Phoenix go into a charge, kind of to surprise the Terran and be like, aha, gotcha. But I don't think so with all the gases being taken, all 4 gases taken. Should be into Colossus. We have also seen, like, Goblin yesterday, I think, in the Open Cup, has used this opportunity, and I think it was also on Pillars of Gold, funnily enough, to actually go into very fast Fleet Beacon, which I'm only throwing out because Zaun can be a bit of a different player. Comes in with a lot of different strategies, maybe watching some of the more, unique players. We'll keep an eye on that, but for now, we're going to assume just kind of Phoenix Colossus.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I have seen him try to do that type of stuff as well. But yeah, a great call there. Starting up that the Robo Bay in the production tab right now. Looking pretty standard. Nice spread of the Phoenix. Trying to find any aggression. Hero Marine staying a little bit passive for now, right? He's not going for any type of aggression, which is a smart call. He did get the scout on the Stargate, saw there were Phoenixes on the way, so most likely not gonna be sending a lot of harassment. Would be more worried for Zaun for some sort of a big push coming across the fields here, as the Phoenixes sometimes can struggle against that, right? In the straight-up engagements.
Absolutely. This is what Hero Marine is actually very well practiced for, to be honest. He did a best of 5, I think, versus Goblin, and it was a lot of this. It was a lot of reminding himself, what can I do to abuse a Phoenix opener? So I'm not sure he'll actually be able to abuse, because Zaun didn't go for something extremely greedy. He didn't go for, like, the super fast third Nexus, although he might try, and we'll see if he can actually keep it. But, if he doesn't have a third Nexus to kill, I don't think that's going to really give Hero Marine a lot of opportunity to do damage. He'd have to go all the way into the natural, which I just don't see really working out. And Zaun is, like, obviously more than prepared mentally. The question is, can he actually get enough units to prepare?
Yeah. He has been kind of on top of this Phoenix harassment in a way as well, trying to pick off units where he can, but then again at the same time, Hero Marine also very similar in a sense that he is sticking around that siege tank like glue. He will not let that be picked off. The medevac also great control overall from Hero Marine. Saw in the 12 o'clock location that there's no base just there quite yet, so moving backwards, maybe not anticipating the Nexus to be on a different location here. And actually these Phoenixes going unresponded to for a while, getting 8 SCVs, not too shabby.
Actually really nice damage.
Yeah.
So Zaun did have to push off his third Nexus to not, be forced to defend it, which could have gone awry. That could have been bad. Here, Marine, I think, did the right call, pulling back. If there's not a third Nexus to cancel or threaten, I don't think there's really a reason to do an actual push. But you might be right about him not accounting for the other third. I think as soon as this Wood of Mine sees it's not here, he'll immediately check the other one. Maybe a little bit of a panic moment. Oh my god, is a 2-base Colossus all-inning me? But I think he'll go check the other one there as a scan, actually, to reveal. Sees enough to know.
It's a great scan location overall, right? Gets to see the third base, gets to see the natural and a bit of the main as well. So what kind of army composition Zaun is going for? Well, not quite being revealed, but I'm pretty certain he knows kind of what he's up against, seeing that Phoenix opening there.
Here, Marine, getting his third on location now. I mean, he'll eventually have an actual push, and it will include a decent number of tanks, so Zaun's got to be very particular with how he uses his Phoenix. You don't want to run out of energy when you're forced to actually engage. But he's still building Phoenix, so I mean it's going to be a total of not actually that many. It's not like he's going up to Phoenix range, 10 Phoenix. But if he's going to continue using it on the SCVs, just be wary. It might not help that much for the main push. This has been a fantastic game for Zaun. Like the resources lost, clearly favorable for Protoss. But I think here Marine could still have a pretty good push. Everything goes right. Like, it's still not been determined yet.
Oh, we actually got quite a big raid there from Harston. Thank you, my man. Coming in to check out Zaun as well. He did miss a bit of showtime earlier on, but... Alright, he will be making a comeback later on as well. He will be playing in the best of 5 against the winner, actually, of this series right here. Zaun being the one getting a bit more aggressive at the moment. Couple of these Colossi together with the Phoenixes. I'm not quite sure if Zaun has enough to push into this place with the siege tanks already being sieged like this, but maybe he will be able to whittle away at the Marines as they overextend here and there.
We'll see. That is a lot of tanks, a lot of depth to it as well. The Phoenix is going to try and pick up what they can, and that's actually almost every single tank that's picked up. He's trying to tug of fire them down, get his tanks to actually help out in the engagement. Finally, they're let go. Two of them immediately picked back up. Zound so far holding strong. All three Colossus still alive. And here Marine not going to be able to take a good enough engagement to bring back this game. GG. Zound playing very well. You know, losing a single probe and then just going for the push that wins. Well done.
Yeah, I was not expecting that push to go that swimmingly. All the Colossi were just standing tall. Nothing happening to those guys. The Viking was busy trying to target the Phoenix. The Phoenix, of course, picking up, as you said, all of those siege tanks. I was a little bit surprised with how well those Phoenixes stayed alive as well, because there were quite a lot of Mariners there just underneath, and I'm not quite sure what happens with the targeting, but I don't know, they just stayed alive for so long.
They did, yeah. I mean, with all of the tanks taken out of the equation, it was going to be really difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that was perfect. You know, usually what happens is that the Phoenixes have taken some damage, or one of them doesn't have enough energy because they're picking up SCVs or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And they miss 2 out of 5 tanks or something like that. That actually was like every single tank picked up, with like one of them dying on the front lines. And then even when he finally got them unloaded, like there was enough to pick them up again. The Phoenixes didn't die. That's the other thing, is that Hero Marine was trying to pick them off, was trying to stop that from happening, but it just didn't happen fast enough. So very well played. If Hero Marine had not taken, you know, what was it, 12, 13 SCVs worth of damage over the course of that game, 8 of them in one go pretty early on, you know, it is the question of, like, does he have enough Marines to target fire it down? Does he have a couple of extra, I don't know, Vikings that'll target it down or what have you? But he did take damage, and his push didn't end up doing anything because Zound delayed his Nexus, but still got a lot of benefit from it. So,
yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, and again, we're having another Protoss that just after 6 minutes almost didn't lose anything, right? It's remarkable how well these Protoss are doing right now. Anyway, next map will be Light Shade. We've seen this one previously as well in the PvZ. Right now, a little bit of a different matchup, of course. It will be once again. Oh, Gabe did manage to find himself a bigger webcam, it looks like. Does encompass most of his room. But anyway, in the bottom right side, there he is, the Red Terran, Mouse Esports, Hero Marine.
In the top left for Alpha X, he is Zound. Alright, so Light Shade, one of the smaller maps again, as we all get used to the new maps. This is the shorter rush distance, but a larger map in general as far as, like, you know, the actual dimensions of it compared to Submarine. So I think it's still a preferable map. You know, with the Submarine still on the map pool, we could see it. We just haven't so far. You know, not really a map that people feel super comfortable on. No matter what your race is. But apparently Light Shade, a little bit more comfortable. They're okay with this one.
Yeah. Yeah, again, right, it may enable Zound here a little bit with his earlier pushes, with his earlier aggression. Yeah, it's always for me in particular, right, because I'm also part of Alpha X, it's always a joy to see Zound do well and just overall bring in, you know, the unexpected in a sense, right? It's always fun to see these players do unexpected things. Always adds a little bit of extra flavor overall. And Zound, one of my new favorite players to overall watch because of that type of stuff. Will it be happening here though? I don't know. That's always still a question. But yeah, overall, it looks pretty standard right now. We did get a Cybercore before the Nexus, so Zound is playing it rather safe for the time being. And yeah, I mean, Hero Marine is going for that Reaper, of course, so just the regular cookie cutting openings here for both these players so far.
We had a moment in DreamHack where certainly it wasn't always the one racks expand versus whatever the other Protoss was going. We actually had a lot of Terrans experimenting more with factory expands in this matchup, so
yeah,
it actually is sometimes worth noting. Like, it is normal.
Yep.
But it seems like that phase, I guess, is over for most Protosses, or sorry, for most Terrans versus Protoss.
We saw Beyond do that as well, actually, a lot in the qualifiers, going for like the Hellions, right? That would be the way. Yeah. I mean, it's a great opening, right? You get to scout around a little bit against... I think it would be good against any proxies and stuff like this as well, because you get those first initial Hellions, you look around on the map, you get the insights, and then afterwards you have a bit of harassment potential as well. And very often the Protoss don't quite have a wall for the natural base just quite yet, and allows you to get some value there.
So Zaun,
wow.
He's being very annoying, right? He didn't do anything like particularly like overly aggressive. He didn't place a forward gateway, but as you pointed out, he did go Subnex core first, which I mean is normal before Nexus nowadays. But he could throw the Adept over here very quickly. It is a shorter rush distance, the same as Submarine, and he did. He was like, I'm gonna abuse it. He got 3 SCVs. He forced Hero Marine's Reaper to pull back. Marine almost died. That was actually pretty good. And when doing that, you do want to make sure you don't lose any probes to the Reaper, so he did bother getting a shield battery in the main too. So that was his plan. And I would say as far as, you know, the actual execution, I think he got a decent amount, especially because the Adept is still alive to come back and help out. And the game does go on. It sometimes gets a little bit worse, especially if they got like a second Adept on the way, but Zaun was actually just looking for that little bit of a head start. Here Marine is doing I think this is going to be a push. So he's gotten into he really does have, I don't know, lately I guess a habit of doing the pushes with the medevac, but that's more so against the Stargate. So, you know, he saw, I think it's the second time at the Twilight Council, so it might just be the Widowmine drop. Okay, it is going to be the Widowmine drop. He's doing a lot of the Marines included in the medevac, so that's why I was like, oh, is he actually going to continue with this? No, he's not. He is, however, going to get a Viking. So he saw 3 gateways in a robo, right? Is that all? Or is there a 4th gateway that I missed? Because if the 4th gateway, he wants to maybe stop this blink attack in its tracks. Oh, the supply block kind of sucks.
Yeah, that is rough. Yeah, I'm wondering what the plan is exactly with that Viking. Perhaps anticipating a War Prism already here, or... Oh, maybe just for... I mean, we do see a blink opening, right? So a Viking, I kind of like it in those situations because it does allow to poke away at those War Prisms or even Observers, that type of stuff. Widowmine drop here, trying to come in. Good pull away there from Zaun. Ooh, does lose 3 workers, but you know what?
Yeah, okay.
It's okay.
I was gonna assume it was 4 based off of Hero Marine's reaction. He saw 2 in the main and 2 in the natural. Okay, so obviously the tank, you know, needs to be in a safe location. Bunkers need to protect it, and the Viking hopefully stops the Warp Prism from getting up into the main base. Big repair on that one bunker, but it's not a full repair because these actually kind of choked in. But a second bunker's available, so it's not super big deal yet. You absolutely have to take this seriously when you see there's 4 gateways. They also could do it off of 3. It's a little less powerful, a little less committed, but it can still be just like consistent stalker warp-ins. But with 4, you absolutely have to take it seriously. Good save on the medevac, that could help out later. Still taking this seriously, still going to be producing as normal, I guess, even a bit of a wall coming down to help. But it looks like Zaun might be... I don't know how much he can actually do with this. He's going to check out the main and maybe see an opportunity.
Yeah, there is already that bunker there as well, right? The siege tanks in okay positions. I don't know, it looks like it's going to be difficult here for Zaun to really get a lot of damage done. But that's a lot of stalkers though. So if he does find a Hero Marine just a little bit oversplit on 2 locations, maybe he's going to find some worth here. Also a Robo Bay already on the way behind this. Do you think this is going to be Colossi or Disruptors to follow this up with?
I'm gonna assume Colossus. It's the, you know, more dependable unit to get out here, but I'd love if it was Disruptors.
Yeah.
That'd be so cool. Regardless, like, Zaun hasn't really done that much damage here. Like, this is the downside of doing the attack. You know, Parting kind of popularized it. He did really well with it. He opens with it as if it is like a Maru T-Rex, and he does well beyond it. But it is kind of like a Parting specialty. We'll see if Zaun can find more damage or just have a perfect follow-up. Already finding a little bit. Couple SCVs going to go down. Just losing track of the main since it is quite large on this map.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's such a large base that even Gabe has difficulty filling it out here with complete vision. Well, I mean, pushes it away, but 5 kills there without taking any losses. Again, Zaun making some good maneuvers here. Keeping his losses count quite low, only 300 minerals and gas combined there. And yeah, overall we do have that 3rd base on the way for Gabe as well, but it's still on the way overall. Gonna be okay. A little bit of poking from those stalkers. Doesn't get the siege tank, barely, but...
How did he not get that?
Oh no! Don't do that!
I could have sworn a second soccer shot hit it, and it was like, just like, no, I'm not gonna die. All right. That's very nice of Hero Marine then. So he repairs it, not fully, but repairs it. He's actually, I think, more focused on hitting a timing. He wants that hit to hit as fast as possible. He knows Zound's gonna be a little weak, so he might have charge available. He might have a couple of Colossus available, but he's not gonna have a whole lot of everything. He's not gonna have an upgrade either. There's gonna be some sacrifice to do what Zound did first and foremost, the Stalker attack, which did not do a lot of damage. And Hero Marine does want to punish him for that. The third base is scanned as the medevac in the main kind of scouts out the main and the natural. And he actually decides not to just rush over. He pulls back. He's going to get up to third base up and running. I think maybe not seeing the gases made him go, oh, wait, no, you're going to attack me. You actually are going to have a lot of units. And well, you'd be right about that. Zound is actually positioning to at least cut off the army, but actually getting a fourth Nexus. So, I mean, Zound, I don't know if this actually is not that impressive of an army when your tanks are all sieged and you are ready to go. But Zound is going to, I guess, kind of like puff up his feathers, you know? Like, I'm totally scary. Don't go after me.
Try to make himself look bigger. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's interesting as well. Just, you think it's a response to Hero Marine not pushing out? He's like, alright, let me quickly get wrap this fourth base now as well. I don't even think he saw it, but he saw the move out, and then it never arrived. So maybe you think that could be a good reason why he was just like, you know what? Let's grab this full space right now.
I think Zound, like the Protoss player, especially with Colossus, it does seem like the best opportunity for them, no matter the situation, is to kind of catch the attack ahead of time, kind of nip it in the bud, stall it out, back off, stall it out, back off, get Colossus shots, run away. So I actually really like the army movement. The problem is that with just like pure Stalkers, basically, a single Guardian Shield and only a handful of Colossus, if Hero Marine gets a concave of like any sort, and his tanks actually get sieged, I mean, that army's not... It's kind of frail. It's a little paper thin, all right? Yeah. So I like that Zound, as long as he controls his army, as long as he doesn't just like sit it in the middle of the map and go like, I don't know what I'm doing. I actually really like it. And then the expansion behind it is really going to, I think, frustrate Hero Marine once he figures it out. He's going to be like, well, I was preparing for the attack, it never happened. Oh, what, you have a fourth base already saturated? Gosh darn it. They should have done something. Because right now it's not happening. As it is, his macro is still great. He's still going to max out. He's going to have a decent push, but if he doesn't open the fourth base, he can't do anything about it. No drops coming in there, and that's, again, going to be frustrating when Hero Marine realizes.
Yeah, the medevac drop also getting thwarted right there. Not managing to do much of anything, but so did the War Prism on the bottom side. Also being pushed away there by a missile turret, I do believe. Now both these players kind of posturing. I'm still not quite certain if Hero Marine did see that full space just quite yet. It is relatively close to him. No, he didn't. Okay, so... yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's not that far away of a push. Oh, those Stalkers getting a good couple of shots on those Vikings. Gonna protect the Colossi a little bit easier, but also, I mean, losing most of his meat shield from those Zealots right now. Needs to be careful. Oh, those disruptor shots always make me a little bit tensed up.
He doesn't have that many disruptors, and I think they're all out of ammo. A bunch of Zealots, though, he's been trying to get into the main base. Decides to just go after that third. Are going to rip Hero Marine's economy apart. Can he take a good enough engagement, get some revenge? Looks like he's going to clean this up, but it's going to take a little while, and Hero Marine really needs to get something done. He needs to actually dig into Zound's economy. It's going to make up for this. I mean, his army is still good, but it does have to be sieged to be the best it can be, and that's going to be a problem when you're in a hurry.
That's for sure. Those EMPs, you know what? Not that much energy anymore remaining, and G, just a single G, just like that. Zound takes it to 0 right there. Gabe not quite being able to repeat the overall results we saw in the previous series there from Showtime, and falls down right there. That was an interesting one. Gabe still has a big smile on his face though, but it's gonna be difficult. He's gonna have to go up against Rogue.
Ooh, yeah, that is a good point. It's gonna be a difficult TVC to play out. Meanwhile, Zound is going to go up to face Showtime in a PvP, which I'm actually really excited about. Both of them have very good PvP.
And also just completely opposite styles in a way. I'm not sure if the PvP styles of these players is also quite opposite, but overall their approaches to these types of matchups, it does seem a little bit a little bit contrasting of one another. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be working out for them. But yeah, so far the Protosses have been coming in rather hard right now, knocking out 2 players that, you know, overall, if you were to force me to make predictions in the earlier pods, I thought Hero Marine would be able to take out Zaun as well, and same for Rogue versus Showtime, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, face value would have been the opposite of
Yeah.
the results right now. But both players who won really did deserve it. That was not really trickery. I would say for Zaun, it was like just control. I think he had more to say about the pacing of the game than Hero Marine did in both of those games. So, but not trickery though. It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, he didn't really deserve it. No, both players played really fantastic PvZ and PvT.
Okay. Just trying to figure out here how much time we have in between this set right now, guys. Because these guys do still have to do the vetoes. I think we're gonna have like a short minute or 2 before we actually get that started. So, you know what? Overall, I'm gonna quickly take this moment to eat myself some grapes, perhaps, or drink some water, anything like that. We'll be right back, and of course afterwards a best of 5 as we enter in the best of 5 games right now. The first best of 5 will be Showtime versus Zaun. So the PvP, very much looking forward to that. Let's hope that is all going to go okay. Also, by the way, an important thing to note here for you guys is that there is a scheduled maintenance for the Battle.net service, and that is specifically for NA, which is where these players are fighting overall, and it looks like we're going to be having EU versus Korea, so that could become a little bit of a potential difficulty here for us. We may have to go into a little bit of a break there for all of that to be caught up, but anyway, for now, we're getting ready for the next one, and hope to see you guys in a little bit. See you soon.
Nuclear missile ready.
Right, welcome back everybody to the series of the PvP. It's gonna start pretty soon. This time around. It looks like everybody is fitting well in their webcam areas. That is always good to see. Almost like Gabe just shrinks in size if he loses a game. You know, that's it would have been funny if Mapu just made him bigger and bigger if he won. He's growing in size like, I don't know, some villain from the Power Rangers or something. But anyway, Zaun versus Showtime. They do have a little bit of a difference in style overall. How do you think they will clash with one another?
Well,
just overall, broad strokes.
yeah. Well, we always expect Showtime to play defensively. And even though he's worked on becoming less of just a macro player, and PvP requires you to be a little bit tricky, have a lot of different builds, I would say that he still is expected to be the macro player. And then Zaun, I think, is going to actually really try and hone in on how Showtime builds and try and abuse it. You know, I'm thinking like, if Showtime does too many, you know, natural expands into Blink Forge, no Robo, Zaun's going to be like, I'm going to DT rush you. Like, I'm not going to let that happen.
Okay.
So, a little bit more, like, I guess Zaun's going to kind of dictate the pace, and Showtime's going to respond. But it's PvP. And I know we've also had a bit of a change-up when it comes to the Void Ray. Zaun can definitely use Void Rays pretty well. We might see some of that as that continues to develop, and some players seem eager over some others to use it. Starting off on Light Shade. I don't know what PvP is going to look like here, but bottom right, it is Showtime.
Top left, the Alpha Exa from Korea. The Blue Protoss is Zaun. Still a mystery sometimes to me exactly how to pronounce his name, but you know what? It has been a struggle for pretty much every English commentator ever since.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a bit of a problem like saying croissant, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, apparently it's like Jaun.
Yeah,
which we could try and do. Like, I know Tasteless and Artosis do it. But,
Yeah.
you know, like, when you say, like, people are like, it's not croissant, you silly American, it's croissant. But if you go up to any place, even in France, and you ask for a croissant, they're gonna look at you and be like, stop trying.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would happen if I just kept trying to say Jaun. I'd be like, just stop. Just don't do it.
Don't bother with it. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Of course, I mean, Artosis and Tasteless, they've been in Korea for a while. They're pretty darn good at that language right now, so I can imagine them feeling a little bit more comfortable with that entire ordeal. But yeah, anyway,
it's also kind of funny because like, so like the way they pronounce like zombie grub in Korea, right, would be like zombie grub.
Zombie.
Right? I guess they just don't have like a Z sound like we do, which is, you know, that's languages for you. So for Zaun, if he had put his name as a, I guess, better translated into English letters, you know, and it was like I guess it would be like Jaun. What would you spell that?
DJ?
Jaun.
Jaun?
Maybe like Dijon.
Dijon? People would be calling him Dijon.
Yeah,
like some French perfume or something like that.
I'm not sure that would actually help, but anyways.
Oh dear.
Because he was relegated to using Z. I mean, it just doesn't it's not what people first think of.
Okay. I mean, overall here, we're already seeing your prediction kind of coming true, right? Zaun going for the double Adept and Showtime going for the double Stalker, so yeah, a little Korean boy trying to be a bit more aggressive here, perhaps.
Yes, and opening up with that Stargate, which is something that you can expect when you open up with two. Like, if there's two Adepts and there's no Nexus especially, it's a Stargate. If you don't see the Nexus, you can't get back in there, and it's two Adepts, be a little suspicious it's a Stargate. Just because that is kind of the worst case scenario, is not anticipating an Oracle flying by. And it is what it is. So Showtime, he's going to eventually have a Scout on it, but you know, best case scenario for him is either to slap down a shield battery immediately in the main, which is what he's doing, or put his units in the main, which then open up his natural for weakness. So he's building a shield battery, and then everything else is in proper positioning to be safe against whatever this is. Is it 2, 4, 6 Adepts? Is it an Oracle, or isn't it?
Yeah, no gateway or web gates either being researched now for Zaun. I'm hoping that's not a mistake. Hopefully he's just trying to spend that gas elsewhere right now. I mean, he does have the money for it, so has me a little bit worried for now, but the Twilight Council immediately going down as well as that gateway tech, so that was around the time where it's supposed to be finishing up though, so who knows, who knows. That would be quite a blunder if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta imagine it was on purpose.
Yeah, you do, right? It would be.
Yeah.
But then we saw Ragnarok recently also forgetting the bailing speed, so I'm not convinced anymore.
It does happen, for sure.
Yeah.
People just forget important upgrades, for sure. But either it was on purpose or he's making do. Either way, he doesn't necessarily need it right now. You do usually even skip, eventually you start skipping unit production in so you can afford Twilight Council, Blink, Forge, what have you. So it's maybe not too big of a deal. But double Oracle, yeah, gonna try and bypass the shield battery, actually do some damage. So far, Showtime has been doing a fantastic job of denying everything. Even not letting the Oracle help shoot down the pylon to let the Adepts in. These units have always been well positioned. Sentry's always been safe. Probes, I think only finally one went down. Fantastic job. What Zaun so far has done, I think, is force him to accommodate a little bit, so maybe he doesn't have a forge when he usually would, because he's been building and canceling and building units instead. So their Blink and their forges are actually coming down very similarly times. The biggest difference is that Nexus and the probes.
Yeah, Showtime definitely ahead on that remark. So let's see how much these oracles can get actually done too so far. I mean, getting there a little bit, right? Needs to get a couple more. Adepts, are they actually gonna commit here? Probably shouldn't, yeah.
And I'll just force out a Guardian Shield. Showtime had to take that seriously, and a Guardian Shield does very much so help out against those Adepts. But Guardian Shield at this point, since he has 3 sentries, it's not like the biggest deal to pop. He still has enough for hallucinations, and this will say I don't have to worry about force fields anytime soon. So he is good to go, and a good number of Stalkers in the main. Going to take care of one Oracle. Now he no longer has to worry about the main being under fire, since they can't bypass the shield battery. And so far, game bit favorable for Showtime.
Yeah, great opening here. The third base is a little bit ahead for Zaun, but I mean, that is neglectable as well here. Oh, the Adepts do manage to get in, and he commits as well. Okay, let's see how many probes are actually going to go down due to this situation right now, and that's actually starting to become quite a couple. I did mention the Adept control from Zaun is pretty darn impeccable, even being able to get himself now situated in his natural base, and this is starting to stack up quite heavily.
Yeah. He figured the Adept phase was over, or that they were too far away to get a proper shade in, and unfortunately it was not over. And while their shade in wasn't perfect, there was 4 of them, and they just don't die that quickly. So, yeah, 8 probes go down. Not as bad as it could be, and it does push Zaun into the lead for the economy, but Showtime, I think, has had a lead for a longer period of time, so it kind of, more evening out. Showtime right now, his advantage is in that army. Again, he's had the economy. He looks a bit more into the army right now. Give it a minute or two, probably be very, very even. Actually taking an engagement, feeling confident with his army supply lead, seeing Zaun. Maybe Zaun poked the bear and is not going to regret it.
Losing a stalker there. The German bear awakens indeed. Does move backwards as well though. I mean, still, it is hibernation season coming up, so moving towards that third base that he has created. He knows what Zaun is up to as well with the continuous hallucinations. Oh my dear lord, this Oracle. Okay, shield battery saves the day here. Little bit of mismining time.
Yeah, shield battery pretty good. And now with all the Oracles taken away, that is no more pressure to safeguard your bases. Well, now it's going to be about DTs, I guess, but now that Oracle is no longer a big deal. That also means that there's not going to be an Oracle immediately available for when, I think, inevitably we get the Disruptors. I think we are going to have a Disruptor game, seeing how close it is still. Darkshorn coming down first for both players, though. Not a second Robo or Robotics Bay. Still prioritizing the Blink, Stalkers, and then Harassments. But both of them are also already defending against that. Like, they're going to have cannons. Zaun certainly is, and I think Showtime's gonna be right behind him.
Okay. Clean feet acting up a little bit here for me, but looks like we are good again. So yeah, both of them going for that DT tech. Do you think it's just an inevitable thing to go into the Disruptor tech ultimately if things keep going equally in PvP, or do you think there's an alternative?
There's not really an alternative here. Kind of like, you know, the charge out arc on Immortal attack can be built up to if that's what you choose to do first and foremost. But if you've already committed so much to Stalkers, I think you just got to go into Disruptors. But the timing at which you do it can be complicated, because if you do it and your opponent doesn't, they're going to have a bigger Gateway army. They're going to have an attack basically hitting you before you're prepared, and that's kind of what Showtime has to be worried about, because that's what Zal's doing. Trying to chrono with that +2. It's not going to hit faster than Showtime's though. This really isn't that strong of a timing for Zaun, which means he is just going to fall behind on the Disruptor count. Not by a whole lot if he throws on his Robo anytime soon, but if this doesn't actually work, 20 Zealots were to charge in, then he will be behind on that tech.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out here indeed. I don't think either of them should commit to any type of engagements here, right? That would be unadvisable.
I think so. Yeah, Showtime has +2, which would make it tempting if he wasn't committing resources into Robotics Bay plus Disruptor plus +3. Like, he's got a lot of things invested into. So it doesn't really make sense for him to push out, even if his actual army is pretty good. And it's also Showtime, so he's not one to take risks like that. Which I think Zaun is going to maybe try and take a little bit of advantage of, and again, like, maybe he's going to control the game a little bit more, and I would love that, but I think he also does still eventually have to go into his own Robo. I think it's playing with fire not to also play Disruptors. That is what Zaun's trying to do. He's actually very much so intentionally pushing off Disruptors. He's actually instead going for faster DT Blink, and a whole lot of DTs are about to jump on one or another base, 3rd or 4th.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how much damage they will be able to achieve here. Okay. Well, there he goes. 4th base for Zaun, a little bit differently situated, of course. It's going to allow him to push out a bit quicker here, ultimately, but it's fun to see DTs blink on top of a Nexus that they're already on top of, but you know what? Gets him further away from the reinforcements points of Showtime there.
Exactly. I don't know if revealing the DT blink that fast was really, like, necessary. I don't think it really matters, you know, really, but I was just like, oh, well, I think he revealed a little bit of what his plan is. More so, you see DT blink as a priority. Maybe you're going to be a little more cautious of adding on cannons. Maybe it would have been a little bit later had he not done it. I mean, inevitably, both players get Disruptors and both players get DT blink, so I'm like, I don't think it really matters. But I'm not sure that was actually the best gambit, the best trade-off. Later Disruptors for that canceled 4th. I'm not, you know, because his 4th's not exactly that fast either. So, well, I don't think his Disruptor count's that bad. I think Showtime has been steadily building them, so he does have some compared to none. But can he actually use 1 or 2 Disruptors more? Probably not yet.
So I want to pick your brain as well on, like, the overall Disruptor counts. Like, what do you think? There's like, you can have too many of them at one point, or? Oh, almost blowing up his own Stalkers. It's arguable.
I think 10 is probably the maximum, is what I would argue, and then you're so much better off filling your supply with, like, DT Zealot harassment or transitioning up into Stargates. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, even 10, yeah, I mean, you have so many of them it will be allowing you to continuously shoot out those Disruptor shots, but at the same time, you know, controlling all of those orbs at the same time, trying to chase down units with your opponent also doing this stuff. Oh my god, this Nexus does go down. My dear god. Alright, also, you know, overall, Zaun trying to get some momentum on the other side, but not quite finding an entry right there. That 4th base snipe right at that moment in time, that felt like an important moment, but looking at the supplies, I think Showtime can kind of afford this at this moment. What do you think?
When you're maxed out, it's like losing a base is less of a blow, right? You're gonna bank a little bit anyways, so not the biggest of deals, especially if the Disruptor Wars goes in his favor, and he definitely has more Disruptors, but, you know, that could all change in an instant. So far, he is winning the Disruptor War. He does have more supply to play around with, but it, again, talking a little bit about Showtime's weakness, he's not going to take as many risks as some other Protoss players, which means that he's also not going to find the same reward when he actually could. In this case, his risk goes really sour. He wanted to split up his army and attack from 2 different angles, or attack to the 4th base and to the 3rd, but that attack got caught so much earlier than the other one, and now it's going to turn into kind of an awkward bit of a base trade, maybe? Maybe 1 for 1, or not? Yeah, Zaun's going to get it canceled, but he's going to lose his 3rd.
Yeah, he could try to keep pushing here, but ultimately with those recalls, of course, from the Protoss, at any moment in time they can decide to move backwards here. A couple of probes will be picked off trying to long distance mine for now, so kind of equalizing out in that kind of damage that is being dealt. Another base falls here for Showtime. Ultimately, the probe count's starting to look a little bit better for Sound here. Wouldn't be upset if he tries to just recall away at this moment, but well, maybe he will be able to get more damage done. In fact, all of this Disruptor's in a bit of trouble.
That was a nice pick-off, and he worked in DTs. He noticed he actually got the Observer. Very nicely done. He's going to lose some of his own Disruptors in turn, but I think Zaun, yeah, he's hearing the DT swipes. He's going to have to run away. He's actually going to meet potentially the other army on recalls instead. That was a good move because he was about to be sandwiched. Zaun comes out ahead on the workers, but they're on even bases, so it's kind of like, I mean, is anyone really utilizing that many workers on 3 workers? I'm not sure, on 3 bases. And Showtime comes out ahead on that army supply, and I think ahead on the disruptor count itself. So it still feels a little bit better for Showtime. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a little bit more equal right now, but more DTs again being warped in here by Zaun. He is really trying to keep that aggression going. Again, going to the top right side. And the bottom left side as well, though. DTs from Showtime being able to intercept quite a bit of the mining here. Immediately has to cancel the pylon I was building there. And yeah, it looks like they're kind of going tit for tat. But at the top right, there's a lot more infrastructure to help defend against these DTs. Although, you know
Instant recall.
The DTs do a lot of damage.
Yes, they do. Maybe you should always bring an Observer with this. Now, he's doing a pretty good job of actually splitting his army, so he never has a real weakness, real opening. And with Showtime having, I think, more Disruptors, I think, he should be fine defensively. Although, taking a bad trade on the Stalkers there. As long as he doesn't lose the Disruptors, he's trying to trade out. But actually, Zaun's about to find access into the natural, and that gets a little bit sketchy. That's a little bit scary. That's where his Disruptors are being made. And he's forced to run into Disruptors. He's the one that's in a hurry to stop Zaun from killing his infrastructure.
At the same time, still trying to force multitasking from Showtime here at the top side with those DTs. Oh, a couple of DTs almost getting on top of those Disruptors there. I'm not quite sure if there was an Observer available for Zaun. That could have been a nice pick off there, but probably, you know, you can't just risk something like that, I suppose. Does he have an Observer? I'm not certain.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit dangerous. There wasn't, but now there is. And the Revelation just tagged all those DTs. Blink's going to be a little bit faster on the cooldown for Stalkers. So some of the DTs do fall, but most of them survive. And that's important because, you know, their economy isn't exactly set up. Neither one of theirs is, and not quite banking yet either. Showtime, does he have a good split of army? It looks like he does. Lots of army defending as well as an army finding. Still a non-existent third. That actually was not replaced. He instead went for another fourth. It's going to be another base trade. PvP. What a matchup.
It's always awkward going to kill a base and then there's just no base to kill. Zaun finding a little bit more luck over here, I suppose. But then again, there's less bases here for Showtime to pick off as well. A couple of great Disruptor hits there, cleaning out whatever Zaun has as a defense over there. At the same time...
Oh my god.
Oh my dear lord, that's a big one.
Yeah, if he could use his DTs to jump on that as well, I mean, it's possible. Oh, nice Disruptor shot right there. Just took down quite a few of Zaun's, but Zaun's overall army supply, his actual stock count's a little bit greater. It's going to get very, very weird in this base tree. It's going to come down to sometimes who has an Observer, who doesn't. Who's actually controlling their army is a big question mark when there's so many things to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think Showtime may have a little bit more of a commitment to the defensive side of things as well. Although he's sending those units across the map now as well. So the army for Showtime is going to be pretty beefy at the front door of Zaun. And Zaun recalls all those Disruptors will defend this base. And that's a fresh base that still has a lot of mining to be done. And that's a great move actually for Zaun if he does manage to secure this area here. Disruptors, oh dear, that could be big as well. Okay, neither of them quite finding enormous amounts of damage. But it's going back and forth here.
Yeah, but it's going favorably for Zaun. He was the one that dug it in a little bit more to the economy of Showtime. He killed the natural and then killed every other base as well. Where Showtime kind of, you know, he wasted time finding a base that wasn't even taken. And just, I think, in general... Oh, well, that was pretty good. He still has a superior Disruptor count, though. And, you know, DTs always can make a difference in these base trades, but not that time. Observer was available, but... I mean, maybe if he recalls like half of his Disruptors to the main, at least he can save his main and force like a real base race, like get into each other's main. Oh, whoops, my voice cracks. But I don't know. seems like Zound just has more things to play around with, more things to maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not a good base rate to take here for Showtime, right? He just, like you said, doesn't have the same amount of stuff, and now that Zound is in this main base, it's going to be quite difficult as well to do the tactic you've mentioned with the Disruptors. Kind of out of time for that one. Is making a base in the bottom left side, though, trying to secure himself a bit more overall momentum here, perhaps, to re-situate himself in this position. The probes for Zound do get picked. I'm wondering why they were there. But, you know what? Trying to hide them, perhaps, so he can maybe get something going at a later point.
I think Zound realized he almost lost the Observer to like a cannon, I think, so he realized I need to build another one, so... Showtime's DTs will not be saving the day, but it is 13 Disruptors to 10. That's 3 more shots that might just make the difference. But going up your own ramp against your opponent, that's going to be superior for Zound, especially if he can recall out most of his army.
Just barely missing that Disruptor right there. But yeah, this is just incredibly rough. I'm not even sure why Showtime would want to push up this ramp anymore.
Oh my god.
Nothing to save. Oh.
Yeah. Now it's even. 10 Disruptors to 10. His last Observer just went down too, and Zound still has his Dark Shrine because Showtime never actually got into Zound's main. His army actually took so long to kill bases. That was a problem around Zound's 3rd, and that ended up being a problem around his 4th as well. It just took a very long time. That, you know, wasn't actually that important. I think if he had went after the production instead, it could have been different. A couple Disruptors going to find Stalkers with Blink on cooldown. So that was pretty big. Zound getting a little overeager to chase, I guess, maybe 1 or 2 Disruptors. Because they only got 1, it looks like. Still a maybe. Still a chance for Showtime.
Yeah. You think he was trying to push up into his own main base, perhaps, to find Zound mid-recall?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. This is looking quite dangerous. Disruptor ball's going every which way. The Stalker count just appeared for Zound, so if he's able to blink on top, he's going to win. He's actually out of shots. He's out of Disruptor shots. That's going to be it.
God, how can you be out of Disruptor shots? So many Showtime. Okay, only gets 1 Stalker there. Still a lot of Disruptors here for Zound. And imagine a situation here where we just have Disruptors left for both of these players. That's going to be a weird battle. And we're kind of getting there a little bit here. But Showtime still slightly behind overall. I say slightly, it is 20 army supply actually. That is almost double the amounts right now. But, I mean, if any units can remedy something like that, it's going to be Disruptors.
He can't get this one DT. He wasted like 3 shots and he lost Disruptors too. So, like, does he have any... Okay, does he have any more shots after that one? I'm not sure. Showtime can't get into the economy. Zound might not be mining very much, but at least he's mining. Yeah, he's been mining much better for a long time.
Where is this 1 probe from Showtime? It's not mining right now, but...
Yeah, I thought it was mining, actually.
Is it? I don't see it on the minimap right now.
No, you're right. It's not mining anymore. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Is it hiding? Is it that one little red spot in the on the 12 o'clock? Or is that... It might be blue, actually. Apparently I'm colorblind. GG. Just like that. Zound takes game number 1. Very well played there. Showtime, he looked good a couple of times. Thought he was going to take it, but ultimately not quite being able to beat out the new Korean on the scene here. Well played over there. Impressive.
PvP can be a kind of beautiful matchup. I know it looks really topsy-turvy, and I'm sure it's very frustrating to play because so much of it does come down to the Disruptors. But I would say, like, you know, for me, it's kind of like the people complaining about ZVZ and Mutafights, you know, back when it was a popular strategy. People would be like, oh, it's so dumb. Someone just gets, like, an economic lead. They have 2 more mutas. They win the match. And it's like, I don't know. I always actually found some beauty in it because Ling run-bys were always, like, actually really important. Having Lings on the ground help with the Glaive Worm bounce was always pretty important. Upgrades were pretty important. Like, did it ultimately come down to, like, a couple of big fireworks? I suppose, yes. Yeah. But I actually found a lot of fun in it. I think it's PvP. A lot of people are going to be eager to be, like, LoL Disruptors. Yeah. Or even LoL DTs, I guess. But there's so much more maneuvering and so much importance on, like, scouting and keeping track of your opponent. Yeah. I think it can be very, very fun to analyze and look at. And for that game, Zound just, I think, was better when it came to controlling Showtime and forcing him to make some awkward decisions.
Overall, those disruptors, they're always hype, right? They are the hype unit in a sense for Protoss. Whenever you see one of those orbs suddenly getting a little bit too close for comfort, things can get quite exciting very quickly. Anyway, in the top left side, we have ourselves a red Protoss player fighting for Germany. He did well against Rogue. Can he beat this Protoss as well? He is. Showtime, fighting for Team Big.
In the bottom right for Alpha X, he is the blue Protoss, Zaun.
Okay. Alright, so, I mean, do you think Showtime might be a little bit disturbed with how that game went overall?
Maybe. I think Showtime he's talked about how, PvP can be frustrating. It's been a frustrating matchup for a long time in different ways. But I think one specific thing Showtime has said on his stream is that he doesn't quite know how to end it. Which in general, again, we can kind of give Showtime one weakness above all, and that might be a little lack of the risk-taking to actually end the games. He doesn't quite kill his opponent fast enough.
Yeah.
In PvP, I think that is actually something he would acknowledge as a weakness, because he has gone into favorable situations, gotten better build orders, gotten better supply, more disruptors, and just not realize, when to kill your opponent.
Yeah.
Which, it's not a unique problem to him. It's just one of the ones that I think he really thinks about when he plays PvP. But it is, in general, hard to kill your opponent when disruptors are in play.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Just thinking back on that previous game, right? We did see Zaun taking a little bit more initiative, taking a couple more risks, as you mentioned, right? Going in with those blink stocks into the natural base, for example. Not something I would imagine Showtime doing very quickly. And ultimately, those maneuvers were the thing that kind of set him backwards on the back foot, even though it felt like he was ahead for a reasonable period of time right there before all of that started crumbling down.
It's always important to note how they were ahead, and a lot of Showtime's advantages were just like the disruptor count was very convincing for him at one point, doubling Zaun's, but that doesn't matter unless you actually use it, right? Unless you get some good connections. And kind of like a TVT, where there's the old mobility versus air army situation that can happen in late game TVT. In PvP, we have seen, where there's a moment where more disruptors equals win 100%, and then people got better. They got more used to Blink Disruptor, again, because it's been metas in past times. And then, it became, well, maybe more disruptors is not as good as having more mobility and having bigger DT harassment and taking more risks like Zaun did. So, again, I think it's a very enjoyable matchup. But a lot of it does come from the openers, which right now we have actually some pretty even openers. Looks like the couple of canceled buildings is kind of all that we really have to talk about. But then, of course, the actual units they popped out. Zaun was really insistent on using his Adepts. Didn't get much down until a little bit later, and paired them up with Stargate. This time, immediately into a Twilight Council.
Okay, so what do you expect? He still made a couple of Stalkers here, so just going into a quicker blink?
He might be really quick blink, and then maybe we'll see an attack off of it as well. You just kind of continuously warp in Stalkers, and suddenly you have way more than they would. But it could, I don't want to throw away the possibility of a Dark Shrine. It's hard to do, though, unless you're going to hide that Dark Shrine, because, Hussein Fiends are so good.
That's a good point.
And I don't think his probe is actually building a pylon, so, yeah, just faster blink.
Alright, well, here we go again. It's a reasonable scout here is going to be able to see that Twilight Council already finished up. So maybe giving him a little bit of an inclination as to the path Zaun has taken here. Gonna start sending those Adepts across the field, perhaps to try and keep tabs on what Zaun is doing exactly. Keep tabs on the army amounts and stuff like that, right? Composition.
So now that Showtime confirmed the Twilight Council was being used, and it's kind of a defensive setup there for Zaun for now, he actually adds on a Forge, which we would kind of expect Zaun to also do. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, this is awkward as hell. Oh, yeah. No, we just lost 2 sentries. Ooh, that could actually be really important. So I'll finish my first state. No, he's going to use another sentry. Oh, my God. Okay, this actually could be really important. So yeah, usually you would get a forge and then, you know, go into +1 about as fast as you can. Zaun has not done that. Zaun has not gone into a forge. And if he is going to get a Warp Prism and do an attack, I would think that Showtime would want to see that. Or if he wanted to see it was a forge, right? Which he can't do anymore because he doesn't have any hallucinations. And affording another sentry, I mean, that's pretty expensive to do right now.
Yeah, for certain.
Yeah, he does it, but it's going to take a while for it to actually provide a hallucination.
Yeah, so his scouting is not going to be as quick right now. Of course, if there is a fight coming up, I suppose the blink kind of negates a little bit of the force fields, but usually you don't just have stalkers, you will have some other units mixed in between, whether that is an immortal or something else, maybe, you know, zealots, anything on the ground. Not going to be available anymore for Showtime, at least not in the same amount as he maybe was expecting to have.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is it wasn't a bunch of extra gateways and a warp prism.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to get attacked. It was a faster nexus, which I think he sees now. So he's going to have faster +1 versus a faster nexus. What ends up being better? Kind of, you know, maybe it both evens out as we are getting into a bit of a later game. But with that faster charge and now a proxy gateway alongside all the gateways you would usually expect on 3 bases, well, we can clearly see who is going to be the aggressor. And it is once again going to be Zaun. And Showtime, yeah, he has a hallucination. He might figure this out. I don't think he's going to realize where this is coming from. He certainly hasn't seen the proxy.
Yeah, for sure. But then, to be fair, I mean, there's only 2 real ways to come in on this map, right? You can kind of have your army in this one location and relatively be in a good spot to defend either or. We'll have to wait and see, of course, how this is going to unfold. A lot of sentries there available for Zaun. Wonder how many force fields he's going to throw down. There's the Guardian Shield already too, and manages to catch the sentry of Showtime here. Also lowering quite a bit of HP on that one. The Stalker, surprised that he did manage to get away. More great force fields, and will it be enough though?
Yeah, Probe's even getting in on the action, get to surround a bunch of Stalkers to the left side. That actually is not so bad. That actually was kind of helpful. The Zealot number is not really up there. Zaun didn't quite have a full warp in yet, and with the Warp Prism providing a secondary blink, maybe, just maybe, Showtime can actually hold on. It was a surprise, but maybe not enough of one. Showtime also had that +1 advantage until literally just now, so no doubt that was certainly helping, but the probes are once again gonna have to be pulled.
Oh my dear lord, the Zealot's actually doing enough, and yeah, GG is called just like that. Zaun taking the 2-0 lead right now, and gonna put himself in a nice position here to on the match points, pretty much, right? Is looking to take this series perhaps 3-0. That could stunt your confidence if you're Showtime here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if you're already a little hesitant to believe in your PvP. He's got like really good PvP results, but then almost every Protoss it feels like I don't know about it. And that's maybe where Showtime is at. What you know, I wonder if he had pulled the probes faster, or if he had a shield battery actually done an overcharge. Like it feels like that could have been such a small thing, could have made such a big difference with how that was ending up. So many weak stalkers on both sides, but Zaun's aggressive tactics did pan out even without having that +1. I think it's gonna be very frustrating because it like there's no point in PvP where I feel like it's ever comfortable not to scout. You can't just like sit back, and that's either because, you know, they're not gonna see an attack on the way, or because you're not gonna see, like literally, you're not gonna see the positioning of the army. So no doubt he's like frustrated at the sometimes how to say, like, not randomness of PvP, but just the you know, frustrating aspect of PvP. Like, well, if I knew there was a gateway, of course I'd defend. Like,
man, of course I would have thrown down shield batteries, of course. But not being able to catch that in time, and yeah, right now it's a difficult spot for him. Let's see how he does in game number 3. So on his last legs here, the wall, a couple of bricks still remain, but will he be able to hold on? The Red Protoss fighting for Team Big. He is Showtime.
and for Team Alpha X, as the blue Protoss in the bottom left, he is Zaun.
Like somebody in the chat being like, oh, it's gonna be a 5-0 for Zaun. That is not how a best of 5 works. That is,
Not quite. I guess you could say that he's winning so hard it was clear there would be a 5-0, but I don't know if he's winning that hard.
Alright. Okay, reverse sweep. Yeah, it could be a reverse sweep here as well. It's going to be a rough one overall. I suppose if Showtime does go down here, he will not have to play another Protoss, right? That's the one, I suppose, bright light for him if he does go down 3-0 here. He's going to have to go up against either Rogue or Hero Marine, though, and those two opponents are no walkovers. The best of 3 he had with Rogue, yeah, he managed to take it, but it wasn't a walkover by any stretch of the imagination. A couple of games did go quite heavily into his favor, that is for certain. But, you know what, those other 2 games, I would say, definitely very, very tightly could have gone either way, is what I'm trying to say.
Contested.
Yeah.
Tightly contested. For sure. The guy meant groups, and I could definitely see that. Zound might just get the 3-0 here. PvP is wonky, and while he looks strong in a general sense for PvP, I don't know, I've seen things definitely turn south for this matchup, for someone who thinks they're going to win it.
Yeah, true. True, the knife cuts both ways.
Yes, yeah, that would be a good saying to use right now. But it is looking quite promising for Zound, who then, I mean, with his overall performance and like all the online stuff that he plays in, even his GSL, like, it just really feels like Zound has situated himself firmly in people's minds. This guy is good. He is a contender. He is going to continually rise through the ranks of the Protoss. You know, I don't know if he's ever become the best Protoss, but actually, with a couple of the Protoss retiring later this year, I mean, he's gonna get a little bit closer, for being real, for being frank.
Yeah.
So he's definitely got to watch out for. And 5-0ing his entire group, to clarify, would actually be a strong statement towards that. Another Stargate opener. Showtime, though, going to be going for his own Stargate.
Interesting. It's actually a good point that you're making, right? A lot of Protoss are leaving the overall Korean scene in particular at pretty darn soon. So to me, it's very nice to see Zound, while these other Protoss are still kind of active, right? We had Stats and Zest as well participating in this tournament. All these big Protoss, Trap was there as well. But Zound, he is still standing. He did manage to qualify. He did manage to take out a lot of really tough names. So overall, I wouldn't be surprised if he does manage to eventually take kind of the seats of Protoss powerhousing in the Korean scene here. All these 2 adepts from Zound again finding their way into the mineral line. I suppose Showtime once more not really anticipating adepts to show up anymore here.
Yeah, maybe just again, like, it's kind of like one side, maybe they'll stop, you know, well, they won't remember to shade them in, but more importantly, you kind of hope that you see them fast enough with you continuing to expand and be out in the map with your units. You're like, well, the adept will be seen. I can do this. And, well, he couldn't. His probe was not fast enough to build the gateways, what he wanted to do. And that isn't, like, it's not a game breaker yet. Only got 3 probes. The Oracle was not in time with them. If it was, it would have been game over. But it does not feel good, especially because you also got your Stargate revealed, when maybe you're kind of being a little bit tricky. Yeah,
for sure. There's a little thing as well that he does have that Nexus, of course, a little bit earlier than Zound here as well. So overall, he may be able to mend the damage, but now he's losing more probes. 2 more of them go down, and I mean, every time just being picked at on that probe count, it is starting to add up here, and he himself is not going to be able to get anything done because there is that shield battery there. Stalker's already in position as well. So wisely backs up for now, not trying to dive onto the probes. But then again, I just keep thinking backwards on what you were saying, right? Showtime just not taking those gambles, and ultimately, maybe in these types of situations, it's the most important thing to try and take some of those gambles in order to tie up the series again, right? Because just playing it on an equal basis when you're behind, it's not the can be a little bit dangerous overall.
I guess his gamble here was just the Stargate opener. Like, open it with Stalkers too. Really, you know, again, the Adepts are kind of the first, like, oh, are you doing a Stargate? But if you open with Stalkers, sometimes that kind of just puts it out of their mind. It just sucks because he didn't actually get it hidden. The Adepts scouted it, and he missed the block on the Adepts. That was a I still think that is the #1 most frustrating thing about PvP, is that blocking off adepts can literally be do or die, either right then and there, or they kill too many probes, or eventually because it mess up your opener. Like, it just not much they can do about that. Once Protoss actually invent doors, I guess it'll be fixed.
I was feeling this was gonna come up right now.
Yeah, but now it's that actually would be probably too broken if they ever did invent doors.
Yeah, for the other matchups it may be a problem, but for, you know, PvP, I don't know. Maybe you can make something like adepts just don't warp through other Protoss units that are from the opposing faction. I don't know, something like that. You know, just so you can have like an adept or a stalker in the wall instead of just continuously having to be on point of it so much. Because so much of this matchup right now does kind of come down to just that overall, right? It's a little bit similar to when Wings of Liberty came out. Oh, trying to set off the status trap here. That's cute. But when there was like the TVT or the TVP matchup where you would, well, we have a little bit of an engagement. I don't think Sound will commute here, but trying to get a bit of damage here and there. Alright, let me finish that thought. So, the TVP matchup where we had just continuously Marines trying to stim up a ramp, and then, oh, does he get the force fields? Doesn't he get the force fields? And then, you know, it kind of coming down to that is also a little bit disappointing in a sense overall. Doesn't feel as great as some of the other maneuvers that we see from this great game.
Yeah. Kind of a, you know, it could have been a more important moment there. Showtime did get sight on the stalkers approaching, so he's able to warp in. When maybe he wasn't planning on warping in. There are definitely phases of PvP where if you can get away with not making units, you'll try. You're getting nexus, you're getting probes, you're getting upgrades. So he scouted it, he warped in. It was not a big deal. Could have been a little bit worse. And the game does go on. And because, you know, we're at now almost 8 minutes, those earlier problems, the whole Stargate opener not really going well for Showtime, getting less and less important. What's more important is, you know, Nexus timings, which is going favorably for Zaun. Charge timings could also be pretty important, as that is once again faster for Zaun. Actually, does he already have +1, or did he just skip before? I entirely missed. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he could, again, go for the attack, which, I mean, that's exactly what he's doing. He's planning a very similar attack, except this time he's going to have +1.
Okay, so, yeah, again, I mean, the gateway is on the other side of the bases overall. It's going a bit quicker into the Zealots as well to reinforce this, but here we go again. The Stalkers engaging before the Zealots are actually there, though, so taking a bit of poke damage before perhaps he absolutely needed to. And it looks like Showtime just has more than enough here. Also a shield battery to fall back onto. I don't think this is going to work out for Sound now.
I don't think so either. I mean, despite having +1 and it's, you know, that's actually going to even up the score, I think Showtime just had more stalkers. He actually warped in more stalkers in general, didn't waste time on like a warp prism that ended up really helping, and also scouted the army moving. So he didn't scout the top left, but he scouted the army moving a direction that said, I'm going to attack you, and that's a, you know, it's a big alert. But now a little awkwardly getting caught by a bunch of charge lots, forced to blink away from his base. So now if he doesn't lose his nexus, that probably won't happen. He'll lose maybe the reinforcing stalkers, maybe the shield batteries are going to go down. The overcharge one certainly is. Good focus fire there from Zaun. The warp prism could have been under fire, but I don't think Showtime actually saw it. And it is still quite a kind of a close fight. If Zaun can get the warp in, I think that he will. This is going to be really, really close. The Oracle even trying to help out. Probes might have to be pulled once again to hold on as Showtime's army supply has really gone into the dumpster.
Oh my dear Lord, Sound doing it again. 3-0 versus Showtime. The wall falls, it crumbles. Man, Berlin only having, I don't know, not that many walls remaining here. Although he's not out of it just quite yet, guys. He still has a chance, but he's going to have to go up against either Rogue again in the rematch or Hero Marine. And that's just overall a painful foresight here, considering how those matches went. He, yeah, probably just wanted to eke it out here, of course, as any player would, just get themselves as quickly out of the group as possible. But yeah, Zaun making Alpha X proud again and doing what he can to secure that spot in the playoffs right now, joining some of the other great players that are already awaiting, of course, Cyril, Maru, TY and Clem. So very well done, very well done. We're gonna go into the next series pretty soon here, guys. Rogue versus Hero Marine. It's gonna take a couple of minutes in between, run some ads, stuff like this, and yeah, don't go anywhere, because we still have 2 best of 5s to go to see who is going to be joining Zaun out of the group here, and who else is going to fall, unfortunately, out of the tournament. See you in a little bit, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Nuclear missile ready.
We have a new sponsor we'd like to take a moment to thank. Strive Beef Biltong. Strive Beef Biltong contains no added sugars, nitrates, or artificial preservatives. It's like jerky without the junk. Their beef snacks are all natural, high protein, and keto friendly. They offer unique flavors like spicy peri-peri, zesty garlic, and hatch green chili to satisfy your taste buds. Not only are they sponsoring this tournament with quests, but they are offering a limited discount code for a short period of time. Use the code GAMER15 at the checkout for 15% off your order. Also, check out our Matcherino event page for more information, or go to strive.com to learn more about their products. Offered in slabs, slices, and sticks for all your snacking needs. Thank you, Strive, for supporting our esports tournament and for your award-winning biltong recipes.
Right, welcome guys, welcome back. We are pretty much already starting up. We're already in the loading screen here for the next game. It will be Rogue versus Hero Marine, a TVC. I know everybody loves those, so let's just jump right on in as soon as this loads up. There we go. Going in. In the bottom right side, there's the blue Terran player for Mouse Esports. He, you know, it shrunk a little bit after the matches between him and Sound, but let's see if he will get his hands on Rogue here. He is Hero Marine.
In the top left, as the red Zerg for Jin Green Wings, he is Rogue.
Already gave it away. Is this why I just babble on and on? Very often as well in, like, introductions, I already say the name, being like, alright, well, will Hero Marine be able to do this? Use the blue Terran. Oh, yeah, well, I already said his name. It is Hero Marine.
Just gotta roll with the punches, man. Everyone makes that mistake. Yeah, it happens.
It's a fun time, though. It is a fun time. Very glad that you're here with us, Zombie Grub. It is a lot of fun to be able to cast with somebody as professional as you. Don't
thank you.
get a lot of those opportunities myself, so I am very happy to that you're here with me, casting this stuff, and providing so much valuable insights overall.
I appreciate it. That's been fun. Always love casting some high-skill StarCraft, which certainly is coming down here for the tournaments. Got a lot of great games. Some long games. I mean, maybe not as back and forth and as interesting quite yet as maybe like the Clem group, right? But yeah, definitely some interesting games.
Let's see. Well, the next one, Group D, we should be having is pretty darn interesting as well, right? I mean, Rainer, Innovation, Cure, nice. I know you're a big Innovation fan. I know that for a fact, so it should be a good one, right? As well.
Yes, yeah, I am. I am a big fan of the Innovation. That's true. That's why it's my first pick. But pretty much everyone who is on my War Chest Team League is who I'm big fans of. So I do hope that Showtime, makes it through here. But it is going to be very difficult. Even though I think he is in a actually like a really good place for PvZ, and he could take down Rogue again. I don't think you want to risk that. I don't think you want to chance that.
Yep.
And even though he has taken down Hero Marine in the past, it's also gone the opposite way really hard. So again, you don't want to really chance that. But we're going to have to find out to see who is going to be Showtime's opponent, as this entire best of 5 has yet to be played. We're really just getting into the grittiness of it, since it's just the openers. I mean, Hero Marine mostly known for his macro style, certainly in this matchup, but Rogue, I mean, I gotta figure at least now, ZVT, best of 5, I feel like now we gotta see at least 1 or 2 all-ins.
That would make sense to me as well, and well, this could be potentially an alright time. The triple command center here for Hero Marine is coming down. Wonder if he's gonna throw down the double engineering bay with this together as well. Although, you know what? You said it as Rogue. Wouldn't be impossible to think that he will go for some aggression here. Maybe erring on the side of caution wouldn't be the worst idea here for Hero Marine.
Well, he's actually taking a really big chance. I mean, 3rd CC, let's see, is he getting a tech lab? He might, yeah, he's not even gonna swap off. So, this is pretty much the greediest you can be. He's going for a faster second barracks. He's gonna give him, a faster double drop follow-up. So kind of what we see from, I think with, TY was one of the first guys to do this. I feel like, at least I feel like he was. But regardless, there's no tank to help out if there were some roaches. There's no starport to even emergency produce a Banshee. So it's really quite dangerous to do against Rogue, but he's going to get away with it. Rogue's actually going to go for a faster, looks like Spire play here, with a fairly fast lair, and no Roach War or anything like that. And he's finally going to get sight on what his opponent's doing. I think that Ling saw the lifted barracks being already set on that reactor, and I think it also would have seen the 3rd CC. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. But I think he's got an idea.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think so. But, I mean, there's only so many things he can do. He can make, a decent number of Lings, expecting a drop around, I think, 6 minutes. But he is still pointed towards Spire. He wants to get there.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to get aggressive either, right? He could also take this opportunity to just drone up like mad, realizing that this is coming in. As long as he gets himself a couple of Banelings to defend against the double Rex opening, which he spotted, so I would assume that he will. No Baneling Nest is quite yet, or speed on the way either.
Yeah, he's gonna try and get away without it. So I guess it's actually okay to do this, I would say. And not just because I trust Rogue. Okay, like if anything, it's Rogue's gonna be the one to know. But is that I think what really is, it's not that scary. It's like, you know, like a 2-1-1, the kind of typical 2-1-1 that hits at 5 minutes. You don't really need Banelings against that. So I guess if Hero Marine's only going to do like a 6-minute drop with Marines, he's not gonna bring any tanks, like Widow Mines, he's not gonna have 50 Marines, right? I guess you don't really need to prioritize the Banelings and Baneling speed. Obviously, it will have to come down, though, and it will have to come down before your upgrades. So no doubt Rogue will have later upgrades. But yeah, if him going for Banelings after Spire is what he thinks is correct, then I'm gonna trust him. And just get enough Lings with some Queen, oversight, I guess, and then you should be able to deal with any drops.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a foolish day for us to probably go against the decisions of Rogue here. It would be inadvisable. But, yeah, I mean, Baneling speed is on the way. It's not going to be ready just quite yet for the first initial attack here of Hero Marine, so gonna have to wait and see if that is going to be a potential issue where Hero Marine will be allowed to micro a bit more so. But actually, he's being rather passive with this Marine medevac composition here. I thought pretty much for certain that he would try to get himself across the field.
I thought he was going to do at least one little drop and then just like be very, wary of picking up and immediately leaving. You could argue like, why bother then? And that's definitely a fair argument. If you can find the Queens, great. If you can find like 5 active creep tumors, great. But if you chance losing your drops, then maybe not so great. Now he's going to do it, long after he could have. He's already set up against the mutas though, so I think that's what he's depending on. Missile turrets are done. Marines are now being produced at a steady amount, so I can now do even kind of a push because he's brought his Hellions with him, and that armory, is it already done? We'll see. Swinging the Hellbats. I didn't think it was, but the Hellions are here to help out regardless.
Yeah, are coming in here. I mean, it's still a good choice overall. He's a little bit spread out. Gets a couple of creep tumors and then backs out again. I mean, he did see the amount of Banelings that being morphed, so just kind of forcing some more extra Zerglings to become Banelings, I suppose, on its own. A little bit of an advantageous thing. Denying some creep. I wonder if he will be keeping that left side probably secure here off of creep and be a potential essential tool for him to actually start getting some push distance.
His armory is actually just straight up late, so I was like pretty sure it wasn't done because the one was only halfway, and I'm like, you don't have an armory done by that. But he's actually just gotten it late, so that big ol' upgrade lead he has against the very late upgrades of Rogue, it's going to get smaller. I mean, maybe it's still going to be a lead, but it's definitely going to get smaller. And, well, Rogue is already setting up a couple of run-bys. He wants to be able to punish Hero Marine as Hero Marine tries to get set up and slowly push onto the creep. Baneling's going to be able to bust through and open up opportunities for the future, or maybe even just supply block Hero Marine, which it in fact did.
Too bad. Yeah, we do have Hero Marine here trying his best to gain some ground once more in that same location where he did deny the creep. Banelings coming forward as the Hellions try to transform themselves. Unfortunately not being as spread out as they could be. So a bit of AoE damage there. It looks like the siege tank behind actually shooting a creep tumor there. Did I see that wrong? I think he did. That's an interesting maneuver actually. I wonder if he did that on purpose to try and draw out siege tank fire. And here we go, another nice cleanup for Rogue without Hero Marine getting all too much work done.
Couple too many Banelings to the face, I would say. Hero Marine was probably both dealing with the mutas back at home as well as experiencing some ping issues, that's just the realness of it, and didn't really pull back Marines, and I think he absolutely could have on his best day. So that did hurt his chances to stay in that position. As it is, he still has a decent army supply, more than decent, actually almost doubling Rogue's army supply. The hatchery is low, and the creep spread has not been replaced. There's no time to do so. So even though Rogue cleaned up that first little wave of attack, it doesn't really look like he's going to have enough for the second wave.
Okay, did manage to get rid of the Widow Mines, but that base does fall, and all the Marines are immediately picked up. The damage has been dealt. Going back to his own side here, getting ready for a follow-up attack, it looks like, with those reinforcements coming in. Behind this as well, getting himself the Thors, the Drilling Claws, really setting up shop to fight and combat those Mutalisk.
Well, getting that hatchery is nice, especially because he did end up saving all those Marines. It's going to be scary when or if Rogue's actually able to get to 5 bases and 92 workers. Currently only on 4 and 92 is not as effective, but yeah, Rogue's going for that big economy, and that's going to be scary to deal with if he can't keep up the pressure. Taking a fairly good fight to start things off on creep. Might lose a couple of mutas to the remaining Marines, but we'll fully clear this up. Left side, couple of Marines getting in here, going for another cancel, but just a couple of Banelings, couple more on the way. Yeah, it's going to be able to push that back. And Rogue is even getting another expansion, so he'll be on plenty of bases for his 91 workers to work off of.
Yeah, maybe, We've been seeing players like Maru and such being a little bit more defensive recently. I don't know if that's due to his injury or perhaps that he just feels like Zergs are getting quite accommodating at being able to take on those pushes from the Terran. Yeah, we did see another cancel on that base though, so again a small victory there for Hero Marine, but ultimately, is he getting himself very far ahead in this game? I don't know if I would give him that.
Very far ahead? Yeah, I don't know about that. Doing a decent job at controlling the Zerg? Yeah, sure. You know, Rogue's not doing this and easily starting up his Ultras Cavern with Chitinous Plating, so definitely a decent TVZ so far. But it does feel like sometimes it's like, okay, it's decent, and suddenly Rogue's on 7 bases, all the creep spread in the world, and Ultras. So you don't want to let that happen, because it seems to happen pretty quickly. Heerman's going to keep up the pressure. Some Widow Mines actually being a bit of a problem, as Rogue doesn't quite have enough Overseers to deal with everything. Left side took a while, right side took a while, and now that he's on the right side, Heerman is hitting on the left.
Yeah, also a drop still on that top right side, looking for some damage. There is the base a little bit exposed there. Widow Mines retargeting that from Hero Marine pretty on point, so but then good detonation from Rogue, just, you know, sending off 3 of those Banelings. It's not the most efficient way to clean up Widow Mines, but at least it's not as bad as you sometimes see those Banelings trade against the Widow Mine.
Hero Marine will eventually find that base. There we go. Actually, funnily enough, finding it when it's done. It can't be cancelled, so kind of worked out favorably for him. 3-3 has been started, and while it wasn't as big of an upgrade advantage as it could have been, inevitably, Terrans do have that 3-3 advantage over their Zerg opponents. Rogue's going for a bit of a run-by, lots of Lings hitting into that third, and the mutas, I believe, are coming along as well, but Hero Marine actually has some defenses against it, at least some, while also moving in with a very large force, a bit off creep. Banelings rolling into Thors and Marauders, it looked like, so not really the most efficient use of Banelings. Hero Marine, if he has more army to just clear up these mutas, I think would do really well here, but where's the rest of his army?
I'm not completely certain, actually. Okay, it's moving in right now. We see it moving towards that third base, but of course, the Mutalist can use that high ground right there, and moving back and forth between these places. Now, he did clean up another one of the bases of Rogue as well, but ultimately, I feel like Rogue's going to be more comfortable re-expanding at the moment in time than, well, Hero Marine is sitting here. He's not just losing those bases, he's losing some of his add-ons on the production facilities. He's losing some supply depots. Once again, supply blocked here.
That does sting. That stings a lot, and not just because they lost the command center, but because it just took away all the momentum. Technically, it was a base trade. You know, it was 1 base for 1, or technically 2, with the left side going down as easily as it did. But this has taken a very long time to clean up, and really is still hitting Hero Marine's production and hampering his momentum. So it doesn't feel very comfortable for Hero Marine. He wants to get back out in that map and at least try and get something done to Rogue. But now he's getting into all of the creep spread. This is where Rogue has been primarily creep spreading, not letting it die, and that's going to make a push really difficult to do.
Yeah, for certain. Maybe on the furthest right side, a little bit more of an opening, but, you know, it's good to try and contest the creep spreading right now. Oh, this base, misplaced because of that burrowed link from before. Not quite a planetary yet either, of course. And once again, Rogue just making Hero Marine run circles in his own base. He is kind of stuck right now. It feels like just being pinned down, but running between these 4 locations.
Yeah, Hero Marine, maybe he doesn't really care about getting his 3rd base back as he gets to a healthier 5th base, but that still doesn't look very pretty for the Terran not to have that as the first line of defense, the first jumping off point to deal with the Zerg and all their run-bys. So I'm not sure. I mean, the supplies don't look that bad for the Terran, but the feeling right now doesn't feel so good. He's going to have to take a good engagement. It's going to be difficult to do if he's going to be forced to go onto creep. Off of creep like this, it's going to go a lot better. But even if Rogue were to give up that base temporarily, he's still hammering in on the production of Hero Marine. He might actually have to give up that base, though. There's just not a lot of creep spread off to the very far right. Or, well, no, actually, he's fine. Yep, all the banelings come in.
Oi, 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 oi. Even behind this as well, of course, we see that Ultralisk Kevin being constructed, and Hero Marine, I mean, he's already kind of struggling here with the Mutalisk circling Baneling. I mean, I don't see any type of real answer for those Ultralisk either on the production tab for him. He's still making 7 Marines at a time, only a single Marauder, the Widowmines and Medivacs, and that's about it, right? Not much else. He's already in a bit of a rough spot, but things are gonna be even more difficult, I feel like, as soon as those Ultralisks start to pop.
I mean, if Hero Marine could get that extra command center onto the third, which still is a decent amount of mining, I mean, I'd start to feel a little more comfortable for him. His mute account's also been maybe... actually, no, it's not. There's like 1 missile turret. If there were 3 or 4, maybe it's a bit more questionable, but literally only 1. So even as the mute account has gone down a little bit, it still is by far enough to deal with the missile turrets there. Quick response to the Marines. He definitely needs to keep that planetary alive. He is moving over his extra base to the third. Hero Marine is going to stabilize on his economy. But yeah, as far as keeping up with the pacing, as far as keeping up the pressure, and dealing with these Ultras, which are going to have all of their upgrades very soon, that's the question now. Can Hero Marine actually deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, he is still dealing some damage here and there, right? So it's not just, it's not over at all. There is still a good amount of army supply here for Hero Marine as well. Good splits overall. Fortunately, the Widowmine not being able to gain maximum value there, but once again, as soon as Hero Marine starts applying pressure, those Mutalisks just come back around and start hitting up the production facilities here, which aren't looking all that healthy anymore. Most of them are just not at... Oh, that's a lot of banelings. Most of them not having add-ons, and there's not that many remaining overall anyway.
He at least has some production elsewhere outside of the main. That's actually probably been a really big help, you know, barely taking care of some of these run-bys thanks to that. But I think the main orbital did go down, and you're right, a production still has fallen, and actually Hero Marine just going to tap out. Despite having some decent trades against massive amounts of banelings, Rogue was just still overpowering him in that supply. GG, a good TVZ, but Rogue was, I guess, ultimately in control most of the time.
All right. So yeah, I'm seeing some people apparently did get some ads again. I don't know exactly where it comes from, but apparently Alpha X, I'm not completely certain. We have the mid-roll ads, so they just get thrown in there by Twitch on their own, and we have people trying to play them every time when we have a chance to try and avoid that, but unfortunately it is just I have no idea where it comes from myself. We try our best to stay on top of it and to avoid it, but anyway, apologies for the people that did get it. It is quite a bit out of our control, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they had said the mid-roll, you know, test was over.
Well, we've been having it even before they mentioned that we're going to be testing this. Like, this has been going on for us for a long time, and I don't know where it's coming from. Overall.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Gross.
It is. It really is. And yeah. It's well, something that we may need to consider opening up more chatting with Twitch with just to kind of converse about this type of stuff, because it is really frustrating for us as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously one of the concerns about the mid-roll ads, is that it would specifically hit esports, and I don't know, I guess people were like, oh, you know, if you play them often enough, it's not a big deal. And I was like, I guess technically, yeah, you know, StarCraft games, maybe maximum 30 minutes most of the time. So maybe you could, but I was always like, well, what about like League? You know, like the games that are like expected to be like an hour long? How do you fit the ads in for that one? I don't know.
Like Showtime versus Rogue earlier on, right? I mean, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah. The winning fight and the ads, like, you know what? Now's the time.
Yeah. All right, anyway. Lightshade, guys. Lightshade. Next game coming up here. In the bottom right side, there's the biggest German in the world, in the universe, pretty much. It's amazing he fits on the planet, but here he is. He's the Blue Terran. He is from Mouse Esports. He is Hero Marine.
In the top left for the prestigious Green Air Green Wings, he is Rogue.
I
Green
always
air.
mess that up as well. The green air Jin wings. Ah, no.
Yeah. Good enough. Good enough.
The Jin green wing airs. No, wait. Oh. It's weird how everybody messes up like the green and the Jin and never the other words. Like
I don't usually. I feel like I don't usually do it.
Oh.
But I read green wings as I was saying
Oh,
it, like
yeah,
on his
yeah.
logo.
That makes sense.
So
Maybe that's where it
yeah.
comes from. It's like a subconscious kind of thing. And it's like, you know.
that's absolutely what it is. When
Yeah.
like Ty plays on his YouTube account and because YouTube clan, I should say, and I read it. You know, I hover over it and I read it. I want to call him YouTube.
Yeah. That makes a little
Like I
sense.
clearly know who Ty is, but player YouTube.
Play your YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. Anyway, what kind of adjustments would you expect here for Hero Marine? Or do you think he's just gonna do the same stuff and just try to execute it a little bit better?
I think you got to change it up a little bit. That was actually a fairly promising game, and I think in many ways, you know, creep spread was being denied to allow for a push on a fairly important base. It got a little less important as time went on, but that was going well for the Terran. Right side even found opportunity to get somewhere with no creep. That seemed like it was okay, but the amount of just counterattack and run by avenues the Zerg has, that Rogue has, on a map like that, it really is devastating in the hands of a good Zerg who can actually push those buttons at the right time. So, I mean, I would say default, you start to get a little scared about playing a macro game against such a good Zerg, but you can't, because as soon as you become one-dimensional 2-racks Hellbat player, it doesn't work out well either. But I think you gotta change things up. And there's so many ways to change things up, too. Like, here Marine could have done a 6-minute drop, or 5:30 actually, I think is when it can hit, something like that. With the build that he chose, he didn't though. He actually waited until, you know, full like minute later, and we were like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe that could have gotten the ball rolling a little bit faster, or he could do more focus on like a 2-tank push earlier on a smaller map as well, which Lightshade is. Again, talking about the fact that your base is pushed towards your opponent, and that's not usually what you want as a Zerg. Maybe here Marin could try and push that. He is going for a 3cc, so those are the options we're talking about, because, you know, Hellbat, pressure, and any other type of cheese is kind of out of the window now.
Yeah, it's not many ways to grasp when you're being this greedy at home. Once again, but yeah, it does look like, you know what, this is kind of Hero Marine as well, right? He is a very confident player. Even losing a game here against a strong Zerg is going to be like, you know what, I think I can make this work still. I think that was still playable. I believe in myself, and you know, you proves it time and time again, right? Bringing sometimes these series back.
He's already changed things up, so not a quick second barracks, but rather into a
yeah.
starport with a transfer over. So a couple of Banshees, hoping to get maybe like, you know, a lot of the time we see now pros pair up the Banshees without, you know, showing the first one. They just wait for the pair and then go for a couple of kills. Maybe they can get 8 if they're really good. That's already a change-up. It's also, and this is important because you see a Roach one go down, it's also going to protect him from Rogue's habits, which is to be a little aggressive, especially given the opportunity. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for Hero Marine. This looks so good for him, but did Rogue just see the starport or not? Oh, he saw it, so he doesn't do it. Now he doesn't do anything with the Roaches. I'm actually a little surprised he doesn't cancel, but he might actually be planning on doing a 1-1 Roach push. We'll see what happens there, but I don't think you do anything with the Roach Warren right now, since you saw the Banshees were going to be out.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to keep it around to perhaps solidify a bit more defensive capabilities in case this will be something with Hellbats as well. Sometimes you see that happen, but or just the Hellions, right? Still a nice beefy unit to have around, perhaps, but yeah, he's not building any of them, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Did Hero Marine see the Roach Warren? He's
I
building a
don't think he
bunker.
did. Well, maybe actually, yeah, that was a good thing, huh?
Either that, or he's like pretty convinced that Rogue would choose this map to cheese. I mean, he was right. Roach Run went down, but just wasn't utilized. So whatever he saw, he now gets a follow-up scan on that third. He sees a bunch of gases being taken. So, I mean, while he might not know what exactly those gases are for, I mean, usually gases means technology, means you're not being pushed. So he can feel a little bit more comfortable there. It is going to be a Roach push. As I said, Rogue, you know, he's definitely a player who I feel consistently does this throughout all the years, so he'll always have that in the back of his mind, where some people, you know, it is like one map they do it on, and that's kind of it. Rogue was doing it a decent amount on what, Pillars of Gold, I think, which still exists in the map pool. Now maybe Lightshade is also another map. He sees like a lot of opportunity to push with this, and it could be the shortness of the map, or it could be something else that we're gonna, you know, see really come into effect when he pushes in. You know, is there not a lot of places for tanks to siege up comfortably? I would say so, because there's such a wide arc around Hero Marine's third. The tanks aren't really going to be in any abusive spots, so I can definitely see why this would be a good attack to do.
Yeah, for certain. It makes an interesting case as well, whether you should try to land that CC a little bit further away in the top, or the base that is above your natural, or this one, that's the triangular one. It's a bit more open, but you're going to be able to, well, if you are building it in your main or natural, start mining a little bit sooner. Interesting trade-off here. The Hellions trying to commit to get some of those drones. Doesn't get too many of them overall, but he does verify the Roach count right here, so I would be very surprised if he doesn't start preparing immediately. And 3 bunkers do go down. The +1/+1 for Hero Marine still a little bit on the way, so a bit off. Probably won't be done as the Roaches arrive. Maybe the attack will be, though. But yeah, here he goes. I'm a little bit worried for Hero Marine. I don't think he has too many siege tanks, as you mentioned, in great places that are capable of withstanding Ravager biles all that easily.
Yeah. I mean, I love that he has the bunkers. He's able to, like, you know, kind of feel this out and then actually scout it with those Hellions. He's going to try and actually jump on top to the left, but the bunkers went down so quickly, and only 3 tanks firing. I don't know if that's really going to be enough. 2 Banshee to trying to help out, but the Queens have actually taken both of those down. 3rd tank goes down. Other tanks are going to fall as well. Rogue leading that game with a 100 supply lead. Quick and easy 2-0 there.
Ouch.
Yeah, big ouch. Big ouch. Gonna be a hard, actually. I don't want to say it like just because of that, but that's gonna be a difficult push to hold. Yet I'm gonna say it. I feel like that's gonna be a powerful push on that map.
Yeah.
With the way that you have to, with the way that you can't abuse anything with the tanks. The tanks are literally going to be hitting the biggest concave possible, which is not ideal for them, and they can't really be on top of like a ledge or behind a rock formation, you know, safely, like some of the other maps we've had. Like, that's going to be annoying, and we might even see, that was one of the maps where I was like, I bet in time we could see it move from forward third to sideway third, the vertical third, and I'm wondering if that might be what happens as the map develops.
It would definitely make sense. There's a lot more possibilities for siege tanks there to get their value in. The Roaches are going to be a lot more clumped up because of the way the layout is over there. Because it's not just overall the numbers there, it's also the open area, like you mentioned, around that third, right? The arc of those Roaches is absolutely ginormous. As ginormous as Rogue wanted it to be, and yeah, it just makes it so much easier to dish out as much damage as possible with those Roaches that are quite capable of growing quite quickly in numbers. Anyway, game number 3. Oh, we're seeing another 3-0 right here. It's getting close. He needs to start winning some games here. It is the blue Terran for Mouse Esports. He is the German. He is Hero Marine.
In the bottom left, there's the red Zerg. He is Rogue. There we go.
No logo there this time around.
What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know. Must have been
Are they not
something
playing with
that
Game
Yeah, actually. Huh. Yeah, they are, right? We see the SCV on the command center, so that is on. I'm not certain. Anyway, nothing too important. We still know, right? We have it in the bottom left side, those team logos. They're still represented. Don't have to feel left out.
Yeah. What a tough last game that was. I mean, the first game was tough because you probably felt like you were doing some really good things. The last game was just brutal, though. Like, apparently he did scout, because a bunker going down to the natural, just I don't think there's any other excuse for it. So he scouts this roach attack and doesn't take any damage because nothing happened. And he also didn't overcommit to the defense, so it's not like he built 10 bunkers, you know? So theoretically, it's a good start for him with a faster third command center. The 2 Banshees don't do anything, and I guess that does ultimately suck, because they didn't even really help with the attack, which is what they're kind of supposed to do with the Queen's game, because it's a short map. So that did, I guess, kind of suck away some of the power of Hero Marine's build, what it could have been. Maybe a faster tank, maybe a couple more Marines, instead of those 2 Banshees that were ultimately useless. And, I mean, I guess that's kind of the 2 big things that come to my mind anyways, because it did seem so easy for Rogue. That said, those types of attacks do go from, like, very one-sided to, like, oh, it's actually not that bad pretty quickly, just with the way that the roaches scale. You know, if there's 12 Ravagers left and there's nothing for the Terran, it looks one-sided. But if there's, like, 10 Marines and 2 Medivacs, actually 12 Ravagers kind of have to respect that. So there's that to consider, but it absolutely looks, you know, totally one-sided, totally just like, oh, of course you do that. Of course you win with that.
A bit stumpy. Yeah,
I don't know if Hero Marine... you know, he's probably going to think on that one for a little while and determine how to best defend against that on that specific map.
And now we're on Oakside, also one of the newer maps. It does seem like if he does go for another triangular base location here, again, quite open overall. Again, I mean, I was surprised personally when playing on this map how quickly creep spread actually reaches the middle of the map and the other side of the map. It's not that big either. Kind of reminds me with the rush distance as well of Lightshade. I actually thought this map may have been a little bit smaller overall.
No, I think it's like 36 seconds as opposed to 33.
Okay.
We're talking about 3 seconds though, so that's not really.
Yeah.
That's not a ton. But it's all of the new maps are shorter than the old maps, Death Aura and Pillars. Obviously, Submarine's still very short.
Yeah.
But all of the new maps are shorter than those. So, in general, a bit shorter on the rush distance this map season. But the big difference for Oxide is that if he did take a triangular formation for expanding, there are more chokes around that third. And if he did take the horizontal expansion, there's also a choke over there, but it's also farther away and has that weird kind of like high ground and then dip and then high ground again that sometimes is used against you defensively. But, we'll talk more about that when we can actually point out specifics and something's actually engaging, because right now we're just talking all theoretical.
Yeah.
Right now, more...
That's what I enjoy.
I guess, technically, like what we can see is that it is going to be Stim and just a very simple Liberator. Hellion Liberator opener. How many Hellions does he have right now? Just 4.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be paying attention to see if he goes up to more than 6.
Is that what he did last time as well? How many did he get? I think around 8, right? Something like that? Pretty
Did he? I wasn't quite paying attention. So it's possible, 8's kind of become a new potential standard. I'm not, convinced it really is a standard, but we do see a decent amount of Terrans trying out 8, sometimes even 10.
That Liberator did get spotted there by Ling a little bit, so Rogue will be able to start prepping for it, making the Spore Crawl on the right side. That's always a nice catch for him. Overlord's also in good position, so we'll see the rotation of those Hellions very quickly and accommodates with the movement of his Queens there. So overall, Rogue here feeling very secure of the amount of harassments that... Oh, well, loses a Queen though. Yeah, it's something. It's something.
Yeah. You still got so many of the Queens though.
That's true. That could be a problem, but it's a start. Gets a drone now as well. Yeah, probably wants to get a bit more.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna continue doing this as long as he can. I mean it's not a whole lot of APM, to use when you are just macroing. Nothing else is happening. No Lings are trying to get surrounds on your Hellions because they really don't want to against 8 Hellions especially. So here Marine is calmly going up to his gases, his extra barracks, engineering base will be coming down eventually. Rogue actually hasn't so much decided. Oh, okay, no, I missed them. 2 evolution chambers were made. 1-1. So not up to the quick spire. No roach play this time. Emphasis on those upgrades.
Okay, yeah, that's a good sign overall, I'd say, for Hero Marine. I got another Queen, perhaps? Yes, he is. That other one is going to go down as well if he does decide to fight here. Oh, the Hellions finding a little bit of an opportunity here, getting an alright engagement against those Lings, but ultimately the Queens once again saving the day right there, safeguarding the drones. So a lay attack now on the way is the next step right here. And once more the Baneling Nest as well, so getting another Queen, 7 kills on that Liberator. It's starting to stack up a little bit, but nothing too dangerous for Rogue just yet, I would say.
Ooh, very fast burrow. I like that a lot. Get burrowed Banelings. I guess there are definitely some very obvious places to put Banelings. You know, there's where we just saw the Hellions run by. It's going to be a very easy place to put Banelings. And then, I guess even if you can, like closer to Hero Marine's little chokes around his third could be really cool. And also, you know, for run-bys. Burrowing run-bys is a very obnoxious way to extend their lifetime. Rogue has already gotten to 4 bases, going to add on a 5th. So that's 4 new hatcheries. Wait, has he got double macro hatchery?
What?
He does.
Oh my! He must be really committing to the Zerglings here then.
Yeah.
Did he already make a Spire? I don't think he did, right?
No. He's just doing entirely Ling Baneling, which, you know, we saw in the past, still occasionally see it, and then you also go right up to Ultras, you know, eventually. So that'll be fun. Yeah, Ling Baneling and then eventually Ultra. So he's going to buy some time with this run by. It's already nice. Burrow's not done, so Burrow Banelings will not help out with his engagements over on the entire left side as well. Here, Marine just, like, dives in. He's like, I bet you're not quite prepared for this, and he'd be right about that.
Yep.
4th base is for his to take.
It's a shame that the armory just barely not done as those Lynx came in. Those Hellions would have loved to be in Hellbats right there, but not quite being able to make it happen. Only losing the 3 workers in that entire ordeal, though, so that is rather impressive. Medivacs healing up those SCVs right now. And, well, Rogue does come in one more time, trying his best to whittle down these SCV numbers, but great positioning there from those Marines. Don't think they're going to be able to achieve too much, and well, it's starting to go a little bit into his favor now, but 10 workers. What do you think about those numbers, Zombie Grub?
It's not that bad, right? What I'm more worried about is if Rogue can keep up not the pressure necessarily, but the larva, because even though he has a lot of hatcheries, I think he made another macro hatchery. That's what's so much more concerning. Does he have enough Lings, and does he rebuild the Banelings? Especially because Centrifugal Hooks isn't quite done, so hopefully you would have a lot more of just like the numbers, because you don't have the technology right now. Here, Marine actually doing a fantastic job pushing to the right as well as taking on some Queens to the left. They're not focused firing down the medevac, just focusing on the transfuses. Another base goes down. That's also another hatchery for the larva. And that could very well be a problem, but right now the problem is Rogue's mining not looking so hot. We're here in Marine. He is mining. I mean, not super, reliably, but he is mining. And this seems like a good game for Hero Marine. Maybe a little overzealous on top of this third. One tank goes down, but the other one is still alive. Marine's still alive as well. And Rogue's army supply, it's less than half of Hero Marine. It's actually a quarter.
Yeah, he's definitely making it work here. The final Banelings trying to roll forward, but a good siege tank connection there. More Marines rolling down the track here, and GG is called. Hero Marine starts his way back up in this series again, manages to secure a point on the board here. 2 more wins are required, and I mean, I don't wanna be too much of a doom thinker here, but that was a little bit of a more unique attempt there by Rogue overall. I wonder if it had to do with the map in particular, or why he decided to go down that route. But ultimately, Hero Marine, marvelous response and being able to take that into his victory right there. And that means we will not have another 3-0 here in the best of 5s, and that's always a good sign.
Yeah, it's always preferable. I'm not sure if Rogue did that because of the map. I could think on it for a little while and maybe see what could be the possibilities, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I do think what happens in that type of game is that it goes quickly from looking kind of silly, like everyone's laughing at Rogue, to looking, so frustrating for Hero Marine. Because if he didn't have as many Marines, if he has 5 less Marines on the 2 run-bys that happened, it snowballs pretty quickly. Then he has to run back and deal with it, and then he has 10 less Marines than he usually would, or he has no SCVs in the third, and then that gives more time for Rogue to do it again, and he's not losing a 4th and a 5th while this is going on. Like, the fact that he had just the right amount of reinforcements every time those run-bys happened cannot be overlooked. Like, that was actually pretty clutch slash a bit lucky, maybe, even. I'm not sure Hiramarine knew that was going to be Rogue's entire game plan.
Yeah.
So very important to note that. Otherwise, Rogue probably, goes out of control and then suddenly pops up with a bunch of ultras before you know it. So it did look silly because of the way things went, but it absolutely was not like a silly, oh, I'm just going to play around with this foreigner kid. Nah. I think Rogue was going to go for blood. He just didn't go, he just didn't have enough. So bottom right was Hiramarine. Stupid intros.
Happens to me a lot. So anyway, top left side, Red Zerg. It's Rogue.
Oh.
I'm glad it also happened to you this one time. Yeah, that's good to. You don't know how many times that has happened to me so far. My dear Lord, Rushy always making a fool out of me with this. Anyway, we did have a nice raid there from Maynard as well during all of that, so very much appreciated. Hope you had a good time with the Olimo League, of course.
Sure you did. I think there was a PvP finals.
Really?
I glanced over, yeah. That's not surprising. You know, Olimo League has not gotten a lot of Terrans in a while. Which is unfortunate. But, a creator for someone, I think. Anyhow, I'm sure it was great. And now we get ourselves a TVZ, and then the winner of this goes on to face Showtime. So either a rematch, one where Rogue can actually take back his title, or a new match, a PPT. Hiramarine certainly looked strong in the last game, because again, while it was a lot about having just enough to defend against the run-by, it was also very good of Hiramarine, very impressive that he both dealt with the run-bys like he did, and also continued to be out on the map. Because he could have just, lacked the APM, lacked the multitasking to do stuff while also defending, and that would have also been a disaster for him. So,
yeah,
just very well played.
That's very true. That is very true. Yeah, it managed to make it work here for Hiramarine. But I'm also kind of curious on who do you think Showtime would prefer to play against between these two?
You know, I honestly would say that he would prefer to face Rogue at this point, even though he probably more reliably defeats Hiramarine. They're definitely more back and forth because they play each other a lot. I don't know, the way that he, there's all jokes, even Lambo on Twitter was saying that was the most one-sided 2-1. People were saying that should have been a 3-0, blah, blah, blah. Like, Showtime looked very strong against Zerg, so
True.
Only based off of that am I saying that you prefer to face Rogue. Otherwise, I would never say that.
Makes sense. Also, Ligulac is a little bit ahead in the Zerg matchup, actually, by like 5% almost compared to Terran. So that's quite a bit. That is quite a bit. Anyway, what are we seeing so far in this game here? Are we going to see another quick command center from Hiramarine? You see, once again, going down that similar track. It's nice to see overall the similar openings here for Hiramarine, but still kind of deviating in a sense, right? Going for the double barracks, going for the quicker Banshee play, and then also a Liberator, of course. So kind of showcasing all the potential here from a Terran player, as you should, to keep the Zerg opponents on their toes. As of course, that's one of the main battles for a Zerg, right? To figure out what is coming and then prepare for that specific thing. And then be as okay as possible against that one thing. But if you don't know what's coming, it can get a little bit more difficult for them to prepare exactly right.
Mm-hmm. So Hiramarine delaying his tech lab a little bit to get an extra Marine. I was wondering if that was going to be anything more suspicious. He did not go for a faster 3rd CC this game. So, that faster stim would be my expectation with the Liberator. Okay, here comes the tech lab now. Far more important than any of that is that Hiramarine is able to scout the Roach Warren. So last time Rogue started off with the Roach Warren, he saw that his opponent was going for Banshees and said, you know what, I don't have to do it right now. He's not going to see Banshees because, one, he's not going to see it. He's not going to see the main, but there's also no Banshees on the way. He could commit to this and do some damage for sure, which he is going to commit to.
Huh, he is still going for that 3rd base here. It's rather interesting. Okay, maybe not completely convinced as well. It's coming at him right now. There is 10 roaches on the production tab, and well, there is a tech lab. I'm not sure if that is on the starport or not. Anyway, the Liberator should be able to get a good sight here, as well as these roaches right now being spotted by the Hellions. So I mean, if there was any doubt in his mind before, you should know now. There is that bunker finally going down.
Yeah, so this is going to be a real committal. Like, Lings are coming with this as well. So Hieromyr has to make sure not to lose his Hellions. He's got a tank already on the way, which is fantastic. He already produced a tech lab for his factory, so that really sets him up better to deal with this kind of push. But he has to also make sure not to lose his Hellions, because the Lings are usually what really causes the chaos. So, and that seems to be kind of the weakness of a lot of the Terran holds from what I've seen lately against this all-in. He's got his Hellions back. He's got a bunker for the very few Marines that he has. The tank should be safe from a corrosive bile, but once the wall breaks, it will no longer be true. It won't be safe from the Lings either, so that's always a concern. Second tank is on the way. Seems like a promising start for Hieromyr's hold. Also finishes the third command center, so that can be lifted. Should be lifted. Now the wall has been broken, but Rogue, when he pulls the trigger, that'll be the real commitment. That'll be the all-in. So he's got to decide, when it's actually going to be worth it.
Yeah. Oh, nice catch there on that bunker already going down here. No time to repair those with this amount of vials dropping from the sky. The Hellions trying to micro backwards, trying to get as much value against these things as possible. The tank falls as well. Marines stimming forward though, together with those SCVs, trying to take on those Ravages. Already a little bit of damage here being taken. 14 workers and more Zerglings on the way. A tank on the high ground will be spotted very quickly. Biles right on top of it as well, making short work of this one. It's not looking all that fantastic for Hero Marine right now, as he has Lings in his main base as well. Biles landing on those Marines right here, and oi oi oi. He may be able to clean it up, but was that too much damage already?
Yeah.
Away as well.
You gotta be careful. I mean, you know that Ling's gonna be the ones reinforcing, so the tank should be picked up and then put back on that high ground. God, I thought he was gonna be late to it. Supply depots have to be raised, exactly that. Hero Marine can play this out. He's got 3 CC, and so far he's only down 10 workers, although it's now down about, well, no, still only down 10 workers. If he can save the 3rd CC and actually push this back, he can play out this game, but he's got to actually save the 3rd CC. Actually comes down the ramp. The tank, once again, gonna get very low, but picked up, but saved. Ling's gonna try and get some more SCV damage done because they kind of have to. And they're gonna find a few more. This is now actually cementing Rogue into a more playable position, a winning position. Hero Marine hasn't actually completely stopped this, and that is a big problem. He needs to get back to producing SCVs. He needs to get back to building mules. He's not going to, so he taps out. GG. Rogue manages to make it work despite being scouted, despite the defensive setup Hero Marine had. Well done.
Well done indeed. Well done indeed. Rogue manages to secure that final victory that he needed to get himself the rematch with Showtime. And it will be a best of 5. So we could be in for a long haul here with remembering how that first game went between the two. What time is it now for the Koreans? Okay, you know what? It's getting a little bit later. The tactic is starting to work a little bit here, trying to tire out Rogue, but ultimately, it is still going to be a dangerous one here for Showtime to try and eke this out. All right, it will be coming up pretty shortly, though, of course, guys. While we're waiting for the vetoes, we're gonna quickly go to a little bit of a break screen. We're going to take it a relaxing moment as well. Don't go anywhere though, of course. We're gonna have to figure out who is gonna be joining Zaun for the qualifiers from this group as well. And could be of course Rogue, could be Showtime. Still a little bit up in the air, but we're gonna find out together. Guys, don't go anywhere. See you soon, and we'll be right back.
My name is Rushy, and thanks for watching our StarCraft 2 content brought to you by Alpha X. Productions like this are made possible by support from our sponsors, like Carhartt. Carhartt never takes a day off from celebrating hard-working people, which is why at Carhartt, every day is Labor Day. Since 1889, they've been building gear that has your back 24/7 with tough and trusted workwear, just like this. Their men's mid-weight hoodies are sweat-wicking, stain-fighting, and cut to move. It's made of sweat-wicking fabric that's cut to give your arms a full range of motion. Its full zip layer also fights job site stains, so it can last through several seasons of hard work. They're also built with force technology to wick away sweat and dry fast. The fast dry technology wicks away sweat, while the stain breaker technology releases those stains. Be sure to check out our events page for their sponsor quest or visit them anytime at carhartt.com. Thank you for supporting Alpha X, and thank you for considering checking out more of our great sponsors. Now, let's head back to the action.
Nuclear missile ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Alpha X King of Battles, of course, the first premiere event that we are allowed to be doing right here, and we have the option to. Very glad you could all join us. I am Kozen, I'm the host, I suppose, and with me, a very well-known figure in the StarCraft 2 community, it is, of course, Zombie Grub. Zombie Grub, how you doing?
Doing pretty well, man. It's been a couple of long games, and we might just have a few more long games with these guys. A rematch between Showtime and Rogue could also mean one of these, potentially 5 games, could be 40 minutes long. It could happen again.
Yeah, it very well could. I mean, if it goes back and forth and we go to game number 5 here, Could be a long one. Could be a long one indeed. But, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I would imagine that both these players as well, they, you know, can get quite a bit tired also. So if they themselves want to commit to a drawn-out battle like that, I'm not completely certain. But, you know what? Time will tell. Talking about time, in the bottom right side, we have a red Protoss. Fighting for Team Big, it's the German. He is Showtime.
In the top left for Janair Green Wings, he is Rogue. There's the blue Zerg. And Death Or, okay.
I'm sure this has been mentioned a couple of times, but wouldn't it make more sense if Big was the team of you know, Hero Marine?
Yes, it would, but apparently he has some true allegiance to Mouse, or they do to him. Like, either way, he's been on that for a long time.
Those esports, alright. That makes sense. You know what? It would be funny if they specifically changed their name to Elephant Esports or something like that, just for Big Gabe, you know? That would be something.
I mean, you mean Mouse changes it?
Yeah. Just from mouse to elephants. Just
for their one StarCraft player.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
No. Yeah.
Just an entire rebrand of everything.
No problem. Absolutely get on that. StarCraft is the most important esport. I don't care what else they have.
This is true. I mean, we know it. It's just a matter of time until the rest of the world catches up with us, you know? It gets on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to understand, need to be taught. This is the best game, and some of the best players. Yeah, there we have right here, right now. People have been coming in surprised at the result of Showtime 2-1ing Rogue in their beginning series for their best of 3. Other people apparently just didn't watch the games, and when we were talking about, you know, Showtime being favored against Rogue, they're like, casters are stupid, and no one understands StarCraft except me, person in Twitch chat. I don't know if you guys actually watch it and refuse to believe that Showtime played well, but if you are that person, you watch those games, and you say Showtime just got lucky, you're the stupid one. You're dumb. Because that was actually just really good Protoss versus Zerg from Showtime. Did it suck that he kind of threw the first game? Yes, it did. That did happen. But he was able to bounce back mentally and literally in the series to take it to a 2-1. A best of 5, you know, it's supposed to favor the player with a more established history. You know, it's that way of actually proving really who is best. That's why we get farther and farther, best of 5s, best of 7s. Maybe one day we'll have best of 9 finals, who knows? But I actually would say it's a contested point. Like, is Rogue today actually the better player? I think that might not be the case.
You know what? I think you might be right. Yeah, honestly, seeing how well Showtime did that previous game, or the previous series, I should say, right? Just, I mean, even that one game he lost, it got so incredibly close, and after like 50 minutes, one overextension with his army just in a bad spot, and that did cost him ultimately. But I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that we're back on the same map again, so may bring back some memories between these two as how something like that could go. But we're already seeing a little bit of a difference here, of course. We're seeing Showtime this time around not going for the... Oh, wait, no, that was a cancel, actually, wasn't it? Did he... Okay, no, there's that Phoenix. Never mind, my bad. My eyes deceive me. Hunting down those overlords.
You are right, though. It is different. Not the triple Oracle opener that... I mean, it found some success, I think, in both games it happened. It got, like, a little bit here and there, but it's not like it's, you know, was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. So, I actually really like that it doesn't do that. I'm sure there's a reason beyond hoping that it gets, you know, a ton of damage done to do it. And that's why I did it twice in their last best of 3, but I really would not mind just a Phoenix into 2 Oracles. Other difference we have is a much faster Robo follow-up as opposed to the faster third Nexus. It is still going to be a third Nexus eventually, but the Robo might give faster... I mean, we can produce Immortals from here and then go into a third after that. And we'll see when he actually puts down that Twilight Council and Forge. If he puts down a Twilight Council and Forge, Trap actually showed a push off of, I think, a similar setup, where he didn't get those extra 2 buildings, he just moved forward with a push, and it was such a surprising timing that Raynor almost fell to it, and keyword was almost. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting difference And I think what sucks for Showtime is that Rogue did actually scout it. He actually got in and saw that the Robo was much faster.
Yeah, for sure. And there is indeed that Nexus, as you mentioned as well. So good calls all around. And he is going back into the triple Oracle here once more this time around. Actually getting a reasonable amount of drones here. 5 of them do fall without taking any significant damage himself. That Phoenix coming in handy, minimizing the amount of damage output here from Rogue. Kind of makes sense actually when you think about it like that, right? To not go straight into those 3 oracles, but add in that extra Phoenix, and suddenly just the overall amount of drones you can get without losing anything kind of goes upwards quite a bit here.
So a little bit of pressure to start things off with a very quick Warp Prism. Got a couple of Adepts, I think, in that. And then it is going to be, I'm not sure if this is exactly what Trap did, to be like, I didn't get the build, but it was kind of the same idea, but you don't go for a Twilight Council, so no Forge, no +1, you know, you're not going to get very fast into Archons or Storm, clearly, because it's not a Twilight Council, but you hit faster and at an unexpected timing. So even though Rogue got in there and saw a Robo that was a bit faster, and in the main, which is not too common either, it's usually in the natural, he might not be putting all of these pieces together. Like, there's a couple other things you could probably do off of that. So I guess the question is Rogue a little going to be surprised by this and going to be like, oh no, I don't have enough to deal with it because, you know, mutas might not be good in the direct fight if Stalkers are warped in? Or is he saying, I think you're not going to scout my Spire, I'm going to make mutas and you're not going to have any Stalkers? I'm not sure which one this is going to go to because it kind of just depends, like the Showtime build Stalkers.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we did see actually Rogue still making more drones right now. 5 more on the way. This could be a problem overall, and I'm not quite sure if he's fully engaged with what is happening on the other side of the map right now. Showtime still has a lot of forces here as well, though. It looks like he is just mainly being a little bit defensive with this so far.
I feel like this is already so nice for Rogue, though.
Yeah.
He's bought time. He's killed a couple of units. Now his, like, you know, measly little Mutaforce is now up, I think, to like 15, with 6 more on the way. This was actually a pretty big deal. Now Showtime has been building Stalkers. That's very important. He could still actually have the better army if everything is collected together, but that is apparently a big problem. Not everything is collected together. The AI actually being absolutely atrocious right now. Showtime forced to recall. I mean, granted, units that weren't going to help necessarily against Mutaling, but still, units. They're not going to help defensively that well either.
For sure. I mean, it's still tank damage by any amount, right? So that on its own already helping out a little bit here. But yeah, Rogue just streaming on through with a lot of those circlings. Being able to pick off most of the economy here in the natural basins. Aiming towards, oh dear lord, that is a big pylon right there that does fall down. Showtime trying to make something work on the other side of the map, but won't be able to do too much anymore. GG, and Rogue takes the first game here in the best of 5.
That seemed like such a playing with fire situation for the Zerg, you know? Like, I mean, Rogue is pretty big brain, so if he knew that this is exactly what he had to do to win, then I believe it. But I feel like if you're a Zerg who's a little bit later to the Spire, or you don't use your Lings to buy time like he did, and then on the other hand, you know, on the other side, Protoss also doesn't get AI'd and doesn't, you know, get the units surrounded like he did, I feel like that's actually a very tricky hole to make with Ling Muta against someone who has, I think, 7 gateways. And while no upgrades, still a lot of firepower against what is a growing, usually more harassment-based army. I feel like it's usually tricky, but Rogue really used it to the maximum benefit that he could, buying time with the Lings, getting surrounds when he could, and forcing really awkward decision-making from Showtime.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you think as well with like the overall army move out from Showtime, right? He kind of stuck to his own base there as well. I was anticipating him just sending everything across at one point and try to take the fight there, but probably like a base trade would have occurred in that situation then, right? Or what do you think?
What do you mean, like if they had just...
Well, yeah, he had so many sentries back at home still, and so many stalkers as well, and sure, those circlings, they were lurking about, but ultimately, those sentries, right? They are a very powerful tool in helping out within those pushes, especially if you're just mainly fighting against Zerglings. That's a lot of potential right there to make that push take out a base, maybe 2 bases, something like that, because his army supply was looking pretty darn stellar.
So yeah, if he had brought everything forward, which is probably gone to a base race, I mean, I think that's where it goes. I think Rogue probably has like a backup plan that if he actually can't take on the army, if everything goes well with the Protoss, for the Protoss, I should say, then he probably is like thinking of a backup base race, which, Rogue has done that in the past for sure. Top right, Showtime of Chaganetha.
In bottom left, Blue Zerg, Jaina Green Wings is Rogue. There we are. Yeah, that's a good point indeed. I mean, that base trade, Zerglings and Mutalisks, they are so quick, they're so nimble, and they will tear down your base very quickly. And that would have been a dangerous situation as well. But yeah, it's a tough call to make. It is definitely a tough call to make. Showtime here once more blocking that hatchery, going back to his usual shenanigans here. And well, let's see how they will be able to bring this one.
I do like that Showtime was willing to mix things up and do a different build.
Yeah.
Because we saw 2 similar builds in the first best of 3, and then 1 Resonating Glaives build that was very well executed now, and I would not mind seeing again. Ultimately leading into a Colossus push, but another build to come out in a best of 5 after you've already played 3 games against each other. I did like that. It's just that it didn't go very well.
Yeah, it was definitely a worthy attempt. I mean, you were a little bit more free to try these things as well, of course, in the best of 5 scenario, right? Rather than the best of 3, where every game seems so incredibly important. You don't want to lose 2 games, though, of course. So I would imagine Showtime gonna stick to his true and tested methods here, and I would be very surprised if he does get aggressive once more. But I wouldn't mind seeing it, honestly, because it seems like Rogue also anticipating Showtime perhaps to be a bit more defensive overall.
Oh, Chaganetha didn't appear in their first best of, right?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah. So I actually wonder how many defensive properties there are in this map. Like, it's just like, I'm waiting to explore alongside these 2 players what this map will actually look like for a mid-game PvZ. I guess rush distance-wise, kind of middle of the road, and that's like too short, not too long. But as far as actual base setup, I mean, triangular 3rd, probably not so difficult to take, but then when you reach over towards your 4th, it gets maybe a little bit awkward. It's all on the high ground, so you get that advantage there, but it's not quite as like, I don't know, it doesn't look quite as easy to set up as like a Death War, for instance.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the 3rd and the 4th base quite far apart, and especially also the ramp areas, right? That are just very far apart. And the triangular 3rd base, it has it on the right side at ramp area, so an easy way into a location like that for certain. Again, the Stargate opening, that has been a staple right now for Showtime so far.
Unfortunately, the observer does have the score incorrect, guys. So.
Oh, it's fixing it.
He literally fixed it, and that's with 2 minutes. So that was just coincidental. All right. Guess he's maybe paying attention to chat. Yeah. So that was just incorrect. That would have been very confusing. Imagine if we had all actually gotten it wrong and just assumed that Rogue won or Showtime.
Showtime won. Rogue's gonna be like, no, wait, guys, I won after 2 more games going into Showtime's favor. Yeah, just give it to him. It's alright. It's fine. Mapu wants the German to win, of course. That makes sense.
Yeah, he's a little biased.
Yep.
Very nice link position from Rogue. So, you know what? Funnily enough, wait, was this on Reddit? I think this might have been on Reddit, that Overlord positioning.
Yeah, it is. It's the worst pillar of all existence. It is so bad.
Yeah, someone said it was a bug. Rogue looked a little confused. He was like, wait, it should be. No, hold on, stop killing me.
Yeah,
come on.
No, it's because the Adept actually, you can send a unit on the high ground in your main base, and that gives you vision over the perfect pillar there.
Okay, that's clever.
Yeah. I feel like it's an oversight, honestly. Like, that is a bit disgusting overall, you know, for the Zergs to have stuff like this.
Yeah. Apparently it's Romanticide that might have a bugged pillar, but that wasn't the bug. But anyways, that's still kind of, that's like, you know, we haven't really seen that. Yeah,
Yeah.
a high ground unit providing vision for that. That's
It's a
well, Rogue also learned, I guess.
It's just- yep, new maps, guys. Unfortunate for him, but gives Showtime a little bit of a small advantage there, being able to pick off that Overlord nice and early. Doesn't have to wait for a Robo and a War Prism or something like that to give vision here, or an Oracle, or a you know, anything flying.
Did I miss a Twilight Council from Showtime? We got a Forge. We got a
Wait.
Robo.
Got a
Where that Twilight Council? Where that at?
I don't know if he got one.
Huh, if he didn't, then he's gonna go up to just Robotics Bay? Like, really delay Blink? Okay,
There it is.
yeah, so just a little bit later. Little bit later, actually getting gateways, and then we'll see if, I mean, that is still a question for me, though, is like, does he go into Blink Robo, or does he actually go into the, so far what he's been doing, which is, you know, Zealot, Immortal, Archon, and eventually up to Storm.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that again. I mean, he did make it work 2 times in that best of 3, and made it very close in the other one as well. So, I mean, overall, I do think that Showtime should just stick to his regular methods that previous game. It was a little bit of a bummer. He tried something else and it didn't quite work out. It's fine, you know, keeps Rogue on his toes, keeps him guessing as to, you know what, this Protoss is actually willing to do some other stuff as well. So, I wouldn't be too upset with Showtime here. Getting a couple of works as well, but losing a single Oracle too.
Well, I think the Oracle was worth the loss, considering he did, in fact, scout the Spire. I mean, did he have to go for the drones and lose it? Maybe not, but very important that he scouted the Spire. So there's not much that he doesn't, you know, you can do immediately for it, but you can, of course, add on to that defense, because they eventually will get mutas. I guess that's a bit of a question mark. Like, they could get mutas. Some people at Aspire realize it's been scouted and go, you know what? No, I'm not going to build anything. But I'll keep the Spire, because why not? So I guess that's still a bit of a question mark. We'll see if Spires actually produce. But Showtime can build cannons, and then either try and push out before the Spire's done and risk, like, a big Roach overwhelm, which is very risky to do, or try and get into Phoenix or Blink. And, you know, either way, whatever option, because I don't think the push out will work, I think he's just got to set up defensively and kind of play out Rogue's game, which is not, you know, very comfortable.
This is interesting. We're still seeing 10 Mutalisk on the production tab, and Showtime also starting up the Phoenix production again as well. A little bit back for a moment. Yeah, okay, still chronoing those out. It's gonna take him a while until he's really up against, well, at a comfortable Phoenix number, of course, to really engage those Mutalisks. Wondering how much of a commitment we're seeing here, and actually it's quite a couple, right? The +1 attack also on the way here for the Mutalisk, and still just continuing that production.
Showtime doesn't quite know if there's going to be a lot of mutas or not, so he's not fully dedicating to an anti-muta option. You know, there's a couple of Phoenix for now, and then I think once he sees that it is actually mutas, it's not just a couple, it is mutas, he might go into a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate. But yeah, that's a tough thing, because you can't really get much scouting out in the map after you know mutas will be available. You could try and get one relation, but then the Oracle will die. So I think now he's seeing a couple more mutas added on, and might get more inclined to believe it is a muta play. And if it is a muta play, I think you really have to get either Fleet Beacon, or you gotta get Blink. And he's not getting either one. He's not doing it.
Either or,
I'm scared.
I mean, the Archons help a little bit as well, ultimately, but yeah, you do need that better solution here, and so far, I mean, still not happening. Maybe he's still underestimating how far Rogue wants to go into this Mutalisk attack, of course. But seeing this ball right here, I mean, that must give him some inclination, right?
It's really difficult to hold off with just a few Phoenix. Like, it's not a Fleet Beacon, I expect at least a second Stargate. Just to produce enough Phoenix. Okay, now a second Stargate's gonna go down, but I think that's also because the first one's about to die. So many more mutas have been revealed, and if you don't go for enough Phoenix, you're forced to base race, which, I mean, feels like it never goes in favor of the Protoss. Rogue, maybe finding a weakness of Showtime. Showtime feels like he has to all in, but I don't think it's gonna go very well.
Yeah, it's impossible to combat these Stalkers, or the Mutalisk right now with what he has, so moving across, and as you said, this is not looking like it can ever go into his favor either. I mean, I'm trying to come up with a way where he will be able to make something work. Status wards, that is status trap. That is a nice little touch right there. Still two Phoenixes really got to work overtime here to make something happen, but ultimately that's just so much Zerg right there. Showtime coming into the natural base and cleaning up some stuff overall, but more and more Zerglings flooding across the map here, and it is just not looking all too great for this German Protoss right now.
The situation is actually closer than I anticipated. Usually when I see that like that, just like, oh, okay, F it, I'm going to base race, it doesn't go well for the Protoss, but it's actually closer than I anticipated. I mean, it's still going to, I think, go favorably for Rogue, but like, Showtime might actually be making him worry about an actual base race, the actual I have killed your last building type of race. Because, you know, we're down to some of the last buildings, but Rogue does have 600 minerals. He just slapped down a hatchery, and I think that isn't a huge worry for the Zerg player. He's gonna save his main, but then to, like, you know, what point? What else has Showtime got to do here?
Well, I mean, ultimately he did shut down all the mining here for Rogue, so army supply, I mean, it's not that great. Showtime will not be able to leave his base either, really. Right, because as soon as he does, those Mutalisks will just come in and try to shut down the final buildings right here. The layer attack is going to go down, and yeah, I feel like this is in the back now for Rogue, right? He will just be able to contain Showtime, keep making stuff on his side of the field, still has those extractors scattered around the map right now as well. And yeah, 2 hatcheries on the way.
Perfect Phoenix control, dude.
Perfect. That's the way. That's the way.
I mean, it's ticket. Like, it's always theoretically possible. You know, even on like disadvantaged ping, actually, they both are gonna have trouble with that. Like, it is possible. It's just not very likely. Rogue could stop paying attention to his mutas and get them dragged into the Archons. Actually, he's going to engage on top of everything. Is this really the right call? A Guardian Shield also helping out a ton. All the Archons do fall, and that was actually the right call. He just dominated that fight. You think with 3 Archons would have been a little bit closer, but apparently mutas still win that one.
Oh dear lord, that was a beautiful magic box right there from Rogue. Does shut down the rest of the ground forces as well, and even though the Phoenixes are still here, I mean, with the 2 hatcheries, I'm pretty certain Zerglings could start wiping the floor right now. I don't know if he has a spawning pool though. Makes it a little bit more awkward, but yeah, there's just no way forward here for Showtime anymore. He's gonna have to go into game number 3 with a 2-0 disadvantage, I believe.
Yeah, how frustrating. This really did get like a little bit closer, a little bit more nail-bitey, but still, you know, the favorable situation for the Zerg. He did not really surprise Showtime with the mutas themselves, but I guess ultimately he surprised Showtime with his dedication to them. And that is a frustrating loss indeed. So that is eventually going to reveal itself. Showtime might not have seen the creep right then and there, but he's going to check his minimap and go, oh, shit. And no, he can't do very much about that. You know, if Showtime had saved a healthier base, I'd still be, like, trying to make a case for him. Yeah. But he, you know, saved his main, which has barely any mining, so I don't think there's any case to be made.
But yeah, he kind of needed both the main, at least the tech structures, right, and another base that's actually has some mining going for it. Because for a long time there, Rogue just didn't have anything, and another problem here is that he only had 8 workers remaining as well, so I suppose he can still fully saturate his main base. That is, you know, a small victory, but ultimately picking up links with those Phoenixes, it's a rough one. It is definitely a rough one, and ultimately it's a bit of your, you know, as Stasis like to say, a pick your own adventure map here for Rogue at this moment in time. Well, killing up those drones, that is always nice, but ultimately, is it gonna bring him victory? Yeah, I don't think so.
Nah. I don't think he could have done anything better when it came to the actual base race. I think it really does start with the whole under-preparing against the mutas from the get-go. So, it's, I think you just reflect back on that. It's so scary for the Protoss, though, because there is a world where Rogue adds on 3 more mutas to make up, instead of 8, he gets 11, and then goes, actually, that's it. All roaches. Oops,
Yep.
all roaches. So and it's really difficult for the Protoss to scout because, you know, they are losing that map control up against a Muta player. I know Showtime has had problems against this in the past, but, oh, it is a frustrating loss. No matter
So
how
would it
you
be-
lose, no matter if
Yeah.
you even win against it. It's frustrating.
For sure. So would it be then for Showtime, right, to gain intel like this? Would it be through observers, hallucinations? I mean, you can't fly those phoenixes around anymore that much because of the Mutalisk, but how would you scout against this in the best way?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think what you GG.
Yeah.
I think what you have to do is just assume the worst. Like, as soon as you see any more mutas added on, even just 3 more, I think you do have to add on a second Stargate. Or again, maybe blink, try and go into some stalkers. But that is the big question for a lot of Protoss players, a lot of the pros. They're like, well, how exactly am I supposed to know? Especially in a situation where I don't have room to pressure. Because I think a little more ideal is that you find out about it and you have a push. So you do the push, you kind of force an awkwardness where they can't quite build the mutas, and then that buys you time to go back home, you know. We see that lead into some more maybe interesting even games against muta players, but with Showtime being entirely defensive and entirely in the dark, I think you just have to go with the worst case scenario, which I think would be mutas overwhelming you. I'm not sure the worst case scenario is roaches, but, you know, he could disagree. It might be like, actually, I was more afraid of a roach swell than I was of the mutas.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like a 50-50 that you're throwing your opponent then as a Zerg in a sense, right? As long as you can deny the scouting information as well. But even then, it's a very short window to kind of scout this, because the easiest way is to see what's coming out of those eggs, and the eggs are all the way across the map. You have to hit the right timing, you need to be at the right place, and that also can be a tricky thing to do. You can't just have stuff over all of the Zerg bases continuously. So yeah, a difficult situation overall that Rogue puts Showtime into. Let's see if Showtime will be able to bring this back a little bit on Pillars of Gold coming up right now.
All right. Potentially the last game. Already sending out a probe for that block in the top right. Down 0-2. He is Showtime.
Match point right here for the Blue Zerg. He's fighting on the green wings from the Jinnaz, as we see in the logo right there. That's how you pronounce it. It's Rogue.
So, I gotta say, this is kind of what I was expecting when I first got into Rogue Showtime Best of 3. I was like, well, you know, Rogue can just turn it on and kind of like devour his Protoss opponents and make them look silly.
Yeah.
And then they proceeded to have one of the longest games we've seen in a while, which is, you know, just at that, it was kind of surprising because you think Rogue's gonna be more aggressive. And on top of that, it was mostly favorable for Showtime. For then Showtime to play some very good Best of 3 after that and actually win it, I was like, okay, Rogue's having an off day. Because that does seem to happen with Rogue. He just has like an off day. Or sometimes it's only an off series, which apparently, I think now I can say that it was only an off series. He has one off series, he gets used to Showtime, kind of figures things out, gets angry that he loses to a foreigner, and then he's back to being regular Rogue and is ripping Showtime's head off. Like, that's not exactly a surprise, is it? That's sometimes what Rogue does.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe just mentally as well for Showtime, it can come into the works that he was in a position where he could have gone out of the group in first place, right? He was in that position with the PvP versus Zone, and that just went all sideways, all over the place. And then to have to take a rematch with Rogue, who you already beaten and you had such a long, close series with, and then, you know, you're gonna have to go through that entire arena, the gauntlet once more, and man, I would not be happy with myself either at that moment in time. But yeah, just overall, I wonder what that would do with my mental state in a sense.
Such a fascinating player, Rogue is. I mean, inconsistent isn't quite the right word. It doesn't encapsulate him enough, I think, and what he can do. But certainly he can have off series and on series, and he certainly does take the pride of Korea seriously. Some Koreans take it more than others, but I think Rogue really gets frustrated when he loses to people he doesn't think he should. Even if he says himself like, "Oh, I'm not playing super well right now," he still would never want to lose to a guy from from Europe or North America.
Yep.
Which now he's no longer doing. He has fixed that. He's up 2-0. And ideally going to scout this Twilight Council tech. I mean, eventually he'll scout the lack of gases and the no Oracle presence. But I can't see the main, so I don't know if it's going to be Adepts or not. I'm just going to assume it is Adepts. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming it as well. We did see another Stalker there, but that may just be there to try and shoot away those Overlords. Robo on the way as well. It's looking very likely to be the Adept pressure at the moment. But I mean, what else can you really do? Overall, DTs, but
Oh,
DT
no.
Shrine is very late right now.
Oh,
Wait.
Ling bust.
Rogue.
Ling bust. Rogue's doing the rogue thing.
Oh, God.
It's not Everdream, so I don't know if it's going to be as effective.
Pulling the
But
drones
it
as
is,
well.
Oh my god, wow, Rogue, okay. When he wants to slaughter someone, he really slaughters them. I don't know if Showtime can hold this. It's already difficult enough to hold it with Resident Enclave's opener.
Yeah.
On top of the drones being pulled, this is going to be a quick 3-0, guys.
Nothing
Oh,
at the
God.
front door either. All the drones managed to get
Yikes.
in there. Gonna block the walling off for the Protoss here. And this is gonna be a rough one. Losing that Adapt as well. Ay, 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 ay. Keeping an eye on Showtime's face right now. The disappointment seeping in.
You know
It
what?
is. Oh, God.
This is actually such a much stronger response than I thought it was going to be. Actually walling off, which is something I did not think was going to happen. Fitting a sentry in to get the force field down. I actually thought Showtime was 100% dead. He reacted to that so damn well, so clean, so fast. What?
Okay,
Okay,
that's
well, I'm just
definitely-
impressed.
Oh, it's not full wall. That is disappointing. So the Lynx do manage to get in here. Now, you know what? That's right. It was quite something there from Showtime. He's trying his best here, pulling all the probes as well. Kind of plugging the hole here a little bit, keeping the Zerglings contained, right? Only being able to attack the probes from one side, but ultimately scratching his head. GG. A 3-0 clean sweep there from Rogue. I was thinking we may be in here for the long haul, but Rogue proving me wrong entirely. And taking his revenge right there against that German fella, the wall.
That was, I mean, it ended up like I thought it was going to, but damn if Showtime didn't react much better than I gave him credit for. Still
sure.
was too much. It was still like the very last possible scout with a build that didn't really give you a whole lot of production at the time of the attack. Like, it's frustrating for Showtime after playing such a good PvZ series for the first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah.
Like, that was just good macro and good harassment. And then Rogue turned it on. And now, you know, everyone, you know, hindsight 2020, but now everyone looks silly for saying Showtime had a chance.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, to Showtime's credit, that was, I mean, the best that he could make of that situation, right? Being able to make still another wall of with those drones being on the other side of the wall, that is thoroughly impressive. That's some great crisis management overall, and unfortunately didn't quite work out ultimately. Guys, we have ourselves, that means Rogue moving on forwards as well into the qualifier. He's going to be looking to join the other players that are already there. Of course, just a friendly reminder, Serral, Maru, TY, Clem, Zaun as well. The Protoss Hope right now in this entire thing. We'll be back with more StarCraft 2, more King of Battles action. Rainer, Innovation, Cure, and Nice all going to be joining for Group D on October 8th. That's going to be starting 2 hours after the regular startup time that you're used to from us, so 3 p.m. CEST. You're going to have to do some Liquipedia searching if you wanted the time translation for that one to your own time zone, but yeah. My dear lord, that was some nice StarCraft overall. A great couple of matches. And Zombie Grub, any final words here you wanna get in?
Exciting day of StarCraft, man. I'm really looking forward to Thursday for the last group. And thanks for inviting me. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Thank you for joining us. Honestly, I think that's the bigger deal here, and much appreciated. And looking forward to Thursday. All right, guys. See you then. Hope to have you join us. Love you all. Bye-bye.